Deus Ex Machina was a virtual reality game released 15 years ago. The protagonist fell so deeply in love with this game that he practically dedicated his life to it. 15 years later, Jin, now just an addict, borrowed money from a loan shark and ended up with a large debt to pay. As a way to repay the debt, he goes to the weapon reinforcement room and upgrades the Executioner's Sword. The user base that still plays DM consists mostly of old players called addicts, but it wasn't always like this. The game was good initially. Within it, the protagonist was once a raid leader, a guild master, and even a castle lord. However, now he is a man in debt. Using the strengthening stone, he advances the Executioner's Sword to level +1 aiming for level +7, and he continues evolving it several times until reaching the 5th grade, and now things start to get real. Praying to all the saints he knows, he manages to upgrade the sword to level +6. Evolving it once more, he reaches the Executioner's Sword +7. No longer afraid of the loan shark, he begins to feel happy again, as his debt will finally be paid off. But what will be left for him after paying the debt? What can he do with empty hands? He is a 35-year-old man who spent 15 years of his life playing a game. He upgrades the sword again, reaching level +8, but his greed doesn't let him stop there. If he manages to upgrade the sword to level +9, he could even buy a good apartment, rekindle old friendships, and live like in the best days of his youth. In a moment of euphoria, thinking he can achieve everything, Jin upgrades the Executioner's Sword once more. But this time, the upgrade fails, and the Executioner's Sword is destroyed. Covered in tremendous despair, Jin sinks into his thoughts, the despair of a life thrown away. His body starts to feel heavy and his head starts spinning when suddenly he wakes up in a hospital. Initially, he is confused. The doctor nearby says he signed up for the capsule test group and ended up in the hospital because he had a seizure while playing the game's beta. At first, he still doesn't understand but feels a familiarity with the situation. The pieces start to fit together, and he realizes he has gone back in time. Were all the 15 years of life he had just a dream? He doesn't know. Lying on the floor of his house, he looks at himself in the mirror, seeing a smooth and wrinkle-free face. It was definitely not the face of a guy who ended up with alcohol and cigarettes. He tries to figure out what those 15 years he lived were, whether it was an illusion, a dream, or a nightmare. And there is only one way to know if what he lived was real or not: Deus Ex Machina, the game that turned his life upside down. At the time, there were few chances of failing while playing it. However, a friend ended up asking him to borrow a special item to stream, and she was killed in a hostile guild's hunting field. Because of that, he had to do everything to make up for the loss of the item. He fought in several high-level monster hunting fields and later borrowed money in real life. But the game's monetary values began to decline, and the game that was once easy to make money in became extremely difficult. That was when he took the Executioner's Sword to upgrade and sell it. He can't believe it was a dream and enters Deus Ex Machina. As if he were being summoned to another world, DM is simply beautiful. Furthermore, he realizes that everything he lived through was not a dream. Things are still as he remembers. He enters a dungeon and summons the inventory, taking out the tutorial sword. The first mob he has to face is a bee. With a quick attack, he thinks he easily eliminated it, but it comes back with multiple attacks against him. Remembering where the vital points are, he jumps and lands on it, stabbing the sword right into its neck, killing it instantly. He realizes his body feels much lighter upon rejuvenation. These movements would be impossible with the 35-year-old body ravaged by alcohol and cigarettes. The item he gets from the bee is one of its stingers, which has the ability to paralyze the enemy for 1 second. Using this second chance, different from the first when he started to have fun and achieved nothing, he plans to monopolize everything in this game. Items, hidden things, he will be on top of everything to truly enjoy himself. The place he is now is called the Tutorial Tower. On each floor, the difficulty increases and it is necessary to complete all floors to reach level 10 and enter the main world. However, this tower was supposed to be extremely difficult. Each bee was supposed to take at least 5 minutes to finish, but with the knowledge of weak points and his experience with the game, he completes the tower so quickly that he sets a world record. The system asks him to enter a nickname to mark his record, and the name he chooses is Addict. Going to the 10th floor, the system asks him to choose the difficulty of the monster he wants to fight. He finds it strange because he didn't remember this in his past life, but he recalls that a ranking mentions some hidden secrets in the tutorial, so this might be a privilege given to those who break records. A rank C monster is 10 times stronger than a rank D, while a rank C+ is at least 100 times stronger than a rank D. The addict obviously chooses the strongest monster to fight, aiming for the items it can drop. Rumors spread about the addict, the one who discovered a secret boss in the tutorial. Some even tried to stay near the tutorial village waiting for him to leave the tower to ambush him. Entering the boss room, a large skeletal king wearing iron armor and holding an axe waits to fight him. Jin dodges all the attacks, as he knows the boss's attack pattern. Like child's play, he defeats the skeleton and is even disappointed with the low level of the monsters. He takes the armor dropped by the boss, which is very good compared to the items people should have at this stage, and starts searching the boss room for something. Using information from his past life, he looks for a secret room with the true boss of the tower. Upon entering the 11th floor, he is almost decapitated as a giant monster starts attacking him in every possible way. Not even Jin knows how he will defeat this monstrous thing. The demon prison torturer is an S-rank monster. In his past life, several rankers had to team up to defeat it. While dodging all its attacks, Jin notices restrictions on its body. The prison torturer is not at its full strength. Chains and spikes are holding it back, slowing it down. This monster is certainly more of a giant Easter egg left by the developers than a monster for beginners to kill. Jin attacks its leg, taking almost nothing of its life, but that is not enough to shake him. Now without cameras or anyone watching, all that remains is time. For days, Jin fights, dodging all its deadly attacks while trying to deal as much damage as possible. If his stamina runs out, he can just go to the corner of the room or log out of the game, and he spends 3 months to finally finish off the monster. Jumping from level 10 to 32, he is now probably the top 1 in levels, as the highest level players should be around 25 or 26. However, what truly matters in the game are the items, and in his hand, he holds an S-rank item. The weapon that was initially possessed by the God of Panic, the top 1 of the dark ranking, is now in his hand. In terms of damage, it is a rather weak weapon, but thanks to its characteristic, it becomes one of the most broken weapons in the game. The system notifies him that he is out of the tutorial, and asks him to choose a side. 2 options appear, dragons and demons, but Jin chooses either. In this game, the draconian and demonic races fight each other, and choosing one side means you can only attack the other side. He doesn't want his fun to be cut in half. In the beginner's village, people are scared, looking at Jin. After selling all his items, he is completely naked and doesn't seem embarrassed to walk around like that. He sold the items because the monsters he will face now will be hit kills if they touch him even with armor, so he doesn't need to use them. While he is reflective, thinking about where to go, a group of players approach him. These guys saw him auctioning the armor earlier and ask where he got it. The protagonist, feeling a strange familiarity with them, realizes they are addicts like him. These guys continue to threaten him, saying they won't let him hunt if he doesn't say where he got the item. Using a very poor acting performance, he pretends he is going to give the items to them. Leading them to an isolated corner, the addict shows his true side. He already knows this type of player very well. Players who sit in the beginner zone, receiving the minimum XP to maintain level 15 and stealing items from newcomers. The group tries to attack him, but within seconds they are easily defeated. Seeing what items they have, the protagonist finds a slime essence, made after collecting the core of 100 slimes. Luckily, it is exactly the item he needs to complete his next dungeon. At the same time, the item he put up for auction is sold for 85 million gold, leaving the addict impressed. The interpolar armor is a good item, but it's not worth that price. The person who bought it must really want to be in the game's lead. In the past, all the real money he earned was put into the game, but now it will be the opposite. Exploring the forest with his new boots, the protagonist is going to find the item that belonged to a top-ranking archer. In the past, archers were a neglected profession. Even if the arrows were strong, the armors always managed to block them. However, with a special item, this archer could hunt without using arrows and still do PKs. The protagonist is not an archer, but he needs mobility as good as an archer's. While exploring the cave, he encounters a lone Oni, and when he thinks about facing it, a herd appears behind it as if they were coming out of the ground. He slips through them, making small cuts with his blade. Then he escapes into a door, being surprised by various traps, one of which falls to the ground and breaks, making him fall to the boss. The dungeon boss is a red Oni, with the ability to create earthquakes just by stomping the ground. The addict dodges the earthquake, saying that if he had been hit, he would have lost 50% of his life. The battle between the two is about to begin, but the group of Onis arrives at the scene. Surrounded on all sides, this seems like the end for Jin. However, the previously hit Onis start dying one by one, thanks to his knife's effect, slow death. It deals permanent and continuous damage, taking 0.01% of the target's life every second. One by one, they start dying until only the red Oni is left. It inflates its belly, releasing a burst of fire from its mouth. Jin dodges, and the Oni prepares another earthquake. Jin jumps at the right moment, and manages to dodge the attack again. Thanks to the boots that provide stability, he takes no damage. He makes a small cut on the Oni's leg, and 3 hours later, he manages to kill it. Now that one is down, There are 2 more C-rank monsters left in the beginner area. In the forest, he is pursued by the wet spider, almost getting hit by one of its legs. He keeps fleeing from it and lures it to a gorge, making it get attacked by another C+ rank monster. While the spider is a monster that doesn't shy away from fights, the royal snake is an extremely territorial monster. The mere encounter of these 2 beasts is enough to spark a fight that would astonish most players. And calmly, the addict manages to eliminate 2 monsters at once. He puts the 2 C+ rank items he obtained up for auction, making people fight to buy them. Jin, now with piles of money in his room, reflects that he was also like this, living off the crumbs left by professionals, but this time it will be different. He will be one of the game's pioneers. After a while, he receives a call from his uncle, who treats him in the worst possible way. After his parents died, it was his jerk uncle who took him in, and all he did was take his father's inheritance and yell at Jin. Now that there is nothing more to do in the initial area, he plans to attack a desert dungeon. The dungeon normally couldn't be accessed by a solo player, but he knows a secret method to enter. Sacrificing the llama, the ground starts to tremble, and a giant monster emerges from the earth. The sandworm starts chasing the protagonist, who runs towards the pyramid, dodging its attack at the last second. The attack is so powerful that it creates a hole in the pyramid, allowing him to enter the dungeon secretly. He heads towards the boss room but encounters 2 players leaving the room, and he recognizes them instantly. A tremendous rage fills his body as he sees Yo-Dahi and her brother. Because of these 2, his past life was a living hell, but this time he will put his feelings aside and focus on what truly matters: payback. They enter the boss hall, which awakens upon sensing the male presence in the room. When the siblings look back, searching for the protagonist, he has disappeared, leaving them alone to fight the boss. As they try to escape the room, they find the doorknob broken, trapping them inside. With no other option but to fight the boss, they prepare themselves. The boss hits them with several attacks, which are blocked by the brother's shield, and Dahi takes the opportunity to strike back. Coordinating their efforts, they manage to lower the boss's HP significantly. The protagonist, hidden and watching everything, prepares for his entry. The fight against the boss continues. It becomes much faster and stronger over time, even managing to break the shield with a single attack. Dahi lands a blow that isn't enough to kill it, and just as she is about to be hit, the protagonist arrives to finish off the boss. The siblings are furious that he landed the final hit. He nonchalantly says that thanks to him, they managed to kill the boss. The message of the boss's defeat appears along with another message stating that the group meets the requirements for the secret mission. Dahi feels a severe headache and hears a voice asking to take over her body. She is possessed by the dungeon boss, the condition for entering the dungeon being at least 2 people, one of whom must be a woman. Queen Rhodesia is reborn and kills the brother, but still needs to finish off one more person. The addict, who had been hiding until then, steps out to face her. He dodges all her attacks, getting close enough to cut her as if he had done this raid millions of times, humiliating the boss. She uses her final attack, a rain of lightning bolts, but he dodges them effortlessly, like a dance. Approaching her and landing multiple attacks, her HP drops significantly. She begs for mercy, claiming her body is no longer possessed, but the protagonist, indifferent, kills her regardless. He completes the dungeon, earning the bronze sword of an ancient civilization. Besides collecting the items dropped by the boss, he also gathers the items that fell from the players. Dahi's ghost tries to stop him from taking her items, but he ignores her and continues collecting. She asks who he is, and answering both her and the system, he says, addict. Upon exiting the game, Jin, who recorded the entire raid, decides to edit it, censoring his face, and post it on YouTube. It works so well that during the night, he receives a flood of notifications. At the siblings' house, because of the penalty preventing them from entering the game for a while, they are deeply irritated with the addict. Dahi's face, now all over the internet, ruins her plan of appearing as a mysterious and delicate girl, even earning her the title of beautiful boss. She plans to leverage the fame to make money. We also learn that they are already involved in loan sharking, and people who can't pay are put into DM capsules to earn money in the game. A professional group of players watches the video of the addict's B+ rank raid and is astonished by his performance. The team leader asks to contact the addict, though he is also worried that the addict is already being bombarded with other offers. They send the message anyway, which is promptly answered, but without specifying what he will do. Meanwhile, one of the professional players closely examines the footage, seeing that the addict is several steps ahead of him. Returning to the game, the addict finds himself on the floating island, which looks like a sewer with various worms crawling around. The video he posted not only received many views but also ended up trending on the main page. Perhaps the protagonist overestimated the current rankers. To someone who has played for 15 years, what he did was simple. He defeats the monsters until he reaches a stone statue that communicates with him. It makes a request, but he refuses. It insists, but he continues to refuse. Until a secret mission is discovered, he wants the addict to kill the person who cursed him under those conditions, the weeping Galatea. He found this out thanks to a ranker called God of Combat, who mentioned it in an interview. Heading to the mission location, his boat is attacked by Dahi, but she is not alone. She has managed to gather a small group of people who hate the addict, planning to attack him all together. The addict realizes they are not there just to vent their frustration by killing him. When everyone attacks simultaneously, he disappears, leaving only his cape behind. Atop a beam like a god, he invites those people to join the secret raid. The group is hesitant, but he convinces them by saying he has secret information about dungeons, quests, and that they could become pioneers of DM. The group is formed by the Lone Shark siblings, the 3 beautiful musketeers, and some NPCs. Among them, the standout is Ma Taekong, the future god of combat. As a big fan, he is excited to raid with him but questions why he wants to kill him. In a jungle, they kill some insects while searching for the secret dungeon. The addict is questioned by Dahi about how he knows so much about the game. They arrive at what looks like a circus in the middle of the forest. Upon entering, they are attacked by puppet monsters and clowns. He uses his boots, now enhanced with the red Oni's foot leather, capable of causing large-scale earthquakes. Clown and puppet-type monsters take twice as much damage from earthquakes, and because they have the minion attribute, the damage is quadrupled when the stage is destroyed. In other words, a slap from him deals 4 times the damage. He continues to massacre the monsters practically alone, leaving both the god of combat and one of the musketeer sisters impressed with his skills. The NPCs, who did nothing, start complaining that the protagonist is killing the monsters alone to keep the items. Since they are a group, they should share the rewards, making everyone in the group impressed by their cheek. The protagonist, with all his inner kindness, automatically agrees with them, leaving Dahi suspicious of his actions. They enter a hall where a statue covers its face with its hands in the middle. When no one is looking at it, a message saying the boss has appeared pops up on the screen, along with the elimination of one person from the group. People are frightened, looking at the body, trying to understand what happened. 2 more people are instantly killed. Dahi notices blood on the statue's hands and realizes it is the boss of the hall, the weeping Galatea. This boss is inspired by the British series Doctor Who, moving only when no one is looking at it. When someone looks at it, it turns to stone, impossible to kill. The sisters launch a barrage of attacks, but nothing happens to the stone. Everyone is desperate, wondering how they will kill it, and turn to the addict. The addict says there are 2 ways to finish that dungeon. The first is by dying, and the second is by defeating the boss. He says he can defeat the boss alone and brought them there only because they are useful, charging them 100 million gold. Dahi's brother attacks him. Pretending to be scared, he closes his eyes, making Galatea kill him instantly. They are hesitant to give the addict the money, fearing he will disappear. As a solution, he tells them to deposit the money into the DM system, as it acts like a bank where no one can touch the money until the mission is completed. Additionally, he says they can take the reward that Galatea drops. Since she is a B+ rank monster, the drop will be B+ rank. This grabs their attention, as it will put them far ahead of where they are now. Such a tempting offer makes them accept the proposal. Everyone sends 100 million gold, making the addict very happy since the initial goal was 100 million in total. Impressed by their determination to become pioneers, he sets off to face Galatea. In his past life, the mission to defeat Galatea took 5 years, long considered one of the hardest bosses. The addict tells everyone to close their eyes. Using a simple shield reflection, he can see Galatea's attacks, skillfully dodging and even managing to hit her. Galatea, now having removed her hands from her face, shows a terrifying form. Before she can land an attack, he tells everyone to open their eyes. Due to her nature, every time she stops, her attack pattern resets. He tells everyone to close their eyes again. The people listening to the battle are nervous and curious about what is happening. The fierce battle between the 2 continues. Dahi considers whether to look at her and hinder the addict, but before she can make any move, the raid completion notification appears. The boss in front of them starts to crumble, and the addict raises his hand victoriously. The money drops into the account, and Dahi finds it strange that no reward was given. She immediately recalls the incident with the queen. Notifications say that the body sealed inside the statue has just awakened, and the real boss emerges. With a black flame covering its body, people look at her again, hoping this will stop her movements. However, the opposite happens. They are petrified, except for the addict, who closed his eyes. Knowing Medusa's movement pattern, he uses his shield to fight her, but he is attacked by a team member. The god of combat, who realized what was happening and didn't look at Medusa, remains intact and attacks him. While everyone else is either greedy, amazed, or scared of the new boss, he is the only one analyzing the addict closely. This makes him a bit happy, if not for the barrage of attacks he's about to face. The god of combat advances on the addict again, who uses his shield to block the blows, but the already damaged shield forces him to retreat. The god of combat confirms his suspicions. The addict was weak against other players. The addict assesses his equipment and realizes it's the same gear he used in the past. He knows this because he was a huge fan of the god of combat, watching his fights and mimicking his martial style. As if predicting all his moves, with a disturbing smile on his face, he manages to stab him with his knife. But before falling, the king of combat strikes his bronze shield, finally breaking it. With determination to be the first to finish this raid, the only thing the addict can do is think of another plan to defeat Medusa. He starts a live stream and begins narrating his situation like a YouTube tutorial. After defeating the Weeping Galatea, he will face Medusa. With his eyes closed, he memorizes her location to attack her. After dealing enough damage, she summons Jormungand. It may seem desperate due to its size, but its attack pattern is quite simple: a tail whip, a body sweep, and then a headbutt. To defeat it, you must be patient and use continuous attacks, then just go for the boss. Due to her low HP, she will try to use her passive ability, Mana Burn. Originally, he would use the shield, but since it's broken, he improvises with the bronze sword he earned in his previous raid. The nameless queen who dropped this item holds a huge grudge against the descendants of dragons and demons. This dagger, with its counterattack attribute, deals 100 times the damage to dragon-type monsters. Medusa, theoretically a serpent, is considered a descendant of dragons. Moreover, Medusa is a dark type, which is weak to bronze, so this attack will deal 4 times the damage. With just one hit, the attack that was initially 80 rises to approximately 32,000. Almost being petrified, the addict manages to land a blow that decapitates Medusa, completing the raid and gracefully ending the live explanation. He earns a ring capable of summoning Jormungand and a piece of the Weeping Galatea. He sits on the ground facing Medusa's head, and after nearly 3 hours, he begins to converse with the severed head. Still with her eyes closed, she responds to the addict. Originally, she was a human who fell in love with a black dragon and had a child. This child, now alone, was sealed by its father. Her request is to kill the child and send it to the underworld along with her. In her final moments, the addict says he wouldn't kill a child, and with a gentle smile, she dies. The continuation of the secret quest is discovered. This quest that began with the bronze golem, extending to the nameless queen, the Weeping Galatea, and finally Medusa. The rank of the monsters he must face increases gradually, and we can imagine that the last monster he will fight will be an S rank. Accepting the quest, he receives a key. He doesn't know what it's for, and the description isn't very detailed either. After a long night's sleep and being awakened by a cockroach staring at him, he decides it might be better to move soon. After receiving his YouTube payment, he ends up talking to some employees of streaming companies. It seems he's becoming so famous that they want to sign partnership contracts with him, but in most cases, these contracts are scams. After choosing a house, Jin walks calmly down the street when a monitor falls right in front of him. He thinks about complaining, then a scream comes from the window, so terrifying that he decides to keep quiet and continue on his way. The person who threw the monitor was Dahi, who is out of control with rage because he gained views at her expense. Even though the video was sponsored, it is still at the top of the trending category, and even people who have no connection to DM are watching the video. Their employee says he became a fan of Dahi and even joined her guild. Asking her brother, she finds out that her guild now has more than 300 members, giving her hope of getting revenge on the addict. He is exploring a dungeon and encounters all the monsters already dead, finding only a blue Oni with several arrows stuck in its body. The Oni tries to use an earthquake, but the addict, who also has this ability, cancels the effect, making a small cut on its body right after. 3 hours later, the Oni dies, and he searches for the person responsible for clearing that dungeon. Entering a door, he is hit by an explosion, finding an A-rank monster fighting an archer. Watching the combat, the addict remembers who this archer is, Drake Kaith. Top-ranking professionals are listed in many other lists besides the official ones, and Drake has maintained the top spot in PK rankings and was even considered the world's #1. He became very popular, earning the title 1 in 7 billion, but suddenly disappeared from the game. Drake is cornered, but as if he had planned this, he dodges the Gorgon's attack, making it fall into a pit with blades on the floor. The addict is impressed by his ability to set such a trap in such a short time, showing why he was considered the top one. He attacks the Gorgon's eye, finishing it off. But in a moment of carelessness, the Gorgon snake launches a surprise attack that is easily stopped by Jormungand. The addict approaches, and Drake asks if the snake is his summon and thanks him for saving him. He says he will repay the addict's help doubly, which excites the addict since the top 1 PK promised to save his life twice. He says he will need to use one of those times right now. In this dungeon, there is a secret passage called the Den of the Depraved. Drake doesn't understand much since this was supposed to be the last floor, but the addict leads him to some ruins forming a sort of altar, finding a lock that perfectly fits the key he got from defeating Medusa, unlocking a secret passage leading to the hidden floor. The monster there is Medusa's son, the basilisk. Seeing the basilisk atop the hole, Drake shoots some arrows, but the damage is reflected back at him. The depraved nature of the basilisk allows it to reflect 90% of the damage it takes. The basilisk, now detecting them, releases a strong poison beam upwards. Even though they manage to dodge it, they still take damage just from exposure to the poison. While Drake is hesitant to fight, the addict jumps into the basilisk's hole and summons Jormungand, using it like a surfboard. Jormungand's poison resistance goes beyond imagination, easily dodging its poison beams. The problem now is penetrating its thick armor. The addict is almost hit by an attack but is saved by Drake. He uses his dagger to make a small cut on the basilisk, activating continuous damage. Drake says that even using Jormungand, they won't last long due to poison exposure, and the addict agrees, saying they should get out. While the basilisk releases a barrage of attacks on them, Drake thinks they will have to leave the dungeon and come back later, but the addict is determined to kill the basilisk. It takes about 2.5 hours to reach the first floor, and after approximately 3 hours of continuous damage from his blade, the basilisk dies. Like a bet in a deadly game, they begin ascending the dungeon floors. The protagonist, who can distinguish which attack the basilisk will use just by the sound it emits, helps them dodge all the attacks. Reaching the first floor of the dungeon, the addict looks for something. He crosses 2 pillars, and when the basilisk gets close enough, a blue Oni is summoned. The Oni, an extremely territorial monster, charges at the basilisk like a Pokemon summoned by its master. The fusion of an item is completed at that moment, and the Oni attacks the basilisk. However, against its overwhelming strength, the Oni is killed instantly, buying only a few seconds of advantage for the protagonist. They manage to escape a bit further but are cornered by the basilisk. Drake loses hope, saying this is as far as they can go. The addict, who had a trick up his sleeve, equips a secret item using both the red and blue Onis, boots capable of using the earthquake attribute with much more power than his old ones. He uses the earthquake on the floor of the room, which breaks, dropping the basilisk to the floor below. The Den of the Depraved is originally a deep pit with a lot of space between each floor. The basilisk, falling to the lower floor, takes enough damage to break the next floor, falling all the way to the bottom of the dungeon. With this and the damage from his blade, it should be enough to kill it, but for precaution, he still uses Jormungand to throw rocks at the basilisk. Thus, he manages to complete the secret mission, earning armor, one of the 3 items he plans to acquire. Talking with Drake, he learns that an important guild has placed a bounty on his head. The addict gets irritated, saying the accusations against him are false. So, he devises a plan to eliminate those who want to kill him. In a distant desert, groups of players gather to hunt the addict. They fight among themselves but are stopped by Dahi, who reminds them of their objective. Like an idol convincing her fans to do what she wants, she incites hatred against the addict. Almost 500 people have gathered for this hunt, many of them because a Chinese leader also placed a bounty on the addict's head. They managed to find the addict's location thanks to Drake, who followed him and gathered information. Drake, already famous for PK, makes Dahi confident that this time they will catch the addict. The next day, they are all prepared. When the addict logs into the game, a rain of attacks is launched at him. However, when the smoke dissipates, they only see a giant poop that quickly disappears, leaving only a llama. The blood of the llama attracts a desert monster that causes an earthquake, terrifying everyone. The addict finally appears, saying this is his gift for them, and with just one sweep, the monster takes out several players. The previous day, Drake told him that he had collected all the bounties and spread the word that he would appear at the designated location. He is somewhat apprehensive about how the addict will defeat so many people, especially since the number increased due to the high bounty placed by the Chinese leader. The leader's name is Youngshi. The addict says that Young means him, and the other means not saying, so if asked his name, he would say, not saying. Using this pun, the addict intentionally attracted as many players as possible, who are now being massacred by the sandworm. While the players are in total panic, Dahi leads them, giving battle orders to everyone, and the raid to hunt an A+ rank monster begins. Bombarded with attacks, the creature starts to retreat. Now that news of the A+ rank monster has spread, more people head to the area. However, they did not count on Drake, who from a long distance, shoots arrows, massacring the players in the group. The addict uses the situation to strike the sandworm with his dagger, waiting until the monster is finally killed. After some time, when the group manages to defeat it, the addict appears to steal the sandworm's reward. Dahi attacks him with her sword, but the black skin now covering his body reflects all the damage back to her. Now that all contributors to the Sandworm raid are dead, he becomes the sole contributor, earning a cape made from its skin. The cape has the tenacious ability, acting as a lifesaver. If at full HP and taking damage over 10,000, instead of dying, he survives with 1 HP. A group of players, outraged that he stole the items, tries to end him. However, using the cape, which has a dirty play attribute, he camouflages himself in the desert to escape. At school, Ma Taekang, who is still a student, notices that the addict is becoming very famous. While thinking about how to earn money to help his sister, he finds a flyer for an amateur DM championship with a reward of 1 billion won. Jin, who went to visit his family's house, observes them discussing how they will divide the inheritance of the deceased father. His uncle, during his life, always pressured him to go to college and get a job, comparing him to his supposedly successful cousins. He calls Jin a bum who only knows how to play games, but this doesn't affect him, probably because he has heard it so much in his past life. The family members are trying to discuss how to divide the inheritance, and are a bit confused by the complicated paperwork. Jin, as if he mastered the subject, explains step by step what they need to do to solve the problem, leaving everyone impressed, except for his uncle, who continues to just shout at him. In reality, he learned all this in his past life while his uncle shouted at him. Soon after, his cousins tried to irritate him, saying he wouldn't be able to get into college and would have no future. This family sees studying in college as the only way to be successful in life, putting pressure on the children from a very young age. However, the result of this, in a few years, is the older brother becoming an alcoholic and another failing in his business, using up all the uncle's money. But he didn't come back to this life to let the same things happen again. They hear a noise outside, and when they go to look, there's a truck that Jin had called. From it comes a Porsche, leaving everyone impressed. He says he has some matters to attend to and leaves. The children, who were scared using Jin as an example, now see him as a role model. Inside the car, he says that it is finally starting. The clandestine event Toto League is about to begin. Introducing the fighters, we see a skinny man with large armor on his body as his opponent, using a false name, Ma Taekang, the god of combat. The first fight begins, Mateos vs PK Joe. The audience watches attentively, using temporary avatars to hide their identities. PK Joe makes the first move, charging at Mateos. Unable to react, he is stopped with a punch. Confused, he continues his attacks without result. The god of combat punches his ribs, and then hooks his chin. A few minutes after the fight starts, Taekang emerges victorious. The audience, who preferred to bet on the Japanese, is extremely irritated by the loss of money. The next fight begins, but the opponent facing the god of combat is the addict, or rather, a fake addict. From his height, the god of combat can tell this is not the real addict, charging at him and landing several blows. Wearing equipment that doesn't match his physique, the fight becomes one-sided, and the god of combat beats the fake addict. He charges his gloves but feels annoyed hearing the judge belittling the addict, landing a punch so strong that it destroys his mask. Now with his identity revealed, the man posing as the addict is the top 3 in the Chinese ranking, Koz. No longer needing to hide, Koz uses his true equipment. The god of combat charges at him, landing several blows on his body but to no avail. As if fighting a completely different enemy, he struggles to battle against him. Trying to gain distance, he continues being attacked from all sides. With no choice and his HP almost 0, the god of combat gives up the fight. Leaving the arena, reflecting on his defeat, a mysterious man in red armor catches his attention. He asks why he went easy on his opponent, and before leaving, tells him to bet everything on him. The confidence he exudes makes Taekang realize that the man is the addict. His fight begins, using the name Madongwang. The addict prepares an attack that makes the ground tremble. In an instant, he appears in front of Koz, with a completely different voice, holding his head. His videos have generated a lot of money, but even with sponsorships and revenue, it's far from enough. He finds the flyer for the Toto League, the first illegal private tournament. Remembering the rankers of that time, knowing their skills and weaknesses, he is almost certain he can win. With his knowledge, he predicts the outcomes of the battles, always betting on the winner, and his wealth has grown enormously in a short time. Returning to the fight, Madongwang is having a one-sided victory over Koz. Now using gauntlets that cause earthquakes, he repeatedly attacks Koz. His opponent thinks about closing the distance, but in his other hand, he uses a vortex ability, causing his opponent to fall. Madongwang. This was not a name he created randomly. While thinking of a style to copy, he remembers the man who appeared in the league as a symbol of the meta. Madongwang was one of the top rankers in Korea, but after his debut, he was completely forgotten due to the match-fixing scandal, which caused the professional league significant losses. Since his actions will greatly impact the league and the fans anyway, the addict intends to use them now to become a symbol for professional players. Kobe, who was so confident, begins to feel genuine fear of Madong being finished off in just a few moments. The judges and the audience are astonished by his overwhelming power. A new figure has just made his debut in the league. A few days later, for the first time, we see the addict desperately facing a monster, as if he is in a hopeless situation. A week earlier, in a cafe in the Gangnam district, a young woman with pink hair waits for someone. This girl is the program director of the LGB broadcast station. She managed to contact the addict and invited him for a conversation. He arrives still hiding his face, wearing a mask, glasses, and a cap. She stares at him for a while, as it's the first time she sees him dressed like this. The girl, who for now seems just a novice in the TV program, will transform into the director of one of the largest virtual broadcast stations. If he can make a deal with her, it will benefit him greatly in the near future. He will do a broadcast for their TV channel, challenging the Tomb of the Brave. This dungeon is a 108-floor tower, with each floor becoming more difficult. Besides being the most famous content of DM, it has turned into fierce competition among world rankers. For now, the first place in the solo ranking is held by France, the United States, and Korea, reaching only up to the 45th floor. If the broadcast goes well, LGB has a great chance to go viral. In the game, he is filmed by Yang in the form of a light ghost. The Tomb of the Brave is really a tough place to complete, its final floor being ranked S+. Even in 15 years, it hasn't been fully completed. But this time, he's not there to break ranks. He's there to find clues to the last of the 3 artifacts he's looking for. Inside the tower, the addict fights against a worthy opponent, so strong that it makes him want to give up. Only his motivation to surpass the rankers keeps him standing. After a few hours of fighting, he finally defeats the Queen of Slimes, the boss of the first floor. When asked about facing just a slime, he says the Queen of Slimes is one of the bosses with the longest reach in DM, and there's no strategy to dodge her attack. Now that the relatively complicated monster has been defeated, the rest will be easier. He climbs up to the 46th floor of the Tomb of the Brave at a frightening pace, facing Kaidamaru. He uses poison from his blood as a trap to injure the monster. One of Kaidamaru's attributes is stealth, and his habit of hanging upside down like a bat allows him to kill most players who don't expect the attack. However, the protagonist can detect him by his characteristic smell, dodging his attack. He launches a fireball at the addict, who shields himself using Jormungand. Using his speed, he finishes the boss in a few minutes. Yang is excited by the addict's feats, breaking the world record. The item that drops from Kaidamaru is in essence used to fuse with the Oni's earthquake boots. By breaking the world record and teaching the audience how to fuse essences, it's guaranteed that the stream's viewership will be high. But this isn't the end. Reaching the 47th floor, the boss waiting for him is a succubus. The moment he encounters her, the addict feels fear. She launches a barrage of blows in his direction, which he barely manages to dodge. One of the succubus's abilities is Make Your Choice, which determines whether her attack type will be physical or magical. Unfortunately, this succubus is of the physical type. If she were magical, he could use Jormungand, which has magic resistance. But now facing her one-on-one, he doesn't know how long he will last. Betting everything, he exposes his chest for her to strike, activating his ability and reflecting the attack back to her, but it doesn't work. As a very strong and very fast monster, her defense is low, so the addict begins to slow her down. Throwing a suggestive slime at her, the succubus attacks again but with more rage. He continues to dodge the attacks until the item he was preparing finishes fusing. The leather boots, now much stronger, can use the attribute Blazing Steps. This ability sets the ground on fire wherever he steps, turning the entire area around him into lava, concentrating all this immense attack solely on the succubus. It's truly an incredible item that Ma Dongwang used in the past. After completing the 47th floor, he decides to stop there. Cut to Dahi, who has started doing live streams in a very forced manner since, thanks to her last encounter, she lost all her money. Now, she has to do these forced live streams to try to earn something. The only thing she can do to vent her anger is report the addict's videos and write spam. She lies down to watch her favorite TV show, The Last Days, but is surprised by the news that the addict is part of the show, making her furious again. Back at the cafe where they initially met, she mentions that she received a notification for nudity. She knew this could happen since she was filming a guy who walks around naked, but it was still worth it since the viewership exceeded expectations. The reason the addict stopped at the 47th floor is that the Tomb of the Brave is a great source of content, and it would be a waste to use it all at once. After completing the raid, he went to the enhancement center with the sword he got from the boss. Like the first time he enhanced a sword, he manages to enhance it several times until it reaches +9. He remembers the time he was desperate, which was the last thing he did before regressing. So, with a smile on his face, he enhances the sword once more, breaking it. He looks at the camera with a "it happens" expression, the shock of which is so great that Yang faints, thinking it was a waste to break such a good sword. However, this was the addict's plan. Something discovered much later, the White Tiger sword is actually a low-performance weapon for its level, but its true value is revealed when it is destroyed during enhancement. He receives 2 recruitment emails. Initially, he thinks it's a mistake, but in reality, the emails were sent to both his original account, The Addict, and his fake account, Madongwei. The same professional gaming team that tried to recruit the addict sends a message to Madong, seeing his insane potential and unique style, practically a blockbuster formula. The professional Lim Joseph is skeptical, thinking that Madong isn't that good. He says that Madong has already tasted the money of the underworld, and even if he joined the best professional league in the world, he wouldn't make as much money as there. But the director says that the illegal tournaments are already being shut down, and this is the best time to reel him in. While they are discussing, Madong sends a response, and the director faints with excitement. The protagonist can't believe they tried to recruit someone who participated in the Total League, especially his secondary account. Despite several recruitment attempts after the Nameless Queen raid, the money offered was paltry, and the rules were very restrictive, so he hadn't joined any team until now. But now it's time to try to get the government to be more active in sponsoring esports. He will make his debut as a professional player using Madongwei. At the K1 branch, the director happily welcomes Madong, who introduces himself wearing a mask that modulates his voice and covers practically his entire face. Joseph, already disliking him, starts complaining about his tardiness, and again ends up arguing with the director. This scene he is witnessing firsthand is something he remembers very well because they did this publicly in the past. However, he can't be swayed by sentiment. He has to maintain a tough stance. He arrogantly responds to Joseph, putting the whole team on alert against him. He says that to join the team, he will need to pass the test and even offers the newcomer, the God of Combat, the first chance to apply, but he obviously refuses. The protagonist says he doesn't want to fight them one-on-one, and tells them all to come at him at once. In the game, they prepare for the fight. Madong equips the Pickaxe Mask, which has a serial killer ability that converts PK karma points into strength points. In the game, Korea's top rankers think it's going to be a massacre. Even the protagonist thinks he's facing an impressive team. The top 1, 5, 7, and 9 of Korea are going to fight him simultaneously. However, the result of the battle has already been decided. Outside, the director and Tae-kong watch the fight. The director asks why he didn't want to participate, and he says he wasn't in the mood. The group's healer is the first to attack. Even as a healer, he can still participate in battles. He uses a whip sword to strike at Madong, who repels the damage by causing an earthquake on the ground. The healer, who jumps to avoid the earthquake attack, is caught in midair and eliminated shortly after. The rankers watching don't understand what just happened. The God of Combat, observing from outside, realizes what he did, redirecting the power of the boots to the ground, which launched him into the air. Next to attack is Byung, using his stealth ability to deliver quick strikes that Madong easily dodges. His teammate intervenes using his shield to block the attack. Madong is paralyzed due to the shield's effects while the mage prepares a spell. He uses his gauntlet on the ground again. This time, they prepare, expecting Madong's advance, but upon seeing the ground boiling, they realize their movements are reduced. Madong resumes attacking the group, eliminating the mage first. They try to escape, but Madong uses the vortex, eliminating the group's assassin. The last survivor, Joseph, charges at Madong with his 2 shields. The protagonist nonchalantly dodges all his attacks. Joseph has stopped considering this a test and is fighting out of pride. Madong decides to go all out. With just one blow from his left arm, he knocks the shield out of Joseph's hand and lands several hits on him. Everyone outside witnesses this massacre, seeing Korea's best players being crushed by a single person. Heading to the Castle of Malice, the addict is searching for the last artifact. The castle is a dungeon infested with zombies, but they don't need to face them all. In the heart of the castle, there is a secret passage leading directly to the boss. As they follow the path, they hear someone screaming for help. Drake promptly tries to rescue, but the addict stops him. When the screams stop, the addict tells them to run inside the castle, saying if they are NPCs, they can help later, and if they are players, they are attracting the enemy's attention. Deeper into the dungeon, they find Camila, the gossip. Killing her, her ghost appears and explains her story. For spreading gossip, the emperor made her tear a pillow and let the feathers scatter, then collect them again. She couldn't gather all of them and was killed. A new quest is given: obtain all the white feathers. Looking around the room, Drake notices it's full of feathers. He asks if they'll need a vacuum cleaner item to collect them all. The addict picks up some feathers with his hand and uses the attribute of his boots to burn all the surrounding feathers, leaving only the ones he collected. Completing the quest, a black pillow falls. This pillow was used to recount the bad gossip. The addict tears the pillow, and black feathers fly into the sky, turning night into day. The reason for this is that the secret door only opens at night, but at night the zombies become much stronger, making it much harder to reach. With this tactic that makes everything more convenient, a hole in the wall appears, along with Dahi, being followed by a horde of zombies. He jumps into the hole with Drake, and Dahi follows. Before joining them, Dahi was live streaming for her followers in the Castle of Malice, pretending to be scared of the zombies. She creates content like a beautiful woman trying to escape from monsters. But turning off the live stream, she easily eliminates the zombies and hears a noise coming from the back door. Dirtying herself a bit, she starts the live stream again, saying she barely escaped the horde and asks for donations. She notices the sky darkening and a notification. Night has fallen, and the dead have risen. Now much stronger and angrier, they chase Dahi, who this time runs in genuine fear. She hears the addict's voice and heads towards him. They fall into a blood sewer, and she starts to argue with the addict, saying it's his fault she's there. He tells her to wait, saying this isn't the right place. A dark corridor full of dangers awaits them. Ahead, a pale man with scars is fighting what seems to be a scarecrow. They continue forward, fighting some zombies. Dahi takes advantage of the situation and tries to attack the addict. They start fighting again, and she even considers killing the addict and escaping, but knows where she is. And with Drake there, it's an impossible mission. Without confidence that she could defeat two unofficial rankers, she tries to form a party with the addict, but he rejects her. She continues trying to get him to accept the party, and he says he'll only accept if she gives him the axe. They keep walking down the corridor, with the addict pointing out the location of each trap. Dahi even asks if he's a GM since he knows all this information, but he responds that if he were a GM, he'd be swimming in money. In truth, even in his past life, he never died once on this map, thanks to using the information from other players who died before him. Maybe because of this obsession, he was able to reincarnate. You could say he's obsessed, a stagnant water in the same place for 15 years. This is why he's the best option to fix this rotten sewer. Reaching the end of the tunnel, they see a man fighting the boss, Jack-o'-lantern. He is pale and covered in scars but very skilled in combat. The addict, with a serious voice, says they need to kill him. Dahi thinks he wants to kill the boss and steal the items, but actually, who they need to kill is the most abominable player and a terrible serial killer, Zodiac Bundyvale. His kill count was in the hundreds. Most of these deaths were due to online conflicts, someone closer to being a monster than a player. And this person is right before their eyes hunting his prey. Jack, an A-rank monster with 1.5 million HP, is now critically low on health. This man alone managed this. When he's about to deliver the final blow to Jack, he is hit by 2 arrows in the shoulder, but Drake finds his reaction strange and is immediately attacked by Zodiac. They exchange several blows, and Drake realizes that the addict's advice was correct. The best way to fight him is by avoiding close-range attacks. Normal people would usually be intimidated when something hits them, even in a game with pain suppression. It's hard to ignore these reflexes, but that doesn't work with Zodiac. When an arrow is shot at him, he faces it without even blinking. This is due to a syndrome, a disease that causes an inability to feel pain. Because of this, he fears nothing and is extremely precise in his movements. Knowing that close combat would be more dangerous, Drake feels even more determined to fight up close. An intense battle ensues between the two, with blows from all sides. Watching from the outside, most people would think Drake is on the losing side because of his appearance. But he's not the top PK for nothing. Observing for a while, the addict discovers that he loves PvP more than anyone. Drake gets paralyzed due to Zodiac's weapons, giving him enough time to almost be finished, but the addict arrives before Zodiac can land the attack. He uses his boot's ability to throw Zodiac away. Impressively, Zodiac survives and fights the addict. He tries to use dismemberment again, but the addict strikes his weapon first. Zodiac tries to kick him but has the damage reflected back to him. With low HP, he finds himself cornered. To get out of this situation, he calls Dahi to work together. She was already waiting for an opportunity to kill the addict and wonders whether to accept the proposal. Despite the addict warning her not to accept, she agrees. Dahi descends from where she was and prepares to attack the addict but suddenly falls to the ground. Her HP starts to deplete rapidly due to the Waduda necklace Zodiac is wearing, which distributes the damage taken to the party members, giving her 99% of the damage he has received so far. Analyzing his equipment more closely, the addict realizes they are all from the Waduda nest, the place he planned to go next. The addict knew he was one of the pioneers but didn't know he was this fast. Drake worries now that Zodiac's HP is restored, but the addict says it's not so easy to kill Dahi. Zodiac's arm starts trembling thanks to Dahi's axe, which has the regiment's responsibility attribute. It increases an ally's attack and defense, but when the user dies, the debuff is applied. There are various debuffs, and the one that hit him was sleep. Now static on the ground, Jack has enough time to rip his head off, causing Dahi to die along with him. In front of Jack, the addict tells Drake to shoot 3 arrows into his head, causing the monster to begin to awaken consciousness. The addict chooses not to fight him further, making him open a portal that takes them to the true boss of the castle. In the past, Zodiac was the first to complete this dungeon, obtaining from the boss an item that was used to terrorize all DM players. However, now, the bearer of this item will be him. They advance to the boss's hall, but before they can enter, they are stopped by the mini-boss Gorgon guarding the entrance. Drake has unfinished business with the Gorgon, and chooses to stay behind while the addict proceeds to the boss. Entering the hall, he finds the Dark King sitting on his throne, murmuring some things that the addict ignores, heading straight into combat. In the past, the Vampire King was an essential weapon in the demons' fight against the angels. When his kill count surpassed thousands, the world began to call him the Dark King. The king attacks incessantly while the addict dodges his attacks. His blows are so powerful that getting hit takes almost half of his HP. The addict uses the item given by Jack-o'-lantern, fully restoring his HP. Now prepared, he continues the combat. In the past, it took about 10 years to reach this point. He was one of the top 100 Korean rankers, and the fight against the Dark King lasted 24 hours straight, using all kinds of spells and potions, along with spectators watching the live stream. But now, he has none of that. With his body literally naked and the knowledge ingrained in his flesh after living as an addict for 15 years, the only thing he has is experience. It is said that the 3 artifacts can kill even gods: the basilisk heart, the sandworm leather, and lastly, the item the Dark King possesses. The king shoots several black energy arrows at the addict. Despite being fast, they move at the same interval, making them easy to dodge. The king uses Blood Devourer, likely because the addict pressured him too much, but something strange happens, a malicious smile as if hiding something. Using 2 special attacks simultaneously, a black energy ball forms above his head. The Black Hand, an ability that inflicts 500% of his physical damage. The sandworm's skin can protect him, but for that, his HP must be full. Using Jack's pills, he raises his life, taking the attack head-on and surviving with 1 HP. The Dark King questions why he is there, what happened to his people. The addict, who has faced him before, does not recall these lines. The Dark King he knew had already lost all sanity, intoxicated by power, doing nothing but laughing. This Dark King before him is different. Instead of a mad creature, his eyes shine with melancholic agony, not murderous intent. The king uses Blood Devourer to drain the addict's life, losing 0.01% of his maximum HP. With his life at 360, he takes 1 damage per second. In other words, he has 360 seconds to kill the boss. The addict charges, stabbing him multiple times. His weapon also inflicts 0.01 damage, and with the boss's monstrous HP, this damage reaches 545 per second. The life the king drains from the addict is nothing compared to the damage he takes. Additionally, his passive poison ability is 4 times stronger and lasts longer than usual, and his blood deals 4 times this damage when it penetrates the target's bloodstream. His poison inflicts 0.01 of the maximum HP, and since he absorbed his blood, this damage is amplified 4-fold. So, in total, he loses 2,700 HP per second, meaning this battle will end in 30 minutes. The Dark King enters a frenzy, releasing power in all directions, then focuses on the addict, unleashing several attacks on his body. His cape can protect him with its tenacious ability, but only if his life is full. Using Jack's candies, he keeps losing and regaining life. His cape, which reflects 99% of the damage to enemies far above his level, will now reflect the attack he used at 500% of its strength. Like black blades emerging from his body, all the damage he inflicted on the addict returns to him. The Dark King, who had kept some of his sanity while not fighting anyone, may have completely lost it after being killed countless times by players. Perhaps there was this hidden story in the game. The addict, who fainted, is awakened by Drake. When he looks at the Dark King, he sees him lamenting for his people, now in darkness, finally dying and being taken by the shadows. The item he drops is the Blood Devourer ring, the most terrifying of the set called Godslayer. The perfect cycle that works by draining the enemy's vitality, leaving maximum life to receive a blow, and reflecting that blow back to the enemy, starting the cycle again. Drake, who managed to get his revenge, leaves Gorgon mutilated on the ground. Besides his item, An extra reward is given to the addict, a mini box containing Solomon's necklace, an item that the Dark King guarded before his battle. Solomon was a monarch wise enough to be called the King of Wisdom. It is said that he sealed the 7 demons that plagued his lands in a copper jar, and used his power to maintain peace. If Solomon's secret item is there, it means that the Dark King was actually King Solomon. In his letter, he mentions that he lost to the demons but is cut off by the protagonist, who impatiently skips the dialogue. Jin, now at the police station for public indecency, receives a call from his manager. His debut as a professional has been scheduled. Before that, at his house, he gets a call from Manhwa from KGB, who is upset that he didn't save her contact. She called because she plans to start a new segment on her show and thinks he would like to appear as a guest. While he empties the fridge and puts everything into a blender, he says he's busy these days but will make time next month. As he makes a fitness concoction, he asks who the next guest on the show is. She replies that it's no one famous, not even debuted in the professional league yet. He bets he can guess who it is, and if he's right, she has to appear on his stream 10 times. If he's wrong, he'll appear on her stream 10 times. Confidently, Jin says the mysterious guest is Madongwang, scaring Yang. He lies to her, not revealing his identity, and even complimenting himself. After hanging up, Jin is excited that he will get Yang's participation in his streams 10 times. In the future, even with money, this will be difficult. His manager sends a message saying that the Audigy company will sponsor a big championship soon, and since his debut is already scheduled, it will likely start there. He takes off his clothes and gets into his Porsche, feeling free and unstoppable, only to be arrested for public indecency. Since he was driving inside the car, he wasn't immediately arrested but had to write a reflection letter. Always being naked in the game, wearing clothes had become uncomfortable for him. He is in a meeting with the manager, and he notices that the manager is trying to take advantage before the salary negotiation. Jin, who lived as a savvy addict and was an experienced member of society, doesn't fall for it. When the manager mentions discussing the salary, he refuses, claiming they will discuss it after the championship. After his debut, his value as a player will skyrocket, company owners will kneel before him, and the incredible promising rookie will draw all the audience. They move on to the main topic. In the next competition, there will be 10 city leagues, including Seoul and Incheon, and their biggest rival is a team called Elites. They are a team created at the same time as K1. They were sponsored by large corporations and had a substantial budget for the player group. Their leader was in first place until Joseph surpassed him. They recently recruited 3 new rankers, making the group even more intimidating. While they are planning, Jin recalls the tournament, as it was one of the hottest topics 15 years ago, and also had the highest betting prices. Finally, the championship begins. The first team to be introduced is Elites, exciting the crowd. K1, introduced afterward, leaves people who know some of the rankers there confused by the presence of 2 newcomers, Ma Tae-gang and a mysterious man wearing a mask. The Elites, watching their presentation, decide to ignore the 2 newcomers, thinking they pose no threat, focusing only on Joseph. Little do they know that ignoring the newcomers will be their biggest mistake. The first fight begins. At the protagonist's request, Tae-gang is the first to be placed. His opponent, the former top 1, underestimates him but is soon surprised by a heavy blow from Tae-gang. Even though he manages to defend, he still takes damage. As a counterattack, he uses an ability that deals 0.025 damage per second. Tae-gang shows why he holds the title of God of Combat, finishing his opponent with just 1 blow. Jin says it was a mistake to think that Tae-gang was just a checkpoint until facing Joseph. Remembering 15 years ago, when he was just one of those 1,500 spectators, he reflects on his past choices. But Jin decides to leave those useless thoughts behind and focus on the present. Standing on that stage where investors and their allies clash is enough to make his heart race. He has bet everything on these matches and is extremely excited about Tae-gang's victory. This fight made the total bets reach proportions of 7-1, meaning the protagonist won 7 times the investment value. Tae-gang continues fighting, this time facing the 11th ranked player in Korea. With the special ability to heal himself and a massive HP pool, he promises to be a tough opponent. However, 10 minutes into the combat, we see a unilateral victory for Tae-gang. When a healer heals, that healing isn't applied to themselves. Self-regenerations are done by calculating their position and the range of the healing spell. There is a slight delay of 0.1 seconds right after casting the spell. Just before this happens, if you push the healer away and stand where the healing will be cast, you can receive it. Realizing he's about to die, the healer switches places with his team's mage. She makes plants grow in the environment, draining HP just by stepping on them. But that's not the only problem. She switches with her sister, an archer who shoots multiple arrows at Tae-gang. Finding himself at a disadvantage, he sets his own feet on fire, destroying the plants and charging at the last sister, a melee combatant. The coach tries to tell Taegang to retreat, but the protagonist intervenes, saying that even if the whole team dies, nothing can kill him. Hit by cross sword strikes, Taegang, on the brink of death, still manages to land a hit. Exiting the capsule, he is showered with praise from the audience. The announcement of K1 against the elites made a big splash on the betting site. K1's defeat allowed people to win 3 times their initial bet. However, this time, with the protagonist playing as a K1 member, he will only bet on his own team. The amount won't be as high, but he already won 7 times what he invested by betting on Taegang. The matches continue, and K1 members suffer unilateral defeats. The sisters' teamwork is terrifying, making them seemingly unbeatable. The betting odds, which were 3-1, have now turned to 7-1 against them. The protagonist, seeing his money skyrocket, begins to tremble. Having bet all his money on his own team, he steps onto the battlefield. People seeing him for the first time doubt his abilities. However, the protagonist is calm. The spotlight, the audience, stepping onto the stage, it all reassures him. Finally, entering the scene, Madong Wang joins the game. The enemy team's mage starts by using her plants to hinder his movements, then unleashes a full-power lightning strike on Madong. Immediately after, all the damage is reflected back at her, leaving people baffled by the counterattack. Wearing the addict's clothes underneath, Madong easily kills the opponent and moves on to the next. The archer tries to shoot her arrows, but with a strike to the ground, Madong disappears from her sight and ends up meters away. She tries to hit him, but he dodges mid-air, finishing off another opponent. Both the audience and his coach are astonished by his performance, now seeing hope for the team. A week earlier, while discussing how to defeat the sisters, Jin confidently proposed that if he managed to kill them, he would start earning 10,000 per kill. This is practically the best treatment a professional can have, though it depends on how many tournaments he participates in a year, and how many he wins. The director said that if he managed to win, he could convince the higher-ups. Back to the present, Madong Wang faces the opposing team's healer, brutally using him to recover his HP. Lastly, as the final opponent, he faces the last sister, the strongest of them all. She charges at him, but Madong dodges her blades. Her special attack seems to cut through the air simultaneously, but knowing this is impossible, and that she is merely attacking rapidly, he manages to evade the strikes. Madong grabs her sword, throwing it away, and finishes his opponent with a ground-shattering punch. Exiting the capsule, he is inundated by the crowd shouting his name. This is just the beginning of his professional career, but he is already becoming a role model and a symbol as a player. The fight is consecrated as an AC, which is when a player has the most kills in the match or defeats all the opponents. Although Mei Taegang killed Ong Jino early on, the game is still considered basically perfect. Madong definitely played a game that lived up to his name, leaving the stadium in awe and cheering his name. The director embraces him happily, saying he never doubted him. He begs the protagonist not to abandon him and promises never to distrust him again from now on. The protagonist reflects on his victory as he wiped out everyone without mercy, while the stadium roars with his name. His celebration is modest, merely keeping his fist clenched down. The scene cuts to another location. We see a building from the outside. Someone is watching the protagonist's fight on TV. A man with a companion enters the place, saying he collected the money. He asks, "What are you doing sitting there, Monsieur Dehi?" She is startled by what she sees on the screen, barely able to sip her drink, and not even forming a simple sentence correctly. Returning to the protagonist, we see in his thoughts that he is reflecting on his opponents, starting with the famous Taegang, and then Lim Joseph, who was even more determined after losing his first fight. No team in Seoul had faced both in a match. Gok KL claimed their victory, and after gaining grand sponsors, they entered the league as the team representing the capital. The protagonist, in turn, won 49 times the amount of the initial bet using his real name, as he could not bet on himself as Madong Wang. Since Madong is not a real person, he had no issues proving his identity to claim his winnings, and after a few days post-championship, he managed to buy a sports car. He observes the city from inside the car. While driving through the city, he would normally be doing raids, but today is special for him. The protagonist is looking for land to buy as he wants to build a capsule hotel. "It's time to make real money," he says, as everything he's done so far was to earn enough to prepare for his true beginning. Now that he has raised initial capital, he plans to put into practice the real business he had in mind. With a mischievous smile, he makes others uncomfortable. He stops to look around and sees many people since it's Friday. Some crazies are fighting on one side. On the other, a loving couple is enjoying a moment together. Even a DJ is playing loud music on the street. Not feeling comfortable in this place, he thinks he has the soul of an old man. For 20 years, the protagonist spent his free time playing games, without other hobbies or talents, making social environments seem strange to him. But he doesn't regret it, as he carries an important phrase for his life. If you have something to show, you don't need to be jealous of anything. Memories of his last fight come to the fore. He stands with his armor in the battle arena, and the stadium cheers for him after winning the fights. This confirms his previous decisions, making him prefer to climb tirelessly to the top on this new journey. An exciting competition where only fighting is needed to make progress is the only moment that makes him feel alive. His thoughts are interrupted as something catches his attention. Someone in an extravagant outfit is in front of him. The protagonist recognizes her as Yu-Dahi. Quickly, he hides behind a post and remarks that only a Friday night provides a moment like this, questioning why she is so serious. He remembers that a few days ago, the girl sent a message to Madong's number, which he didn't read out of fear. He quickly checks his phone and sees the message she sent. There are many messages from her praising him, which scares him as he thinks it might be trouble. He continues looking at his phone until he notices something in front of him. The girl is on the street, saying it's hard to record videos while drunk and that the bar she was in had too many people because it was Friday and she wanted privacy. She pauses for a moment and wonders why she is still out so late. About 6 months ago, an uncomfortable situation happened at a nightclub when she was 20, making her realize she didn't like such things. This made her desire to play games full of monsters and raids grow even more. Still on the street, her desire to be gaming increases, making her consider going to a simple convenience store instead of a bar. Then she hears a noise coming from her pocket. When she looks at her pocket, she's puzzled by what she heard. She thought she had turned off message notifications because there were too many, but some contacts were still active, and upon receiving the message, she is startled. Her expression shows apparent joy. Madame Wang replied to her, asking for her help as the guild leader to kill someone in the game, a task she, according to her own words, is the only one capable of completing. The scene shifts to the city from a wide perspective. We get a better view of the environment. An expensive and luxurious car approaches. Why did he only respond now? Someone questions. Inside the car, on the passenger seat, is a luxurious coat thrown aside. We see the girl, who is in the driver's seat, unable to believe that her message was answered by a pro player. She quickly realizes that this opportunity could be seized. She concludes that leaving records of her messages online is not a good idea, so she will try to contact the player in person. Upon checking the messages again, she receives the invitation to meet outside, but asks where exactly that would be. She gets irritated, questioning whether the pro player is everywhere or at a specific place. Then she receives confirmation that the opportune moment to meet him is now, and she doesn't understand his urgency. Still, she confirms and asks where she should go. The direction of the conversation makes her think that all good players are arrogant due to their direct responses. She is extremely upset and angry with the conversation. Looking in the car's rearview mirror, she notices someone approaching, wondering if this is some sort of superpower or something like that. The mysterious person startles her as they get closer, and her reaction is one of extreme astonishment. We see that the person is the protagonist, who is outside the car, apparently admiring its exterior beauty. Who is this psycho? She asks, observing him. Some time passes, and the two are together inside the car. It seems that the girl has changed her behavior towards his company. She doesn't understand the reason for his clothing, saying it has a frightening air. He remembers that it has been months since he spent time with the he, unlike his past life when he followed her everywhere. The girl asks how he got there. On foot, he says. She concludes that he is proud and not embarrassed to be in the car with her. The protagonist says that from his point of view, she is a client, not a woman. This only makes her realize his professionalism. She asks him if he has any problem with a professional doing a PK for her. He responds no, and that he knows her opponent, the addict. He's an extremely strong player, he concludes. The girl says that he does have strong skills, despite his unpleasant personality. The protagonist says he wants to fight regardless of the girl's request. She understands his motivations as she has the same interests. She concludes that she can carry out the fight, and that it will also be a major event, earning them a lot of money and recognition. The protagonist realizes her intentions, saying that the idea of the fight is really good, recognizing her talents for the task. She responds that she will assemble a team for her guild's commentating session to further promote the event, all for free. Considering the scale of the event, her advantage will be significant, planning to deliver everything without causing a scandal, which startles the protagonist. I know what you're thinking, she says. It makes sense to be suspicious, but I'm serious. I want to defeat him just as much as you do, no matter what. Furious, she says that the addict keeps her awake at night, and made her lose a large amount of money, as well as all the stress and fear of encountering him again in the game. Her anger is palpable, wishing for the addict to be banned from the game forever and wanting to play again without him interfering, at least once. The protagonist thinks that if someone heard this, they might think he is stalking her. Although he has defeated her in the game several times, this is because she has obstructed his journey. All he did was act according to his plans, so her losses were caused by her own actions. He thinks that what happened in his past life was his fault, and that he intends to take full responsibility. The girl calms down from her nervous state and apologizes. The protagonist accepts and agrees that she has the right to be angry. She says she wants revenge but is not good enough for it in the game. In real life, she could manage but doesn't know his address, settling for hating his videos. The protagonist knows well the extent of her hatred, but she apologizes for showing her aggressive side the first time they meet, though he just wants her to pay him well. The girl feels relieved as she can finally share everything she's been feeling, thanking the protagonist for listening to her. She takes advantage of the situation and is about to make another proposal to him. She asks if he is interested in acting on behalf of her guild in the PK. She waits anxiously by his side for his response. The protagonist had anticipated something like this, and if he joins the U's guild, they could all gain popularity and power simultaneously. He concludes that his area effect skills would be effective in guild wars, a benefit equivalent to the price the girl paid for him to join. He tells the girl that he doesn't like groups, but she retorts that it doesn't depend on who is in the group. Asking this, she tries to move her hand closer to the protagonist, asking what he has to say. Making an invitation for them to eat instant noodles and talk elsewhere, she brings her face closer to his. He realizes what is happening and simply looks at her seriously. He asks if she really mentioned instant noodles. She is confused by what he said. He then lists all the negatives of instant noodles, making it clear that he doesn't like them at all because a player's diet is important for them to live longer. After concluding his lecture on how bad instant noodles are, he thinks that Yudehi is 20 years old and that her 15-year-old version was nothing attractive. He then says goodbye and ends the conversation. As he grabs a bag from the car, he concludes that the 35-year-old girl was much more attractive, whom he liked more, and that her younger version is very innocent. Her personality and temperament seem more like that of a younger sister, as she opens the car's trash disposal compartment. The girl seems displeased with his reaction. She immediately jumps in his direction, asking what he is doing and saying that she will handle the trash disposal herself. Holding all the trash in his hands, he is surprised by her reaction. 10 years ago, he remembers being in the passenger seat just like now, and the girl acted as if she were taking care of him, trying to present a good image of herself. The encounter happened on a rainy night after he had donated money during one of his streams. After that, he carefully removed the accumulated trash from the girl's car. He did this because he had nothing better to do, even though the girl said he didn't have to, but he still felt happy doing something. Although he never managed to get back into her car, the protagonist developed the habit of always removing trash from cars to ensure he could get into her car again, and he didn't forget about it. Even in taxis, he kept this habit. He thinks that his behavior was indeed like a mindless follower, and that it was very frightening. Perhaps mindset is a more appropriate word, he concludes. He gets out of the car and says he will throw the trash away on the way. The girl, alone in the car, is unsure how to react to this situation. She doesn't understand the protagonist's intentions, asking why he has this habit, as it seemed very natural, implying he has done it before. The girl looks at the trash compartment and notices that it is exactly the same as new. The protagonist, in his thoughts, concludes that it was the first time the ashtray was cleaned, as he later discovered that the girl felt her heart tighten that day. He looks up and sees that it is raining, concluding that the girl said it was like exposing her own inner self. We see her in her car, apparently reacting as the protagonist described, but he is unsure if what she said was true. She is still in the car and asks why her heart feels this way when she hasn't even drunk. The chapter begins with a voice asking, "Who are you?" "I am Madong Wang." Another voice replies, "The one who debuted in the professional league. Congratulations, your fights are very good," Madong Wang says. "From now on, I'm going to kill you." We see that the fight between the addict and Madong Wang has started, with both staring at each other. The addict laughs at the death threat made by his opponent. Madong Wang simply stares at him, reaffirming what he said. The addict asks if Madong has lost his screws. He retorts that he doesn't take disrespect from someone who walks around without armor. The addict wants to know why he wants to attack him. "To see who is truly the strongest," Madong replies. He then delivers an attack to his opponent, shaking the ground with the impact. The addict dodges and asks if a professional player can afford to do PKs this way. Madong replies that there is nothing in his contract that prevents him, immediately delivering another blow towards his opponent. The addict dodges and counters with his blade. He then delivers a kick to the enemy's face and leaps with the momentum, questioning why the person who defeated the elite is trying to kill him. The addict feels honored in a way, but this doesn't guarantee that he will let him win, and so he charges at Madong. The fight is making waves online as Madong Wang is streaming live on his channel. Some nerds are extremely excited by what they are seeing, eager to watch the fight in person, but the location is private because Madong didn't want to be disturbed. The confirmation that the addict is actually in the battle comes from hearing his voice, which adds to the excitement of the fight between the two. "They are from another world," the nerds say as they watch the fight. Back to the fight. Madong leaps towards his opponent, ready to throw a punch. A close-up of his face shows blood in his eyes. The battle intensifies with Madongwang unleashing a powerful attack, even altering the environment around him. The addict reacts with fear to the impending attack. Then a noise of a blow landing is heard, and the addict disappears from the scene. Other nerds watching the live stream don't quite understand what happened, thinking that the fight ended with Madong's strike, and he ends the stream immediately after landing the hit. The addict posted a video, a nerd shouts, calling others to watch. Someone linked the video, he quickly exclaims as he clicks to watch. In the video, the addict appears, complaining about dying to someone who came out of nowhere. He apologizes to his audience and informs them that his scheduled stream for today has been cancelled because he was punished for his death, saying he will return the next day. The scene cuts to a closed fist, and Dahi is celebrating that the addict finally lost, loudly declaring her love for Madong. She is happy because now she can sleep peacefully without losing her hair from stress. But the addict doesn't bow his head, declaring revenge against Madongwang, asserting that he will finish him off the next day on his live stream. Comments on his videos show that his followers are furious about his defeat and are clamoring for his revenge. Repeated searches online show that many are interested in the rematch, trying to predict who will win this time. Even bets are being placed on both players. Dahi is reading everything and is upset with the addict's supporters, saying that his apologies are just to gather more donations while Madong earned a lot. She should be making money from the match, but she is determined to donate to Madong, believing she is helping him, but her brother says she has already done that recently. She asks if she is doing something wrong by donating to her favorite streamer, and her brother says she has already spent too much without even paying attention to the amounts. Before the PK, a message appears thanking Lukatme for the donation. The girl jumps with joy while her brother thinks it's the least he could do given the amount. The brother is satisfied because he has seen what he wanted and doesn't care if Madongwang dies or not. His sister looks at him and asks if that is really what he thinks. She reflects on her feelings and continues to not understand them. The scene cuts to a deserted, illuminated street. A character appears and concludes that the addict and Madongwang are the same person, even though he won't admit it because he met him after the illegal tournament. He looks at the image of Madongwang on his TV and thinks, who is the person behind the character? We are transported 6 months back to a fight scene. An enemy is being struck with great force. The protagonist was fighting him in his addict form. He is apparently farming but is frustrated by the enemies not dropping items. He says he has business to attend to with someone who is after them. The setting is called Dorian Grey Forest, level unknown. The enemies approach him very slowly, and they writhe, seemingly transforming. They turn into copies of the protagonist with 33.3% of his power, indicating they are weak dark matter creatures unaware of their existence with no defined rank. The protagonist calls them doppelgangers and recalls a popular saying that seeing 3 of them means death is near. He charges to attack to see if the saying is true. He immediately encounters one of his duplicates, wounding it in the chest with his blade. The other copy, which is behind him, watches, and the remaining 2 move towards the protagonist. He realizes their strategy of combining forces to attack him, although he thinks it won't work against him. So he uses a boot as a weapon and mocks the duplicates for not having one like it. The duplicates show no reaction, while an explosion occurs, killing them. The protagonist manages to defeat them with a single blow, boasting about his strength. However, a shadow emerges from the ashes and rises in its original form. The protagonist has been eagerly awaiting its arrival. The creature rises and manifests in a grand form. Its name is Doppelganger Kaiser. The Kaiser was apparently supposed to be the Emperor of Dark Matter, but since he's not identifiable, it's still unknown if he is alive or not. But then he changes his form, transforming into Madongwang's armor. We see Madongwang materialized in his full armor set. The shadow screams loudly in a frightening manner and stretches its hand, about to do something. Then it transforms it into Madong's gauntlet. The silhouette of its face is about to transform. Then it turns into Madong's helmet. With the transformation complete, the shadow introduces itself. Its face, covered by the helmet, seems to be waiting for something. The protagonist is also in his armor and looks at the duplicate, recognizing it as a true copy, wondering what it is like inside. He moves his hand to his face and removes the part of the armor covering it, and wonders who looks better with a smile. The duplicate also moves its hand to its face. It tries to imitate his movements, and as it pulls down the mouthpiece, its slime is revealed. Then the duplicate completely removes the piece of armor, throwing it away on the ground. As it does this, the piece of armor transforms into something different, revealing another type of armor. The protagonist quickly realizes this and is pleased. He throws himself with his arms outstretched and catches the piece in his hands before it falls. The duplicate notices his vulnerability and attacks him. He, in turn, manages to dodge the attack. Looking at his opponent, his expression is one of distrust. He notices that the enemy has jumped and is high above his head. The protagonist dodges again, not understanding how the enemy moves so fast. The duplicate plants its hand in the rocky ground with its hook arm, and then pulls the arm back with all its strength. The protagonist tries to dodge all the rocks flying towards him. Observing the damage and strength of the duplicate, he imagines that others see him like this when he is fighting, thinking he's the best. He imagines that another fight like this would be good, but is about to attack his opponent with all his strength, hoping to end the battle. But he's not there for that, and then a snake summon appears, brought forth by his power. It seems he has obtained the item he needed, completing his objective, and then mounts the serpent, which carries him away. Holding the item he picked up earlier, the protagonist concludes that it was what he needed for his professional debut, promising to return later and telling the duplicate to wait for him. The duplicate remains there, merely watching him escape, and apparently, with the opponent's escape, it is not satisfied with how the fight ended. The protagonist reflects that he went to Dorian Gray Forest that day for two reasons. The first was to obtain the rogue mask, which would increase his attributes, making him even stronger with specific advantages in battles. This item is only made by tearing it from a Kaiser, making it impossible to obtain through other means, unknown to many even after 15 years. The other reason is to do that thing, he says. The Kaiser is a hidden boss in this forest, difficult to find. So if they start suspecting he's pretending to be two different people, he can kill the duplicate and resolve everything. The addict is his personal style, while Ma Dongwang was quite famous in his past life. He has always been curious to know which of the two was better, and thought it would be fun in many ways, also creating that scenario 6 months ago with plans in mind. And now back to the present scene. The protagonist thinks he will have to kill him due to Yu Dehi, never imagining something like this could happen. Returning to the forest and facing the enemy, he asks how the copy has been spending its false life. The armor is simply standing still, showing no reaction. The protagonist fiddles with a panel, programming the voice modulator just for when Ma Dongwang speaks. He takes his stance, saying that now it's his turn to kill Ma Dongwang. The adversary asks why he thinks this time will be different from the last. The addict isn't 100% sure due to the opponent's strength, but is willing to try nonetheless. Ma Dong responds, admitting that his enemy is also strong. A dialogue ensues, and they complement each other, describing each other's qualities, saying that brilliant minds think alike. Nerdy fans watch the broadcast eagerly. Everyone is waiting to see the outcome of the confrontation. Even Yu Dehi is glued to her PC screen. The fight is watched by many curious spectators. A character who recognizes Eun Jin acknowledges his brilliance and praises him. The addict then begins the fight, promising not to go easy on his opponent. "I've never lost," says Ma Dongwang. He challenges the enemy to battle with his pincers. He delivers a strike with his antlion pincers, causing a special effect called Vortex. "Going all out from the start?" "No way," says the addict. He charges his attack again to summon the serpent, and brings it into the battle, using it as a mount. Some spectators nearly jump out of their seats when the addict uses his Jormungand through the vortex created by the opponent. Jormungand is helping in the battle. The addict uses it as a boost to jump and attack from above the enemy. But Ma Dong charges a powerful punch with the pincers, and apparently lands a direct hit. The protagonist notices an increase in his opponent's strength, and ironically asks if he was leveling up his attributes in his free time. The veins in his arms start to pulse as he charges one of his attacks. He then uses the special skill Heart of the Depraved. "I came to kill you, Ma Dongwang," says the protagonist. "We meet again. Do you think it will be different this time?" replies Ma Dong. "I'll try, even though I'm not sure I'll succeed since you're quite strong," says the addict. "I've never lost a fight," adds Ma Dong. The addict attacks from above with his blade. We see the entire scene on fire. The ground is completely destroyed. An explosion in the fight splits the two opponents, breaking everything around them. Ma Dong prepares to strike his opponent. He tries to hit him, but the opponent dodges the attacks. The addict ironically says that his enemy's heavy gauntlets are making him slower. He mentions that Ma Dong is stunned for a few seconds after using the vortex, making his attacks ineffective for a while, even if repeated. The addict mentions that it's time for Ma Dong to create an earthquake, predicting the attack. Ma Dong braces himself and prepares his attack. Then he causes the earthquake in the battle scene with ease. Some spectators who watch the fight find it amazing since they have been watching for 40 minutes, and neither of them has landed a single hit. Other viewers watching online say that the earthquake completely destroyed the scenery, and they can't even remember what it was like. The protagonist stretches his hand, preparing to attack. He quickly uses his magical power on the enemy. The walking armor is bewildered by what just happened. The special skill of the Dark King, Blood Devourer, was activated, and the addict, satisfied, asks what it feels like to have your blood drained. No matter if the opponent's blood is poisonous, he can still use his skill. "Shall we start finishing the fight now?" he asks, while attacking his opponent with his blade. The armor plants its pincers in the ground again. It's trying to provoke another earthquake. But now it seems the effect was not the same as before, as it looks like it's using it to escape the fight. The armor's boot appears to project air underneath it. Its expression beneath the helmet seems to be one of fear. The addict calls it an idiot for using an area skill without having enough energy to jump, digging its own grave. The armor simply looks at him from below, in the lava pit. It seems to be furious, preparing to attack, but it faces the opponent and simply says in a frightening manner that it will return. The addict apparently dislikes this reaction, showing contempt. The spectators also do not understand what happened. Other nerds watching the live stream expected something else to happen. All the curious onlookers seemingly wanted a different outcome. Someone notes that the armor's voice is different. It sounds rougher than usual. No one had ever heard this voice before since Madong used a modulator, confusing everyone as to why he didn't use it before and how someone speaks this way. The protagonist is impressed by how his opponent bid farewell and wonders if he, as Madong, would be like that, ensuring he would return next time to defeat him. That's how the stream ended, as expected, and it was a success. This time, the second battle between the two ended with the addict's victory. Only a destroyed scene remained. The addict notes that the score with his opponent is tied 1-1. Dahi, who is watching the live stream, is incredulous with the result. She insults the addict, not believing he almost killed her favorite, Madongwei. Her brother tries to comfort her, asking if she found the fight easy to watch. She is in tears, blowing her nose into tissues. She cannot come to terms with it, and tries to wipe her face with the tissue. She simply stares at the screen, saying that this way it won't work. Her brother is startled by her reaction. She shouts that from now on her guild, You Die, is the official fan club of her favorite streamer. Her brother can hardly believe what he has heard. He thinks that the guild has more female members than male ones. Furthermore, most of the men follow the leader without even questioning, so not much will change, and even so, he cannot avoid the question. But why? He asks. It's clear that going against his sister's wishes means certain death, so all he can do is ask delicately. What are you going to do with this? He asks. The girl explains the reason for her question and asks if her decision isn't obvious. To kill the addict. I'm going to avenge Madong myself, she replies. She emphasizes that she will kill him at any cost for the sake of Madong, declaring the addict dead meat from now on. The protagonist, on the other hand, is very happy because his victory is absolute, with both of his accounts receiving numerous donations. His popularity also increased due to the fight. The video of the Dark King raid that went up on his channel adds more fuel to the fire. He comments on how frighteningly fast the views and subscribers are increasing, with the addict's channel almost reaching 1 million followers. It seems that many people were moved by Madong's defeat. Fans are very agitated, especially because of his voice. On the other hand, the addict is starting to become the image of a bad and annoying guy. He was already disliked by girls before, but now it has worsened, although the guys are cheering for him. The protagonist sits in front of his computer, thinking about all this. He remembers being both people at the same time. He looks at his phone, which is turned off. He did this because it was overheating from so many received messages. But he decides to turn it back on to check the statuses. And when he turns it on, he is bombarded with so much information. He tries to accept all the friend requests, but if he does that, he will exceed the limit of 5,000 and will need to create another account just for the followers. He sees that among the received messages are streamers, DJs, production directors, models, webtoon writers, bloggers, influencers, shopping mall owners, and advertisements. But one message in particular catches his attention. Apparently, someone who knew him from a distant past is trying to reconnect, making him unable to believe what he reads. He comments that it might be one of his old classmates. Why are they being nice to me after treating me like trash before? He asks. This guy was known as a bully. Why does he want to do business with me now? The protagonist thinks about the message on his phone. He sees that the so-called bully is inviting him out. Someone deliver this paper to Lee Eun-jin, says a person holding a paper, saying that the lazy teacher brought this for her. What's this? A girl asks, and another responds that the paper proves the person described doesn't have parents. She, as the representative, must handle the delivery. The representative says she doesn't want to do the task, and another girl questions why she became the representative. She simply replies that she thought it would be easy. Eun-jin needs to hurry and choose a place, she said. The teacher warned that anyone without a partner would be placed next to the representative. Her friend asks her to deliver the paper. She herself will handle delivering the paper to Eun-jin. She reports that she also lives alone with her mother, so she has to sign her paper anyway, and will deliver it to him later. The representative agrees and hands over the paper. Eun-jin is in his chair, downcast, and with his arms crossed. He apparently isn't pleased to be there at all. The bespectacled girl delivers the paper to him as promised. Eun-jin from the future wakes up in desperation. He was napping, probably exhausted, and ended up having this memory from his past. Now he is in a well-dressed car, about to do something. A week ago, the addict received a call from his future YouTube manager, congratulating him for reaching 1 million subscribers and inviting him to a party. The manager insists on his presence, sending the invitation to his address. The protagonist doesn't understand, but the manager insists that he is a special guest. He was watching something on his monitor, sitting in his room, called Your League. The award winner of Supernova is Astro Mr. Lee Eun-jin, chosen as one of the 50 new super YouTubers of the year, says the event narrator. The protagonist used to think it would be great to be recognized, but having been excluded for 35 years, he now struggles to get used to being the center of attention. He left the party and ended up falling asleep while resting in his car. The message he received earlier seems to have been enough to trigger a dream from the past, making him feel uneasy. He says he finally understands why protagonists and stories end up showing off to old classmates. Perhaps the authors tried to feel better by writing it. He rests in his car, seemingly remembering something. The memory of the girl with glasses delivering the paper returns, and he calls her Yoon Sol. He wonders if the girl will attend the party, seeming to hold something he would like to say to her. At the door, a huge explosion occurs in battle. A player named Ma Tae-gang is the first to hunt a rank B monster of level 99 named Ankylogios. He is in the middle of the battle with the monster. Someone is watching the fight on TV and admires him because he is handling the monster alone. His skills seem amazing. Some spectators wonder what items are so powerful. "Hey, aren't you guys too old for this?" someone shouts. "Don't you think you're too old to watch this?" That was Kwon Hyung-kwon, 21 years old, saying he stopped playing when he enlisted. The rookies there haven't woken up yet as they were playing in the dormitory. While preparing a steak, he gives a long lecture to the other recruits, telling them not to waste time on work and that they will understand when they focus on adult things. Later, we see a door opening. It was the protagonist timidly arriving at the Cheongsongliang Elementary School meeting. Everyone is surprised by his arrival. They thought the protagonist wouldn't show up since he has become famous now. The meat guy from earlier doesn't watch TV or play games, so he doesn't know what the protagonist does, not understanding the reaction of the others. A girl there praises the protagonist, saying she watched all his videos and is a big fan. She even made a donation, and one of them begs for an autograph for her brother. They remember being unpleasant in the past, not talking to him. The protagonist mentions that elementary school didn't end so long ago for the others, but for him, it's been almost 20 years. He awkwardly smiles and says it's good to see everyone there. One of the girls mentions that she always thought he was very mature, but in her memories, the protagonist only sees the insults she used to make in the past. The army guy joins the conversation, greeting him and saying he looks well and is even famous now. The protagonist remembers him as a bully from school who always beat him up for various reasons. A memory from the last year of elementary school in the summer surfaces, with the bully hitting him. The bully is saying that the representative was forced to sit near him because he didn't choose a place. He tries to force him to change his decision and move away from her. He also says that the protagonist doesn't have friends and could at least learn to be observant. He also tells him to level up his character in the game before class ends. Finally, he insults him as a coward, saying that if he is bad at studies and sports, there's no reason for him to be in school, feeling disgusted by his presence. The protagonist is simply on the ground, all beaten up, with a sad look as he endured the beatings and heard all the insults. Back in the present, the bully asks what the protagonist does now. He simply replies that he plays and comments on games. The bully dismisses the protagonist, saying he hasn't changed at all, arguing that he should stop gaming and look for a real job to earn money. He adds that he himself has saved $20,000, not wanting to brag, but that the protagonist will stop gaming as soon as he starts earning money with a regular job. A girl interrupts the conversation and says that her brother informed her that the protagonist was on TV, startling the bully who didn't understand what it was about. On TV, the broadcast of the award ceremony for the new YouTube star is showing, where the protagonist won the award as one of the 50 best on the platform. The narrator continues to describe his achievements, saying he is number 1 in views and top 10 in the gaming category with an advantage over the others. The bully is surprised by what happened along with everyone else at the meeting, and the protagonist simply thanks on the broadcast after receiving the award. The bully is left speechless, literally drooling over what happened. The protagonist ironically says that the bully was right. Making money on his account is quite fun. The atmosphere at the location changes. Some try to talk to the protagonist about their businesses and regular jobs, asking him to promote them on his channel. The bully is now completely humbled, listening to what others are saying to the protagonist. Some girls continue trying to persuade him to do advertising on his channel, even asking to take a photo with him. The protagonist simply says he is getting tired. In his mind, he thinks he is surrounded by 21-year-olds while he is 36, feeling disconnected from them due to their age difference. He doesn't have many memories involving the others, concluding that he shouldn't have attended the meeting. Coming back to reality, he says goodbye to everyone, mentioning he has other things to take care of. But he looks surprised as something catches his attention. He sees a girl among the others who seems to be the one he was looking for. He confirms that it was Yusol and that she had been there the whole time. She simply leaves through the door before him. The protagonist remembers that he thought he had something to say to her when he saw her in his car, so he runs out, trying to catch up with her, and apologizes, saying he will cover all the food and drinks served at the meeting. The girl walks normally outside the establishment. She looks at a sign in front of her, but she is surprised by something. She blushes when someone calls her name. It was the protagonist running toward her. He thanks her because he finally found her. The girl is unsure of his intentions, confirming if he is really Lee Eun-jin. The girl is surprised to see him. He is genuinely happy to find her. She asks if he really is the same Lee Eun-jin. The protagonist feels awkward talking to her. He doesn't know what to say now that he's in front of her. He seems very nervous and is sweating, trying to start a conversation. He then invites her to talk somewhere else. The girl says she had forgotten before but congratulates him on the award. He is surprised that she saw it on TV, thinking that one of my classmates would become a celebrity. That's amazing, she says. The protagonist, feeling awkward, doesn't see himself as a celebrity. He asks her what she has been up to. The girl responds that she has been studying business administration at university, but is currently on vacation. She concludes by saying she just graduated because she left high school early and did well in college. The protagonist praises her intelligence, but she says she just did her best. The protagonist seems satisfied with the conversation and, though abruptly, would like to thank you Sol. She is surprised and asks why he is thanking her. He mentions that back in elementary school, just before a field trip, she gave him the exemption support paper instead of the teacher or the class representative. Even though no one wanted to be near him, her gesture made him not forget it. Embarrassed by saying this, he just holds his cup. The girl replies that she feels bad for receiving thanks for something anyone would do, even though the protagonist insists that it meant a lot to him at the time. She refers to him as Eun-jin and apologizes. He asks what she is apologizing for. She says that honestly, she went to the meeting because she thought he would be there too, but she couldn't say anything and left early after hesitating. She intertwines her fingers shyly, trying to formulate a sentence. With her hands still together, she calls his name. The protagonist is startled, but she says it might seem sudden, but she has something to ask him. We see that they are in a coffee shop. The girl says that her mother is very ill, and the hospital and medication expenses have forced her to sell the house and start renting. I'm not asking for a loan, she says. Embarrassed by the whole situation, she falls silent. The protagonist watches her, trying to understand what she means. He finally seems to understand. Sol mentions that while taking care of her mother, she looked for something to do and started doing live streams recently, though her channel is still small. The protagonist gets excited upon hearing this, asking what kind of live streams she does and on which platform, even asking if it's about beauty. She replies that she worked part-time in a makeup store and knows a lot about it, so if it's not a problem for him. And before she finishes, she becomes embarrassed. The protagonist notices her changing expression. She quickly apologizes, saying she is making a big fuss. An awkward silence fills the room. She quickly stands up and apologizes for wasting his time, saying she will pay for the coffee and saying goodbye as the protagonist tries to stop her from leaving. Then he quickly stands up and grabs her arm. He asks if she wants to appear as a guest on one of his live streams, saying it's a good way to repay him. He concludes that it will probably be difficult to do this alone, so he offers to help her with anything she needs. In his thoughts, the protagonist realizes it's normal for someone who has spent their whole life without asking for help to feel embarrassed about setting aside their pride to ask for assistance. The next day, we see the sunny sky. Some city streets are apparently empty. The protagonist's car approaches. The girl hears and is surprised by all the things he brought. He mentions that it's extra equipment he had at home and will use for the live stream. She hesitates to borrow the expensive equipment, but he says he's giving it as a gift. She insists that he doesn't need to do that, but he retorts that he will do whatever he can, and she can pay him back when she gets rich. Her mother is at home, puzzled by the visit and asking if he is a friend or a boyfriend. The girl feels embarrassed, but the protagonist introduces himself as Sol's friend. Her mother says that since that's the case, they can divide the chores, although the house isn't tidy. The protagonist just tells her not to worry and to rest. He asks Sol why the live stream is about beauty, saying that study sessions would suit her better because she's good in academics. I'm not good at teaching, she says. I can understand the subject, but it's different from teaching, and I can't take care of my mother if I do something like that. I couldn't understand a single word from a professor at one of the best universities in the country, says the protagonist. He finishes setting up the equipment and is satisfied. He mentions that it should be enough for her to get started, and the girl is impressed by everything. She even compares the equipment to a television studio. The protagonist asks if she had been using a lamp in her phone until now. He mentions that one reason channels get few views is poor quality equipment. Even a single light panel can make a big difference. The protagonist asks what her content is about. Sol responds that she just shows some products and the effects each one has on her hands. When asked about the viewers' reactions, she mentions that she doesn't have many, just around 15 views on average. He thinks that she has a long way to go. Still, He finds it amazing that 15 years of live streaming games can be useful to someone else, as this is the first time he's helping someone. With everything ready, the protagonist starts the broadcast and announces a guest. He introduces the girl as Vice President Broadcast Joker Feet Viciado. At the same time, we are shown the tomb of the brave outside. A battle scene begins. A character is fighting a giant insect. Debris is scattered across the scene. The giant insect appears to be defeated. This is level 46 of the Tomb of the Brave. The isolation boss Kaidamura has been killed, and the player is rewarded. He mentions that it became much harder after level 30. He notes that Jin's record was level 47 and that he will make sure to surpass it this time. The player receives a notification. "What's this?" he asks, staring at the notification with a mysterious look. The notification says to kill Viciado. He looks at it in doubt. "Again?" he exclaims, asking, "What have you been doing, Jin?" We return to the broadcasting equipment with someone mentioning that sunscreen is next. The person is discussing the qualities of sunscreen and that it takes effect 30 minutes after application, so you can't leave the house immediately after applying it. Soon after, tips are given on how to apply it all over the face. They say it's not an advertisement, but that these are the best and most affordable men's products. Then we see that the host is the protagonist, wondering how he ended up in this situation as he imagined helping his friend in a very different way. He asks for permission while the vice president of the room applies makeup on him. The protagonist asks if chest makeup isn't an exaggeration. She says it's part of the main stage makeup, using her brush to shade him. He mentions that when it was suggested by the audience, he didn't think he would be involved, but agreed since the focus of the live stream is on men's beauty tutorials. The girl heard the suggestion and got excited, saying she would start with the chest and asking him to take off his shirt. Seeing the chat, he curses everyone, as they were responsible for asking him to do this. He goes crazy reading the messages and says that's enough. The protagonist thought Sol would do something simple like showing products in her hands, but he reflects that, except for Daehee, this is the first time he's been close to another girl. Sol says it's good to apply the product to the ears and neck as well, mentioning that to maintain the sunscreen's effect, it needs to be reapplied every 2 or 3 hours. She looks at the protagonist, satisfied with his work. He, in turn, asks why she reacted that way. Sol quickly takes off a headband that holds her hair back, and he asks what she's doing. The girl mentions that he was right and asks him to look, saying he looks better with his hair styled this way, making him feel embarrassed. The chat goes wild, asking if this is the same Viciado they used to see. He quickly tries to fix his hair back to how it was before, hating the new hairstyle, but the girl says she likes the current look. She is surprised as the protagonist extends his hands towards her hair. He says he wants to see how she looks with the headband, and the girl seems to dislike the idea. She becomes extremely embarrassed by her headband hairstyle. The protagonist, in turn, is surprised, looking slightly shocked by her new appearance. He thinks the girl has deceived everyone, but she changes the subject, saying the stream was pure humiliation and a revelation of appearances. The chat goes into a frenzy over the girl's beauty, leading the protagonist to call them traitors. He then takes over the live stream presentation and says that his friend has been hiding her beauty all this time. She simply asks what he's talking about. He curses the chat again, as he thought they were exclusively his fans, but the comments now focus on the girl's appearance. Her mother appears and asks for permission, inquiring what is happening in the room where they are. She sees the protagonist shirtless and with makeup, and her daughter with her bangs tied up and a flushed face. The girl tries to say they weren't doing anything strange and that they were live streaming, so her mother couldn't enter. She mentions they were making more noise than usual. The protagonist can only focus on the chat with the funny comments from the viewers, mentally yelling at them to be quiet. The rest of the live stream continues in this friendly atmosphere. Afterward, the protagonist received a question about bra advertisements. Just 3 days after the live stream, Sol's channel reached 150,000 subscribers. She is extremely grateful to Eun-jin. After the collaboration, her numbers increased significantly, reaching the top ranking very quickly, all thanks to the protagonist's help. He mentions it's due to her skills, but she insists that he lent money for medical bills, and through her channel, she intends to pay him back. Sol mentions that her mother is much better as she was hospitalized and had surgery to move better, emphasizing her gratitude. Her mother also invited him to her home someday, saying she would prepare dinner. The protagonist thanks her for the invitation, saying he's looking forward to it. Yoon Sol is famous now, so there shouldn't be any problems, concludes the protagonist. Moreover, she has her own skills, paving a good path ahead. He says he will take care of himself now, right after mentioning a message from Drake regarding the resurgence of a murder request for Viciado. To find those responsible, he relies on the information collector from the past few days. While thinking about this, someone called him, asking if he was Viciado. He looks back and sees a warrior girl who called him. Wow! Even ordinary users recognize me now, he thinks. Yes, what's the problem? If you're not a pervert running around naked, who else could you be? The girl responds. He looks at her, waiting for her reaction. The warrior holds a cubic object, about to throw it. She throws it towards the opponent without knowing its real power. The item made before the spirits were extinguished retains everything done within it. The protagonist can't believe what she did. A message says that the Curse-Bee kit has been activated, and the character's appearance will change for 24 hours. The pink spirit is showing interest in you. The protagonist takes on a pink, bald form, becoming extremely irritated by what happened as the message keeps repeating as the transformation occurs. The warrior who threw the object shouts, "Good riddance," at the Madongwang enemy, wishing for his death while running away. The protagonist feels a desire to follow her, but she didn't cause any harm, so he can't just kill her for that. The random Curse-Bee kit prevented him from going to the northern continent, passing through the beginner villages, and he knows that if seen on the internet like this, he will be the center of attention. Someone appears and calls out Jin's name. He recognizes the voice as Drake's, and before greeting him, notices that Drake has also been transformed. Drake starts laughing at the protagonist's strange appearance, but he replies that Drake is in no position to judge since he's also been transformed. He mentions that earlier a girl with pink hair threw the random kit at him, and then left, asking if she was from some NPC event. Drake asks what he did to get the death threat and assassination request, and he responds that it's a long story. The protagonist, wanting to retaliate, thinks that the request to kill Visido is different from the assassination that occurs when players gather to use a sandworm as bait. The level of those players must be close to 20 at most, he thinks. The best way to handle this is to have many people on his side, focusing on new large groups. A strangely reserved group suddenly appeared, consisting of high-level new players. Not long after, he managed to find a new suspicious guild. Its name was Magio. What the hell is Magio? Some kind of martial arts RPG? He wonders. Upon doing more detailed research, he discovered the full name of what was hidden. It was Ma Dongwang Amagio, a guild dedicated to Madongwang with the goal of killing its enemy, Visido. Talking with his friend Drake, the protagonist comes to the conclusion. They're going to kill me because they love me. A strange paradox. All I did was fight with myself. Drake says it might be difficult to do raids this way and that the effect only lasts 24 hours, so he plans to log out of the game. There's no need for that, he says. I just had a great idea. Let's start moving without wasting any more time. I'll show you something fun, the protagonist concludes. Someone with their hand raised shouts that the Lance of Justice should strike Visido, who killed Madongwang, followed by others shouting, "Let's get Visido! Let's get our revenge!" Other shouts say, "Grab the weapons as soon as you see someone pink. Our main enemy is pink. Kill Visido." Hearing this, the protagonist, who is at the north wall of the beginner's village, concludes that they are determined to kill him. He thinks it will be difficult to find a disguise being bald, pink, and naked, concluding that even his Madong disguise won't help him get past the walls. To reach the northern continent, he needs to pass through the beginner's village on the central continent, but currently, the cultist guild controls the gate. Alright, let's go with the plan, the protagonist says. He summons his Jormungand. The summoning of the serpent is noticeable at the top of the wall. Some guards on patrol are startled by its presence. The protagonist manages to injure one of the guards, and the bloodstain spreads in several directions. Realizing his presence, everyone shouts his name, alerting the others. He's here. I can't believe he took down two immediately. The protagonist simply stares at them with a fearsome look. One of the guild members asks if the protagonist thinks they are few, saying they will finish him off. Two warriors charge at him, threatening him with fury, but he defends against the attacks and manages to counterattack, taking one of them down and slicing through all the others around. A guild member says that even the city guards, who were NPCs, were attacked, mentioning that Visido is truly insane. It seems he will never buy potions or sell equipment again, and won't be able to repair items, showing that he doesn't care about being treated as a monster. What kind of idiot is he? Someone asks, observing him with a fearful look. A warrior holds a type of grenade and prepares to use it. She shouts the guild's name and raises her hand high. A beam of light rises into the sky and is seen from afar. The warrior then says it's a matter of time before he dies, and if they call in reinforcements, more than 2,000 players will arrive. With a smile on her face, she says that the protagonist will die. Then she notices something that catches her attention and averts her gaze. We can see in the sky that several beams of light have been lit. All the local security groups need reinforcements. She is shocked as she didn't expect something like this, and the groups shout, calling for help. When she returns her gaze to the protagonist, he is about to attack her. We see the first security group requesting reinforcements. The second group finds the enemy, about to be exterminated. The third security group spots the target at the location of the fourth group, unable to determine which one is the real one. The fifth security group has just been attacked. Its members are all eliminated by the protagonist. Seeing the battle scenario, one of the members is stunned. Apparently, it was the leader, asking what is happening. She hits the target with her axe and defeats it. One of the enemy's hands trembles in pain, but then its true form is revealed as a copycat shadow. What are these things? Dahi asks. Are they monsters that look like Visiado? Some groups nearby are asking for help, requesting reinforcements as they were destroyed. The girl's brother says he thinks the Visiados in regions 1 and 13 escaped. He is also in the battle, monitoring the regions. He says that region 1 went east and the other went north. Reinforcements arrived, helping to kill the remaining ones, but it caused a lot of damage. The girl says that the front and rear lines failed to encircle them and ended up giving them an opening. She orders the forces to split into 2 groups, 500 to the east and the other half to the north, with her leading. He was hunting while heading north. I'll do the same since he attacked the northern gates. I never give up. I'll make you pay for Madong's death, she says. We see the empty courtyard outside. The two discuss the duplicates. Drake knows from the protagonist that he did the same in his other fight, and says that thanks to this, the enemies lost half of their forces. We are transported back to before the fight, and we see that the protagonist went to the Dorian Grey Forest and captured 12 lookalikes. Just before they noticed and changed form, Jormungandr swallowed them and trapped them in its stomach. Its special Devour ability keeps enemies alive for a period of time but unable to regenerate or use their abilities. Later, Jormungandr released them in front of him, creating the 12 clones, resulting in 13 Visiados, allowing him to enter and exit the fight unnoticed. Knowing Dahi, the protagonist hurries, as he knows she must already be after him with her group. Drake wants to ask the protagonist something. He stops to listen to what Drake says. Drake says he knows they're heading north but doesn't like traveling without knowing the reason. Even so, he agreed to visit the unexplored continent due to the dangerous monsters. When questioned about his objectives, the protagonist says that it is not his destination, just a checkpoint. Drake is left speechless upon hearing the answer, but he changes his demeanor when he hears the word cataclysm. The protagonist says it's not just about exploring an unknown region but causing a cataclysm and turning the game upside down. And to cause this massive update, he needs to reach the northern continent. Drake seems impressed with the plan, then both react the same way, bursting into laughter as they realize they're two bald, pink guys talking about something serious. Drake thanks him for the unexpected response and says he won't stop him, getting excited about the idea. The protagonist smiles, as he expected this response. The two then set off towards their goal, with the protagonist saying that once they reach the continent, the 24 hours will be up. Dahi is with her group, excited as they are finally starting a raid on the northern continent, something never seen before. They depart from the central continent and then the northern continent, heading towards the harsh snow-capped mountains. But amidst the mountains and snow is the silhouette of a mysterious being, vanishing among the surrounding snow. A message from the game says, "You have entered the Frozen Vale. The name of the first visitor will be written in the Akashic records." The blizzard worsens, and the player's maximum HP will be reduced by 1% every second. The protagonist and his friend find the mysterious creature, a monster with traits of tree, poison, ice, and confusion. Its ability is called Frozen Veil. He notices that the creature's HP is between the torso and the limbs, suggesting it's better to focus on one part at a time. Drake says he will deal with the annoying arms, and the protagonist will take the left leg. He tells Drake to use the creature's sap on his body to resist the snow and, when asked about the poison damage, says mathematically that the damage is quite low. The snowy mountain is the symbol of the north, with snow and ice typography, as well as a blizzard that reduces HP, making raids in the area known as impossible. The protagonist says that the duration of the blizzard is random, lasting from a minute to several days, making it seem like the real world, Drake adds. Based on the blizzard pattern, the protagonist predicts it will last longer, suggesting using the sap as defense since they cannot wait for the blizzard to pass to continue. Drake asks more about this pattern. The protagonist says that the movement of the snowflakes is simple and that he can count how many there are, recognizing the pattern, making Drake realize how attentive he is. "We're at the entrance," says the protagonist. He warns that the monsters will get tougher from here on and that even though the previous monster was strong, it was the least threatening of them all. He adds that there is something even more terrifying ahead, saying he hopes to avoid encountering it if possible. Drake notices that it's the first time the protagonist shows fear, wondering what he meant by that. He tries to deduce what it could be, and the game issues a message saying they have entered the territory of someone called the Frozen Chief, who is awake and displeased with the intruders. "What is this, a boss?" he asks. A message indicates that the Frozen Chief recommends they leave. Then, once again, we see the silhouette of a being amid the blizzard. The protagonist exclaims, asking asking if the being has found them. Drake then looks ahead, trying to see something. The silhouette intensifies in the snow and slowly approaches the two. Drake calmly asks the protagonist what it is. The protagonist, screaming in terror, says they need to flee before it catches them. The creature moves through the snow, seemingly skittish. Then an avalanche happens. The creature reveals itself. Its name is Ahihi. It has traits of ice, darkness, undead, and pursuer, inhabiting the harsh snow-capped mountains, and measures 2 meters in length. It charges at Drake, who is startled by its presence. He begins to scream in desperation with the creature in front of him, but manages to grab one of his daggers and tries to strike the enemy, who dodges. The creature manages to grab him by the foot and immediately freezes him from top to bottom. Drake realizes what the creature is doing and tries to shoot it with his crossbow, but he feels his body freezing until he is completely immobilized. The creature approaches and stares at him, licking his face. Despite being frozen, Drake is conscious and feels disgusted by the situation. Apparently, something moves quickly in the snow. It was the protagonist arriving at Drake. He places his hand on his friend. Drake thaws, asking what happened. The protagonist explains it's like a game of tag. The pursuer freezes the opponent, who is freed when touched by a companion. He concludes that if a person is frozen and no one touches them, they will have to wait for the blizzard damage to kill them. The protagonist is surprised by the creature appearing behind him out of nowhere, touching his shoulder. Drake tries to help by shooting a dart from his crossbow. The protagonist, now frozen, can only see the darts passing in front of him. He then starts to thaw when hit by a dart. He says that arrows and magic are also considered touches and that no damage is received when frozen. Praising Drake for figuring this out, Drake simply agrees. The protagonist says that's why he can't go there alone. Not expecting to hear that laugh again, Drake suggests that the two of them could kill the creature, saying it's easy if they just watch their hands. The protagonist says that once they're targeted, they will be hunted until the end. He asserts that even if they kill the creature, and before concluding, he reflects on whether it is really necessary to kill the creature. Come to think of it, how far are those Maggio lunatics? He says, and Drake realizes the protagonist is preparing another crazy scheme. We see that the guild members are in trouble, fighting against frozen wolves, beastly creatures that inhabit the mountains. Dehi attacks one of the wolves with her axe, chopping it into pieces. The brother asks her why the creatures are so strong. She responds that they are irritating, attack, and run away when satisfied. A guild fighter sees a penguin among them and approaches, finding it cute, when she is caught off guard. The penguin has blades on its body and demonic traits, using its appearance and charm as a disguise. It charges at Dehi, attacking her with its blades. She also attacks it with her axe. Looking at it, Dehi says it seems weak, but it's hard to deal with, as more than 100 people from the group have died to a single penguin. It leaps towards her again with its 2 sharp blades. Dehi is caught off guard and surprised by the attack. Someone in the snow calls out to her, saying the group was following them properly. She looks towards the voice speaking to her, and upon recognizing Visiado, she screams his name. Furious, she prepares an attack, and with all her strength throws the axe, splitting the penguin in half, telling it to get out of there. The axe is thrown with such force that it pierces the penguin and continues, until it reaches the frozen chief, who remains frozen and takes no damage. He ironically praises the girl's strike. Furious, she stares at him, trying to understand the situation. The frozen chief has been hit and is thawed. He thanks the girl for hitting him and prepares to retaliate. She doesn't understand and is sure she delivered a precise blow. She hears a strange sound and looks up. The other members are shivering as they also hear the noise, when suddenly, the creature Ahihi appears, speeding towards them. The guild members are in desperation as a system message says that the ice cannot be broken by conventional means. One of them can't move, with the message repeating that the ice cannot be broken. Dehi mentions that the creature must be a type of ice undead, and that it might become weaker at dawn. Using fire or metal attacks will cause more damage. Dawn is coming soon, so we'll stay alive until then, she concludes. We see that the blizzard is still quite strong. 500 people from the group have dwindled to 100 in no time. The angry girl can't wait to get revenge on the addict, saying she will go to the ends of the earth if necessary to kill him. On the other side of the mountain, laughter can be heard. The protagonist says that the trace of the pursuer is more entertaining when you pass someone. Drake laments that he couldn't finish off the creature and the cult in one go. He says that the group still has some use for them. Drake asks how, being rhetorically questioned about how he will get rid of these people trying to kill him on his own. The scene shifts to the frozen village, a secret area. We see an NPC completely frozen. Drake is startled, mentioning that everyone there was frozen by the creature, and asking if they can take the items. These items are for the first to pick them up, not resetting like those from the shop. says the protagonist. Drake is annoyed, but the protagonist says that this is normal in any RPG. The protagonist gathers everything he has picked up, and both are happy to find good items. A message mentions that they have entered the frozen cave of the black ground. The name of the first visitor will be recorded. Drake asks what's on the ground. The sea, says the addict. So we're walking on the frozen surface of an ocean? Drake asks. The protagonist warns him that if he isn't careful where he steps, he will sink to the bottom if the ice breaks. He then throws a bleeding pouch away. Drake asks if that wasn't the wolf's blood they killed, questioning the protagonist's action, but a message says that the use of the item is unknown. Then, apparently, the ice around them starts to crack. The protagonist celebrates because what he wanted is there. Then we see significant movement beneath the ice. A creature's paw steps onto the ground, approaching. It was an ice shark called Frozen Fang. Its traits are water and ice, and its characteristic is to hit and run. A secret quest, Nightmare of the Depths, is unlocked, showing that 0 out of 28 ice shark teeth have been collected. Drake questions whether they will really need to collect all the teeth. The protagonist asks why not. The shark approaches the two furiously with its jaws open. Drake mentions that they can't ignore a quest, having no choice but to fight. The protagonist notices that he seems excited. The shark leaps from the ground towards the protagonist. Drake dodges the attack. He aims his crossbow and shoots. The shark retreats to the frozen sea. It appears behind Drake, jumping towards him, surprising him. Drake, surprised, dodges the attack, mentioning that he expected nothing less from a monster with its ranking, saying it's very fast for its size. Drake mentions that it's hard to time the attacks because it keeps jumping back and forth, saying that its attacks are useless against the enemy's movements. He looks at the floor, all full of holes, and mentions that at this rate it will quickly disappear. The protagonist says that due to the enemy's ranking, it will take a long time to kill it, telling him to focus only on the quest and that, although it doesn't seem like it, the shark has a pattern. The shark always enters the hole it made a round ago and creates a new one, but if it can't get back, it will thrash about for about 2 seconds, and that's when we attack. After the explanation, the protagonist tells Drake that the shark repeats a pattern until the whole floor breaks. To kill it, we need something that can block the hole it will enter. We've already made our footprints on purpose, and it's time for them to arrive. From the top of the cave, someone looks down and spots them. The protagonist mentions that the person he was waiting for is here. Then the person jumps from the top of the cave and lands in front of him. We only see the person's silhouette until he reveals herself, cursing the addict and saying that this time he won't escape because she will kill him. Drake asks if the girl's plan was to have the cultists fight the Frozen Fang. The protagonist asks, "Why did you come here?" The guild organizes around the addict, ordering him to stay where he is. The protagonist wonders how they got there so quickly and if he miscounted, as he only left light footprints for them to follow but expected something else to arrive before them. He notices something in size. That he is using an item called Snow Goose Eye, which has 200% visibility on ice. A monocle that can see the smallest traces in the snow. The protagonist realizes she has the item, explaining how she arrived there so quickly. A secret item that clearly shows the traces of a fleeing prey, essential for exploring the north. But for him, the item is useless since he knows the entire area. Still surprised that he got that item, he then realizes that behind them is the shark and in front is the cult, turning everything into complete chaos. He needs to find a way to buy some time. Then the protagonist smirks maliciously and calls out the cult leader. She mentions that his tricks won't work and that he is already dead. He simply says he just wanted to know if she knows the secret of the item she is using. The girl looks confused by his question. They stare at each other, and she simply asks what secret he's talking about. The girl asks if the addict is referring to the Snow Goose Eye. He says yes, and she asks what secret the item has. The protagonist tells the girl to pay close attention to what he's about to say, and when he is about to reveal what he knows about the Snow Goose Eye, he only makes a joke, saying that the Snow Goose Eye is the same if you read it backward. Some guild members were there observing their conversation. Their reactions are mild to what he said. The girl simply removes the monocle. The protagonist asks why she reacted that way, trying to deflect by mentioning that the joke he made was incredible and that he saw a celebrity do it on TV. Before he could continue, the girl approaches, saying he is a worthless person and wishes for his death. But before she can attack, the shark surprises everyone by coming out from beneath the ice. She is shocked, asking if that was really a shark. The enemy simply glares at her with a frightening look. It kills some of her team members with its bite. The girl wonders where it came from, ordering the mage squad to shoot. They comply, casting spells at the shark. Apparently, the creature did not like being hit. The protagonist says that the shark will flee to the depths if it takes too much damage, and that they will lose it if they're unlucky. He then runs towards the shark, and puts his thumb in his mouth, biting it. He then sprays his blood towards the enemy, making the shark even more enraged. The protagonist says that all monsters are programmed to avoid poison, and that he still needs to take a detour to a much farther hole. The mages continue casting spells at the shark. The creature only becomes more irritated with the hits it takes. It opens its mouth, about to launch a counterattack. Then it releases a barrage of projectiles from its mouth, wounding the guild mages fighting it. The guild leader girl is startled by the attack. She realizes that the projectiles were actually some of its teeth. The nervous shark leaps towards her with bloodthirsty eyes. Dahi hears a sound from above, not believing that it followed them there. She looks up and sees something approaching, and realizes that the paralyzing creature from before is there. The protagonist celebrates, saying he was actually waiting for the creature. It then falls to the cave floor, and immediately goes on the attack. The girl is still surprised as she didn't expect the creature to show up. Then she feels the freezing sensation from head to toe, unable to get used to it no matter how many times it happens, feeling like she's in a prison forever, until her brother appears, telling her to get a grip and that they will lose if they keep this up. Then he touches her and de-ices her. Once back, she asks her brother what the situation is. He says that a large part of the group is frozen and that he was getting close to them but most have left, so only 20 remain. And the addict? She asks. A game message appears saying that all 28 shark teeth have been collected, completing the quest. We see the protagonist extremely happy as he managed to collect everything needed to complete the quest. He remembers seeing the teeth embedded in the ice. The shark that won the battle grabs the paralyzing creature with its mouth, but the creature retaliates by touching it and freezing it. The protagonist then says that the shark tries to flee to the ocean's depths with its hit and run trait, but the damage from the pursuing creature completely seals the holes. The shark won't be frozen by the pursuer since it's too large. It's uncommon to see two monsters of such size fighting, so enjoy it, he says to his enemies. We see the furious shark still engaged in combat, and the pursuing creature is also eager for the fight. Someone watches the battle and mentions that it's the first time they've seen two monsters like these fighting. The guild leader says it's not the time to relax, and that they need to use the fight as an opportunity to escape. She and her brother run off, while the two monsters continue to fight. Sometime later, we see the mountain from the outside. On the ground, there are some glowing footprints. The girl is using her monocle to track down an addict. She points out the path, saying that only 20 out of 500 players remain, and that this will cause them to lose prestige. Furious, she loudly declares that she will cut off the addict's head no matter what. Her brother asks where those people are going. He says that this place is the edge of the north, and that the area beyond the mountain isn't mapped, but no one has confirmed this with their own eyes. He concludes by saying that, although he doesn't want to admit it, the addict is probably the pioneer. The girl can't stand hearing such nonsense, saying she doesn't accept that the addict is the pioneer. She then stops, as she has apparently found him, pointing towards the silhouette of someone ahead of her. She curses him, realizing it's really him. We then see the addict's silhouette up close. He is in his normal form and sarcastically asks how the girl made it there. He says this is as far as the addict will go and that he has nowhere else to run. She walks towards him and steps on a fragile ice ledge. The protagonist says that for a long time, people believed the earth was flat, and that its edge was just an abyss, so Deus Ex Machina was created due to those outdated views. A message says that blessed are the times when the starry sky maps all possible paths, times when paths are illuminated by stars. Then the protagonist says, "Welcome to the edge of the world," and points towards the abyss, saying that from there is the true beginning, saying that romance still doesn't exist in a world governed by theories and an instantaneous past. We see the tip of an old ship, and he continues, saying that what lurks at the edge of the world is still unknown, as the ship is stranded in the ice. We flash back 15 years to when an image called Edge of the World was posted in a certain community. A blurred object in the corner of the image, which the adventurer took without paying much attention, piqued the interest of many players. "What is that? A ship?" someone asks. It was the protagonist from the past who sees the image and wonders if it's real or Photoshop, not truly believing there is anything beyond the edge of the northern continent. Who could have imagined that at the edge of the world map, where it seems there is nothing more, something like an old ship could be hidden in the farthest north? Back in the present, the protagonist celebrates because what he was waiting for is right in front of him. He then stands there for a while, admiring the old ship. We see the ship from the outside up close, and from the inside, it appears to be empty. But a creature introduces itself as the captain of the Devil's Feast, Ching Shine, and asks what they came to do and if they are passengers. The protagonist replies, "That's right. Can we board?" The captain asks if he has money, saying that to board, he needs to pay the ship's fee. When asked how much the fee is, the captain simply signals 3 with her fingers. Drake responds that 3 million coins is expensive, but the captain tells him not to be foolish. She then replies that it's actually 30 million coins. Astonished, Drake says the amount is equivalent to 3 million real money. "Why is it so expensive?" he asks. "Isn't the proposal quite greedy?" Some guild members see that they are boarding and try to follow the two to kill them. The protagonist, seeing this, says there's no choice but to pay the demanded amount. The captain asks which class he wants. He replies that he wants first class. The captain responds that the highest class's money can buy his second class, and that he will need more to get first class. A message says that the protagonist has entered the secret quest. Nightmare of the Depths. Pirates have weak teeth due to their long voyages. The captain mentions that her teeth are weak, which is why she can't cut the chains, and asks if the protagonist can get her a set of dentures so she can use them. The protagonist extends his hand, about to offer something. He reveals the shark teeth he had obtained earlier. The captain is impressed that he brought something like that. A new message appears, indicating that the protagonist has completed the secret quest. The pirate receives the teeth with satisfaction. Apparently, he also becomes stronger, managing to free himself. With a broad smile and his new teeth, he stands up, declaring that the trip will be in first class. The two friends are impressed by the captain's new appearance. She points to the door and says, "Open it and go in. That's the first class of this ship." The two then look at the door and head in that direction. Inside the room, it's dark. Ship items are scattered around. The smell inside is quite unpleasant. The two ask if this is really first class, a simple fish storage. What are the other classes like? The protagonist mentions that the second class is the captain's cabin and the third is the deck, which is open with a nice view and a refreshing ocean breeze. Drake says the other classes are much better than the one they are in. But before the protagonist can explain further, someone outside is shocked by the 30 million coin fee. We see the captain repeating the information to Dahi and her brother, who find the boarding pass very expensive. The captain says that if that's the case, they can leave. One of the guild members says it's madness to pay such an amount, and is astonished to see the two enemies board after paying all that. The girl mentions that she can't give up after coming this far, and that she will open the guild's treasure. Her brother, surprised, seems to disagree with what she says and asks her to count the money. She retorts that they are going to explore unknown lands and can easily make back the amount with just a video of the exploration. The captain then says she accepts the money. With her new teeth, she breaks a chain and tells her ship, the Devil's Feast, that they are ready to set sail. The chain was from the ship's anchor, which falls heavily to the seafloor. The captain then tells the passengers to remember that everyone is responsible for their own lives. We see an explosion occurring outside the first class door. The guild members are trying to blow it up, but it doesn't budge, seeming indestructible. The leader concludes that this is the advantage of first class. She also says that even with money, you can't enter first class without completing the strange quest. It doesn't matter now since the ship is about to sail, and there's no turning back, Dahi concludes. She says that even though they can't enter, the time is on their side. She orders them to keep a constant watch on the storage room and to wait for the two to come out so they can kill them. The protagonist notices it's quiet outside and that it's time for things to start. He believes his friend will understand when he sees the second and third classes later. Outside, the guild members are scared by the movement. Even the leader is stunned by what is happening. The captain says that the first wave has started, telling everyone to prepare for the impact, if they can withstand it, of course. We then see a giant wave about to cover the entire ship. The guild leader is terrified by what she sees, thinking that the enemies must have known this would happen before entering first class. The wave hits the ship full force, rocking it in all directions. The girl is in distress, not knowing what to do, desperately wondering what is happening. And as she looks up, she sees something strange, unsure of what it is. The ship moves wildly amid the chaos. The captain recalls that it's the start of the first wave, telling everyone to prepare for the impact. The guild members watch, not understanding what is happening around them. Then a tentacle strikes the ship. A creature named Devil's Hand Squid appears, with traits of water, abyss, infinite growth, and ancient organism. Its tentacles come into play again, grabbing one of the group members by the leg and pulling him towards it as the prey screams in terror. But the leader arrives and cuts the tentacle with her axe, saying the creature won't take her soldier. She says the creature is big but is just a low-rank monster, and they should be able to handle one or two of them. Her brother looks around and sees that there aren't just one or two of them but several of these creatures around the ship. The leader yells at the captain, asking if the ship doesn't have cannons, saying it was supposed to be a galleon. The captain simply responds that she is very demanding for a third-class passenger, and if she doesn't like it, she can just leave. He prepares to launch an attack and then makes a shot with his hands, recalling that they were responsible for their own lives earlier. But creatures are approaching the ship. The girl says they don't need to kill them, just prevent them from boarding, and orders to cut the tentacles that are attached so the creatures won't be as dangerous. The guild members then execute the order. The creatures get closer and closer, but they don't stop fighting. Then one of the creatures falls into the water. Apparently it was the last one, leaving only the remnants of tentacles on the ship. Dahi is lying on the ground, apparently exhausted after the battle. She is still furious and loudly complains about the situation, saying they lost 2 people from the group and spent 30 million gold per person, which is a waste. She gets up and says they will reorganize, lamenting the loss of 2 group members but unsure what will happen next. Immediately, the ship's captain shouts that the second wave is approaching. She, surprised by the speed, asks, "What do you mean?" We see a lot of water rising outside. A new creature emerges from the sea. Its name is Dunkleet, with traits of water, abyss, infinite growth, and ancient organism. Its movement nearly capsizes the ship. The leader notices that the creature has armor, and that physical attacks won't work, so she orders the mages to attack with paralysis or electricity magic. One of the mages complies, using an electricity spell. The creature, enraged, counterattacks, crushing the mage. Dehi, with her axe, tries to hit its head, but the creature simply looks at her and glares. It then tries to bite her, but the leader says she will keep the creature's attention on herself, telling the others to use long-range attacks and to hold on until the creature gets tired and falls from the ship. The mages at a distance fire their powers and spells. Some traces of flame are left on the battlefield, apparently having a positive effect on the creature. The girl and her brother are more exhausted than before. The leader is informed that 2 more members of the group have died. She is immensely dissatisfied with the result. Dehi then turns to the captain and asks where the 2 who boarded first are. She replies that the 2 are in the fish storage. The girl then asks why they aren't helping with the waves. The captain says they are in first class. The girl, in desperation, screams that at this rate, the ship will sink. The captain simply replies that brave pirates do not fear such trivial matters. She, extremely dissatisfied with the answer, is left speechless. Frustrated with herself, she says she was foolish to believe she could communicate with an NPC. The captain then says that the 3rd wave is about to start. The girl wanted at least a little rest, asking for a break. The captain responds that this is the last one. A huge wave crashes into the ship. Something emerges from the water and heads towards the girl. It's just the silhouette of the creature rising, and it's about to stand up. Then the abyssal creature emerges. Its name is Malicious Demon, with traits similar to the others, being a high seas food tester and possessing friction coefficient. Dehi is impressed by the creature's rank, being an A+. She says they've had trouble with a lower ranked creature before. Then the creature speaks, asking politely for something. The girl is surprised by the talking monster, questioning why a monster can talk. The creature again asks politely for a sacrifice. The remaining guild members are startled by the request. The girl's brother asks what the creature is saying. The creature tells everyone that 1 person per hour must become its food. It then jumps at them, saying if they don't comply, it will drag the ship to the depths of the ocean. The captain says this can't be, as they have first-class passengers on board. The creature responds that it didn't know and apologizes for its rudeness. It then asks the captain if it can just drag everyone on the deck. The captain replies that there's no problem with that. After all, they are just 3rd-class pigs. Dehi asks what kind of conversation this is. How dare an NPC and a monster treat them like pigs? She asks the captain how much longer they have on the journey. He replies, approximately 4 hours. The girl asks if he can make a detour. Of course, he says, if the first-class passengers agree. Looking at the door, she only hears silence coming from it. The ship seems to have held up well so far. The girl's brother says that the tsunamis calmed down after the monster appeared, but there's no wind, so they can't move and are stuck at sea. A sudden movement occurs in the area. The girl is gearing up to attack. She moves toward the creature with her axe. She tries to strike the monster. The creature simply manages to dodge the attack. The girl doesn't understand how the creature did that. Then a message appears saying she has found a new secret mission. Nightmare of the Depths. The demon can easily sink the ship. Run for your lives. The creature repeats its desire for a sacrifice and that it is hungry. The girl is extremely frustrated as none of her attacks are hitting. The group's mages attempt to attack from a distance, casting projectiles and spells at the enemy. The creature remains still, taking the attacks. Its skin is apparently sweating. The girl, noticing this, says it's some kind of mucus and that it might be a problem. The monster continues to take attacks but apparently doesn't take damage, repeatedly saying that it is hungry. The siblings are very tired from fighting, saying the situation is dire. It's almost an hour, and there's no way to block this, Dehi thinks, about to be attacked. She is paralyzed and hopeless, but someone appears, extending a hand. Another girl, a member of the group, offers herself as the sacrifice. She says she's already out of human items and that at least she'll be of some help as a sacrifice. The leader, saddened, doesn't seem satisfied with the girl's decision. The monster hears the word sacrifice and asks if they have made their decision. The girl says her last words, asking them to avenge Lord Madongwei. While the monster says it is hungry one last time, it grabs the girl with its tentacles and pulls her in with great force, sucking her in and feeding on her. Dehi is extremely shocked by the scene. Her brother is also stunned by what he saw. After feeding, the creature simply leaps into the sea. A silence remains on the ship afterward. The captain interrupts, saying that the nuisance is gone and they can set sail again. Dehi asks him what kind of situation this is. Only 5 people from the group are left, and they discuss their future plans with a heavy atmosphere, saying that the rewards they will receive will be worth it. However, before the issue of rewards, there was a more urgent problem to solve: who will be the next sacrifice? They were back to square one with little progress. The creature returns, asking for a new sacrifice. Another member of the group says he will go this time, asking them to avenge their idol and to ensure that the story of Madong's fans will live on in others' hearts. He says he was already heading out for work anyway, and that it shouldn't be too scary if he turns off his pain perception setting, asking not to be left without his reward. And those were his last words before the creature devoured him. Thus, only 4 people remain in the group: Dae-hee, the group leader, her brother, the vice leader, Jang Taek from the Incheon Union, and the healer. The vice leader only now realizes that Jang Taek is there, and the healer feels completely awkward among them, saying she doesn't want to be the next sacrifice. Even though no one says anything, she asserts that given the mood, it's obvious she's next, but she definitely doesn't want to be, as she believes she is still useful to the group as the healer. The leader mentions that the situation is understandable, as healers are the pride of the raid. They are a class that must be protected at all costs. However, all the remaining members are leaders, and their existence represents the guild, so they cannot die under any circumstances. Thus, there's no other choice. Finally, the leader asks the captain if there's any way to kill the monster, but he only responds for her to give up, making her frustrated at having to go so far. She then concludes that another hour has passed. The creature then reappears, asking for a sacrifice. It simply responds rudely. It then tells them to try to hold out for another hour, and that everyone will either reach their destination or die together. The creature remains stationary, resisting the attacks, and demands that they hurry with the sacrifice and deliver what it came for. The monster then retaliates, targeting the leader of the group. The healer is caught off guard, wrapped entirely by one of the monster's tentacles. It seems satisfied with its catch, but its eyes are still filled with rage. It then launches an attack, insisting that they deliver the sacrifice. The leader responds that it has already devoured one of theirs, questioning if that doesn't count as a voluntary sacrifice. The captain, laughing at the situation, remarks that it seems the ship is going to sink again. The monster continues to shout loudly for its sacrifice but is caught off guard by a strike, sending it flying away. Dae-hee is stunned and confused by what just happened. Only the silhouette of a cloak is visible in the battle. Then the protagonist appears, sarcastically asking if they're enjoying the banquet. The addict asks if everyone is enjoying themselves with a victorious and triumphant pose. Dae-hee becomes extremely irritated seeing him taunt the adversary, questioning why he decided to show up after all this time. But the creature's tentacles interrupt the conversation, heading towards the protagonist. The monster returns to the battle, furious, shouting incomprehensible words with a thirst for vengeance. Ironically, the protagonist asks why the monster is angry and if it wants another beating. He then spins his dagger, wielding it by the blade. The creature launches several attacks at him, but the protagonist dodges all of them and moves closer. He then lands a strike on the monster's head, surprising even Dae-hee, who wonders if the hit was accurate. The creature immediately starts taking damage. The protagonist relishes the feeling of hitting the monster's elastic body. The vice leader wonders why. Unlike the protagonist, none of his strikes have hit the creature. The leader is puzzled because the monster's friction force was 0 due to the mucus until a second ago. Then someone appears and quickly tells the girl to get out of the way. Drake appears and fires his crossbow at the monster. The protagonist praises the shot as it hits the creature right in the face. Everyone else is covered in doubt. Dae-hee looks at her hand and sees something she can't identify from Drake's body, and then she sees ashes. She realizes that he might have found a way to bypass the monster's friction coefficient. Remembering that the Malridimo demon has a trait that allows anything touching its body to slide away, whether physical or magical attacks, all are useless against the creature's absolute defense trait, ensuring an evasion rate of nearly 100%. But compared to this evasion rate, the monster's own defense ability is extremely low. The protagonist attacks the monster, and nearly all his attacks land because his body has a substance capable of nullifying the monster's friction coefficient. These ashes are the same ones the girl was holding earlier and are made from items the protagonist gathered from previous fights, spreading them on his body after burning them. After burning fat and firewood, he and Drake spread them on their bodies and also on their weapons, giving them an advantage in the fight against the monster. Back to the fight. We see the monster being dominated by the protagonist. With its defense nullified, it's practically a death sentence for it. The creature tries to retreat, seemingly scared, and heads to the edge of the ship towards the depths of the sea. Drake asks if the monster is fleeing. The protagonist replies that it's just trying to wash itself off, but it won't be a problem since their bodies are covered in ashes. He boasts, saying that now the real battle against the boss begins. Suddenly, a jet of water approaches. A water typhoon emerges from the sea, growing stronger and stronger. The ship is hit from all sides. The creature appears, furious, saying that they didn't offer a sacrifice and even had the audacity to attack it, threatening to swallow them all. Dae-hee tries to think of a way for everyone to fight against this, as the monster considers killing them all. The protagonist tells her that monster attacks are meant to be avoided, reminding her that this is a game, and with a confident smile, He asks if he's not right. The girl dislikes his smug attitude and grips her axe tightly, ready to attack. The protagonist mentions that their presence is only hindering him and tells them to get into the fish hold. The order is obeyed by the others. The rest of the ship becomes empty. "Are you going to save him again?" asks Drake. The protagonist insists that they can still be useful. Drake remains unconvinced, saying that the protagonist is the type who eats even the orange peel. He replies that the peel contains the best nutrients. Dae, inside the first-class area, thinks she had the chance to attack the addict from behind but missed it due to her curiosity about how the fight between him and the creature would go, even though she thought he had no chance of defeating the monster. And remembering the smile the addict made, she regrets the decision she made. In her thoughts, she wonders if it was the right call and concludes, "Did I really think that bastard was capable?" Without imagining she would have such positive thoughts about the addict, she becomes extremely frustrated with herself. Then she shouts for the addict to die, wishing him the worst. In the battle, the protagonist asks Drake if he has memorized the patterns he mentioned. Although he doesn't think it will work, he decides to trust his friend because it has worked before. The protagonist is ready and calls his friend to defeat the rank A boss. The two stand facing the furious creature. The water typhoons created by the creature grow stronger and stronger. The monster remains high, glaring at its opponents. The protagonist shouts the name of Captain Xingxin. She responds, saying that the protagonist doesn't need to say anything more. She then activates the mechanisms to open the ship's sails. The ship gains speed with the wind and departs quickly. The captain warns that with the sails down, the Devil's Feast ship is indestructible, so there's no need for the warriors to hold back their strength. The protagonist is pleased to hear this. He then asks Drake if he's ready. Drake replies that the sound equalizer is fully adjusted. Then some water spouts head towards the ship. The protagonist notices the movement and stays alert. Drake also notices and prepares himself. Earlier, the protagonist warned Drake about the water spouts and told him to rely solely on his hearing, as the sound would determine the direction of the waves, giving them an advantage. Returning to the current moment, the protagonist faces one of the water spouts. He avoids the impact using his perception. He tells Drake to try to hear the sound as best as he can and to move in the same direction as the water currents to avoid them. With this technique, the protagonist dodges all the water attacks. "No matter what happens, don't misjudge the direction and don't run into them or it's over," he tells Drake. Dae is impressed by their movements, saying that it's impossible to perform them. The creature notices the avoidance of its attacks. It prepares a new water strike with its hand. Then it creates a ball of energy and water and gets ready to launch. The protagonist, attentive, perceives what is happening. The creature moves higher with the attack growing larger. Then, in the air, the attack transforms into multiple projectiles. The protagonist announces that the second phase is starting and warns Drake to be careful. Then, with a massive ball of water, the creature attacks, launching multiple projectiles at the opponents. Drake mentions that he has seen this many times before. The protagonist agrees, saying that the second phase has no particular pattern and names it Bullet Hell. The environment becomes even more dangerous with the Malritmo demon attacking with a barrage of projectiles. The two friends, separated by this situation, plan a response. "There are too many. What do we do?" asks Drake. The protagonist replies that it's nothing special. Just the basics, dodge and pay attention. "Although it seems impossible with the obstructed view, the bullets have low speed, and if you watch closely you can dodge them," says the protagonist. "Don't worry about how many there are. Just dodge those in front of you. Also, the hitboxes of the projectiles are small and very hard to hit. Even if you get hit, the damage isn't very high." As he says this, he himself dodges all the projectiles. Drake observes how the protagonist guided him. Then he quickly dodges the projectiles in his path. The two are extremely quick and manage to avoid all the bullets heading their way. Drake admires his friend, saying he's incredible for not being hit even once. The protagonist replies that he just practiced a lot years ago, but he notes that Drake is able to keep up with him right from the start, saying that his senses are as special as expected. He concludes that he now understands why he was called the strongest PK. The vice leader of the cult watches the fight, admiring the opponent's movements and comparing them to a game bug. The protagonist stops moving for a moment. The two stand still as the creature's attack pauses. The monster becomes extremely enraged for failing to hit its attacks, and its roars stir the sea around it. A massive wave summoned by the creature engulfs it. The protagonist realizes that the enemy is using its finishing move at the perfect moment. Drake asks if there's any way to dodge this. The protagonist replies that there isn't, and that it's a tsunami too high to avoid. "So what do we do?" Drake asks. The protagonist responds that the ship is indestructible, and that some corner will provide shelter since since the deck is useless. He quickly pulls Drake to the shelter, praying that his calculations are correct. The creature thinks that the actions of the two will lead them to suicide. He sees them jump into the ocean and wonders if this will somehow help them escape the tsunami. The water becomes increasingly agitated, further increasing the size of the wave. The tsunami eventually approaches the ship and hits it. The captain wonders if the two were swallowed by the wave, as they were incredibly daring. Really a shame, she concludes. Dahi runs to the edge of the ship despite her brother telling her that she can't go out yet. She stops at the edge of the vessel and looks at the sea. Then she sees a hand waving at her down below. The protagonist, apparently standing in the water, asks if everything is okay up top. Drake says he thinks he understands what happened, but that the protagonist should have said something before jumping off the ship. He replies that everything happened according to his plan. He explains that although it looks like he's walking on water, there is a rise in the open sea that comes close to the ocean's surface. A coral, he says, standing on the rise. He explains that when the creature uses its finishing move, it will always be at a fixed point in the ocean, and that there is a high chance of the coral being 15 meters away from that point. Drake asks why they weren't hit by the attack. The protagonist responds that it's simple, the two are on land. The ocean area is defined as terrain with a gap between the ground and the ocean's surface over a certain distance, so all that terrain is considered ocean. However, the coral they are on is not considered ocean since the distance between the coral's tip and the surface is very small. Therefore, it is considered land by the game's system. So we can't take damage since that only applies to the ocean area. Concluding his explanation, the protagonist jumps, ready to attack. Then, towards the creature, he says he wants to finish this quickly. The protagonist estimates that the creature will remain stationary for a minute after using its attack, which is the perfect time for its death since its chisel attack has accumulated significant damage. He demonstrates his attack that he had been charging, and something emerges from the water. It was his serpent, which, after being summoned, propels him upward. The monster notices and tries to escape, while attacking him simultaneously. But the protagonist leaps off the serpent and charges towards the enemy, ready to strike. With a fierce look, he manages to kill the creature with a precise blow. A message appears, stating that he has completed the secret mission. It also notes that the Malrimo demon is a monster that can easily sink a ship, warning to run as best as possible. Lastly, it says that 2 of 4 sacrifices have been made. Complete or defeat the demon. The vice leader of the group observes that the waves have calmed and the fog is dissipating. Further ahead of the ship, they see drifting ice. Dahi notices the drifting ice in front of her. Her brother says the size is comparable to an island. She seriously says that they will go first, but she notices that the protagonist and Drake are already heading toward the ice, and a message warns that the first to visit will have their name recorded. She yells at the captain to go faster. The captain, in turn, says that the devil's feast won't be beaten by some little snake. The ship speeds up and crashes into the drifting ice. A message says that a new secret mission has been discovered and that drifting demons dislike intruders. As Dahi runs, a message alerts that she will receive a favor if she survives 12 hours on the cursed drifting ice. The girl spots the 2 opponents and shouts at them to stop. The protagonist is surprised that the guild members are already there. Drake didn't imagine they would be so fast. Observing Dahi, the protagonist estimates her level to be around 20, and her equipment rank B. This shows that the girl is much stronger than his memories from 20 years ago, leading him to deduce that she must have leveled up her attributes while he was pursuing her. He looks at her and says that he must have raised her well. The girl's brother was also there and prepares to attack. He then throws some blades at the vicious, shouting for him to die. The protagonist, annoyed, simply says he's tired of playing tag, and he isn't hit by the blades in the air, surprising both the guild's vice leader and the group's leader. He mentions that he will take advantage of this opportunity to show his new skill. He then activates the coefficient of friction, making the blades fly away. Dahi doesn't understand what she saw, but the protagonist is using his skill to repel attacks. His skin is covered in a mucus. The girl is very surprised that the attack ricocheted and feels disgusted by the shine all over the vicious body. He asks if they've already forgotten that the Malritmo had the coefficient of friction trait, and that this effect stayed with him temporarily after defeating the demon. Then we see that his boot has changed shape, resembling the previous creature, reflecting the genuine despair of someone about to drown. The protagonist then starts running, saying he's busy and leaving his opponents behind. Dahi is frustrated, thinking she finally had him cornered. The girl then shoots after the vicious but slips on the mucus left on the ground, dragging her group with her. Drake asks what the slippery substance on the protagonist was. He replies that it was the mucus and that he would use this chance to gain distance from the others. Dahi, fallen on the ground with her brother, tries to yell at the Vicious to stop running but is unsuccessful. The two are on top of an ice mountain. She wonders where the two went as they have lost sight of them. Her brother says that killing the Vicious is important, but the current mission is larger because they don't know what might happen if they don't survive 12 hours. The remaining group member asks the leader what they would do if another dangerous monster appears, mentioning that it doesn't seem to be the case since he sees nothing. His goose eye item didn't show any signs of imminent danger, and even if one appears, it doesn't matter as they can flee at any moment. The brother questions if she doesn't find the place strange since they are in the middle of the ice island and doesn't understand why several marine creatures are frozen around them, including a devil's hand squid like the ones from earlier, and creatures that shouldn't be on land like starfish, and others. He spots something and says it's the most important: a ship trapped in the middle of an ice mountain, looking very strange. The girl thinks it might have been thrown by a storm, or even dragged from the ocean to the mountain. She wonders if she's missing any details and where the Vicious is. Then the third member of the group lets out a terrified scream about something. The girl's brother seems to notice it as well. She, in turn, is also startled and asks what's happening. Is the ground moving? All of the ground around starts to shift. The ice plates begin to move. A strong pressure is occurring in the area. A message alerts that the ice's owners didn't like them and again tells them to survive for 12 hours to receive a favor, with the timer almost running out. The girl then realizes the reason. The reason for the ship and the creatures being frozen there, and why they were thrown up when the drifting ice turned. The entire freeze and thaw cycle makes the island rotate 180 degrees. Then we see that what she said was correct. The whole island was spinning. The others in the group ask how they will survive for even a minute. The girl looks back and sees something approaching. She is shocked by what she sees. The protagonist appears and says he was tired of waiting and that now it's time to receive the favor from the owner of the drifting ice. Then he and Drake walk into a cave within the mountain that was underwater. That he is seething with anger. She yells at her brother to get up and follow her. He asks, "Where is she going?" The protagonist and Drake have already entered the cave, and the girl, running, goes after them. Then, apparently, the cave closes. All we see is a flash, and the island seems to have completely turned. In the scene, we see the frozen creatures, the shifting ice plates, a boat docked on an ice plate, and the island rotating 180 degrees. A message says that the player has entered the neutral zone of the frozen wind battlefield. The name of the first visitor will be recorded, and the name Vicious is logged. The protagonist jokes about getting to the heart of the ice's owners. Drake says he didn't find the joke funny. The scene cuts to a flash. We see Dahi, exhausted and coughing. She realizes that if they had taken a second longer, they would have been trapped in the ice and fallen into the ocean. The girl looks around and realizes she's inside the drifting ice. Even though she doesn't know if the cave is the only way forward, as she doesn't know what kind of monsters and traps lie ahead, she decides to proceed anyway. We return to the protagonist, who activates a magic with his eyes. The trait of the King of Darkness called Choice allows the user to always choose the best of two options. How convenient, says Drake. The protagonist mentions that this is a skill he obtained after defeating the previous owner, very useful in situations like this. Before continuing the journey, the protagonist takes a potion vial and throws it onto the cave floor. Drake asks if this is to mislead the enemies. The protagonist replies that it should make it seem like they took different paths, confusing them. He wonders if he will be smart enough to understand what he's thinking. The girl reaches the entrance and says that it's quite obvious which path the Vicious took. Her brother says that the potion trail indicates they went left, and the group partner agrees. The leader, in turn, calls them idiots, saying that the trail is straight rather than a series of drops, indicating they didn't spill the vial by accident but on purpose, leading them to the opposite direction. She tells her brother that this was an attempt to deceive them, as no potion trails have appeared until now, and now, when there's a fork in the road, a vial appears. Apparently, they used their heads to confuse us, she says, but it won't work this time. She then deduces the path the Vicious took and orders them to continue the chase. A few moments later, we see her exploring the cave in search of clues. The girl and her brother are walking inside. She is surprised that such a large space exists within the drifting ice, wondering what kind of place this is. The message repeating that the player has entered the neutral zone of the frozen wind battlefield appears again. The name of the first visitor will be recorded, and "You die" is logged. The girl doesn't understand why her nickname was recorded. "Why am I the first visitor?" she asks. She then realizes it can't be, turning around. The entrance they came through is completely closed. The girl is furious, realizing she's been tricked again. Her brother draws her attention to something wrong in the area and points to a pile of bones on the cave floor. He notices that they all have a strange shape and sees a large one nearby. saying it's the boss, which appears to be dead, making the girl wonder what happened here. She looks closer and seems to identify the species of the bones. Could these guys be from the demonic race? A game message alerts that the necessary members for each wing of the Frozen Wind battlefield are present. The girl is startled by the sudden message content. The message concludes by telling her that she looks like an opponent. Then movement occurs in the area, and a new message says that the pairing is complete. The bones that were lying around suddenly rise. Another message says that minions are being summoned, and we see the bones forming into bodies. Another message says she has found a new secret mission, Nightmare of the Depths. Standing before the bones, the girl sees that the message instructs her to help the demonic race eliminate the giant race from the left wing. She remembers she took the right path, wondering if that's why she's on the right wing side in the battle. And just as she was about to complain about the game, an AOS enemy appears. He is a demonic soldier with skills from the right wing of the Frozen Wind battlefield. Soon after, a large movement occurs in the scene. The girl cannot understand what it is. The skeletal soldiers inside the cave seem to be moving towards an exit. On the other side, we see an army of giant skeleton soldiers with characteristics similar to the others but with skills from the left wing. They seem very eager for battle. Dahi notices that these are undead giants, questioning again what is happening. Then her expression changes as she seems to perceive something. At the back of the cave is the Vicious, simply staring at her. Mounted on his serpent, he is allied with the opposing team. The protagonist is truly on the giant's side and motivates them to go into battle, saying it's easy to finish off the enemies. He sees Dahi on the battlefield and is surprised that she is still alive, but then he says she arrived safely, just as he had imagined. He concludes by saying that if they hadn't gone to the right side, the game wouldn't have even started. Drake then realizes that this is what he had in mind all along. To be sure, Drake asks the protagonist if, from now on, there will be no more reasons to keep the remaining guild members alive. The protagonist confirms that this is the case, authorizing the death of all remaining guild members. Dahi glares at the Vicious and says she just needs to push her forces towards the base with these skeleton soldiers, liking the simplicity of it. She charges into the attack, declaring she will crush them once and for all. On one side, we see the soldiers of the right-wing army. On the other side, we see the soldiers of the left-wing army. They clash in the battlefield, creating a huge uproar amid the fight. Dahi is striking an enemy with her axe, furious as she battles these opponents. The enemies are being smashed into pieces, flying everywhere. Her brother is also in the fight, using his sword to kill the opponents. The girl expresses her displeasure at being underestimated, threatening to crush all of them. A large army of skeletons is still engaged in battle, but suddenly, a warrior approaches them with a type of shield. It's Jang Taik, the guild's blacksmith, saying that no low-rank monster can break through the special shield he made. He says he made the shield since the Vicious killed him for the first time, preparing a special measure to block any attack coming his way. I survived the Devil's Feast thanks to this, he says, adding that he doesn't want to get hurt, so he will increase his defense, drawing the enemies towards him. Drake comments that they are at a disadvantage because he can't land his attacks due to the opponent's shield. Moreover, Dahi and her brother have high defenses and health, with 2 tanks and a support, while his group consists of a melee fighter and a ranged fighter. The protagonist says that although the difference in numbers is significant, the skeletons are weak compared to others and their movements are slow, making them easy to defeat. Many skeletons head towards him, but only their remains are left. Drake says that if things continue this way, they will end up cornered and the enemies will invade their camp. The protagonist then says they have no choice. With a mischievous smile, he says he will let them advance. Drake comments that the villainous look on the protagonist's face suggests some hidden plan, comparing him to a mad villain. On the other side, the battle intensifies. Dahi is very pleased to have taken over the enemy camp, asking where the Nexus is. She is already celebrating, believing she will finally defeat the Vicious now that she has the advantage to completely destroy him. But upon looking at the camp, she realizes there is nothing there. Her brother says he now understands and asks if there was something resembling the Nexus on their side. A system message reveals that the left-wing camp is about to be captured. The girl is startled by the message, but it continues, saying that the furious battle spirit of the warriors has stimulated the ruler of the Frozen Wind battlefield. Dahi can't finish a sentence, unable to believe what she sees. A new message says that the great dead has opened its eyes. We see some scattered bones apparently starting to move. Then something rises among them. A giant skeletal figure formed from the bones emerges, named Great Dead Giant, with traits of darkness and skills from the left wing. Dahi, astonished, cannot believe that the stone statue is that thing and can move. Jang Taik struggles to even hold his shield properly. His expression is one of extreme shock. Then an explosion occurs on the scene. The skeleton launched an attack that caused it. It continues launching projectiles, this time towards the guild members. Dahi, frightened by the enemy's strength, wonders why it is so overpowered. Drake is impressed that the thing is a super minion. The protagonist mentions that in the game, you can't recklessly surround the enemy camp, and that the real objective is not to corner the opponent but to awaken the Nexus or the Great Dead sleeping in the enemy camp and defeat it. He says that pushing the opponent and defeating the giant in the first half isn't a bad idea, but only after high-level players appear years after the start of the game. He then delivers the classic line, "Looks like the tables have turned, doesn't it?" and heads to invade the enemy camp. He notices that the Vicious is coming towards her. Determined, she tells him to come at her with everything he's got. The protagonist then prepares to strike her, but the girl remembers that he has the slime that repels attacks, yet there is a way to nullify this ability and defeat him. She just needs to wait for the moment he releases his breath. So, she attacks furiously with all her strength. The protagonist simply remains in place. The girl, with her back to him, apparently passed by without hitting him. She is surprised and wonders what happened. She looks at the Vicious, wondering if he ignored her. Then we see some skeletons being attacked. The giant enemy is destroying the smaller ones. A message says that the right-wing camp is about to be captured, and the furious battle spirit of the warriors has stimulated the other ruler of the frozen wind. Daehee, shocked, turns around and looks back. Drake is also surprised at what he sees. The protagonist, however, does not seem frightened. A message says that the Great Dead has opened its eyes. Then we see a new giant entering the fight. Its name is the demonic Great Dead, with similar but improved characteristics compared to the other one. The skeletal giant moves towards the other. The demonic giant also heads in its direction. The skeleton extends its hands to attack, and then the two clash with brutal attacks. The skeleton lands a punch on the enemy, sending it flying with projected force. The guild's vice leader is amazed by the fight. Drake also observes and says he never thought he would witness a battle between monsters of this level. An overwhelming battle is taking place between A-rank monsters, with the two dead fighting for supremacy on the battlefield amid countless corpses. It's a scene any player would stop to watch. However, the protagonist is focused on something completely different from them. He says that now the real game begins. Staring at the two monsters, he declares he will destroy both at once. The protagonist says he will smash the two giants. Daehee asks if she heard him correctly. Is he going to kill two of these ridiculous A-rank monsters? She asks. Then she realizes something. This is her chance to catch the Vicious off guard. The girl then prepares to attack him, until someone shouts for her to stop, startling her. The protagonist then tells her to give up, saying this isn't even her main mission. He's just warming up and says she wouldn't understand half of what he's planning. As they talk, the two giants are still fighting. The protagonist says he will only warn the girl one more time to stay out of his way. He also says he will go further and further, and she will never be able to keep up. The demonic monster is lying on the ground as it is being crushed by the skeleton. A game message says that the secret mission has been completed, while we see the skeleton standing, apparently victorious in the fight. A new game message appears, stating that the two giants must battle forever and that the player must help the giant race defeat the other. The protagonist then quickly heads into the battle. We see that his movements are quite fast. The skeletal giant observes the movement, but before it can do anything, the protagonist strikes its head. He says that normally he wouldn't have any chance against the giant, but that its HP is nearly depleted after fighting the demon, and now it's time for him to become the hunter. As they fight, the girl reflects on the vicious words and what he said to her. She stands there, thinking about the fight, realizing that he said he would go further. In her thoughts, she acknowledges that she was quite irritated by that, but in a way, she agreed with him. He scaled the Northern Ice Mountain, something no one else managed to do, and then completed 2 maps that weren't visible on the game map. He is even attacking high-level monsters that no one would dare fight in their current state. The game emits a new message saying that the protagonist has managed to break the tie in the Frozen Wind battlefield. This is the first time the fight has been tied. Rewards will be given, but since he was the first to defeat an allied Great Dead, the rewards will not be given. Finally, the message asks if he wants to register his name, and says that he has earned the title of Gravekeeper of the Great Dead. The girl thinks that if she saw him from a distance without knowing him, it wouldn't be strange to admire him. But her brother interrupts her thoughts. He says that the place is dangerous, and they need to leave, wondering what the Vicious did this time. A game screen shows that the remnants of the sinister thoughts are disappearing and the cursed drifting ice is collapsing. The protagonist and Drake run away from the area. The girl's brother sees the two fleeing, but someone calls his attention, asking for help. Jang Taek is still alive but has been crushed by falling rocks. He says he was thrown by the force of the wind and survived thanks to his special shield. The walls continue to tremble, and chunks of them crumble to the ground. Daehee realizes that the two enemies have already left, probably because they knew of an exit since they arrived there first. She sees that they are about to be buried by the ice, so she tells her companions that this cannot be their fate. Then she looks up and notices something. The protagonist and his friend are already at the top. He says there's no way to return to the boat, since the trip was one way, and they wouldn't have money for the return. He brings Drake closer. Drake asks what it is, and the protagonist then shows an item in his hand called Abyss Secret. The sphere, which was the size of a marble, has now grown quite large. The two are inside it, protected from the falling ice around them. Everything is collapsing in the area. We see that the drifting ice is sinking into the sea. The two friends are protected. Drake comments that this was the item received after the fight against the malevolent monster. The protagonist confirms that it nullifies all water damage. He concludes that the bubble will not give way to the temperature or pressure of the water. The two look to the side, having seen something interesting. A ship emerges right in front of them. Drake asks if that's the Devil's Feast. The protagonist responds that it's something else. Then we see the guild leader captaining the ship. He somehow managed to get there. The protagonist quickly understands what happened. That's the ship that was trapped in the ice and became free after the mountain collapsed. No one touched it, thinking it was a random object, but the girl managed to think quickly and use it to her advantage. The protagonist says she's amazing, as expected of a future top tier. The vice leader says the boat barely moves and asks if it will hold up to reach land. The girl replies that they have to do it if they don't want to die. Looking back, it's possible to see the iceberg sinking completely. The memory of the Vicious saying that he would never be able to keep up resurfaces. She, irritated, asks what kind of idiot would want to follow him, saying that her real interest is to erase him from the game's history. She adds that she will kill him the next time they meet. Returning to the protagonist's bubble, he says that the sphere is a kind of submarine, and that it's also the only way to reach the Abyss map. About 3 days, he answers. Drake is surprised, but the protagonist says the bubble keeps its location even if you log out of the game, essentially serving as an elevator considered land by the game's system. He tells Drake to rest before exploring the Abyss, and that after resolving some personal matters, he will meet with him again after 75 hours. Drake agrees cheerfully, saying that the Abyss must be infested with monsters. The protagonist agrees, saying that the previous monsters are nothing compared to the monsters in the Abyss. Incredible, says Drake as they sink. We have a time skip of 4 days. We see the ocean floor more closely and some of its creatures. The game alerts with a message that the protagonist was the first to conquer the Kraken raid and that his name will be recorded. We see only one of the creature's tentacles. The message also says that the Kraken is dead and will not invade the northern continent again until it is revived. Then we see the protagonist and his complete status. The previous system message repeats, and the protagonist is approaching the Kraken, showing the monster's stats, which is rank S and apparently very strong. A new message says, the two great kings who rule the Abyss show interest in the Vicious. We are transported to a week after the conquest of the drifting ice Matryoshka and are at the headquarters of YouTube Korea. We see Song Sungwoo, the leader of the gaming content team. An employee calls his attention. He arrives and asks what the emergency is. The employee says there's something he needs to see. Looking closely at the computer, he sees that the Vicious has posted another video finishing some game. The employee mentions that he posted 12 videos at once. The leader says that the Vicious was quiet for a while but has come back with a vengeance. The more subscribers a streamer has, the more care is taken with their content. They want to make a living from it for a long time, making periodic video releases normal. The leader says that even without a break between videos, the Vicious will make a lot of money and confirms that 50,000 views is an excellent average. But the employee corrects him, saying that 50,000 is not the average for the 12 videos but the individual view count for each one. Upon hearing this, he can't believe it. He then moves closer to the computer to get a better look. He finds the Vicious channel. His videos are booming on the platform. The eye-catching thumbnails and titles have attracted a lot of clicks. This is crazy, says the leader. A previously unexplored continent, an extremely cold land that no one brave enough has ventured into because of the extreme conditions. He even found all sorts of strange monsters living in those regions. These titles will make any player boil with excitement, the leader concludes. After reviewing the videos, the leader sighs. He asks the employee if the videos were posted exclusively on YouTube. She replies that they are on all other platforms as well. He then pulls out his phone and says he needs to make the Vicious exclusive to YouTube. He imagines that even a temporary contract would be very beneficial for the platform. When trying to call the Vicious, the number is unavailable as he is in the middle of a session. The scene cuts to an arena in the game, the first roly-poly championship of the professional DM League on the old map, Evil Castle. The first match of the final competition, Best League Battle Royale Ground Zero, begins. A fierce battle between two players takes place. They attack each other. One player is using a type of magical staff to attack his opponent. Meanwhile, the other uses a shield to defend. Hong Jino, the Blue Skull, tells his opponent that the time for revenge has finally come and that he will kill him with his own hands. Lim Joseph, known as the Congress of the Union of Combat, asks if he should be the target of the revenge since his enemies switched teams for the tournament, calling him a fool. The Blue Skull tells his opponent to shut up and asks if his damage comes from annoying the opponent. His opponent, pausing to think, says that everyone is trying to kill the AC of his team and asks the Blue Skull why he isn't there as well. The Blue Skull says he doesn't need to be, insulting his opponent. He adds that he can defeat anyone on an equal footing and is only hindered when on a bad team. The opponent says he's relieved to hear that from his adversary. Then a huge explosion in the arena interrupts their conversation. The Blue Skull's group was at the 2 o'clock position where the explosion occurred, and he wonders what is happening there. His adversary responds that he was lucky and will only tell him one thing, that the Blue Skull will be happy to die for him. As the explosion's fire intensifies, we see a hurricane spreading the fire of the explosion throughout the scene. Some players there wonder what's going on. One of them mentions that this is not a bug and asks if there's any way to defeat someone like that. Then the firestorm opens in the middle, and a silhouette appears. We see a terrifying being walking towards the other players. It causes another explosion, launching one of the players into the air with a single blow. Its opponents disintegrate when hit, and it shows no mercy in its attacks. As we get a closer look at the being, it appears to wear a helmet similar to Madongwang's armor. A crowd watching the match is in shock. The event host is speechless. He apologizes for the pause in the commentary, as he got lost in the indescribable fight. Madongwang takes out several opponents at once, leaving the commentator stunned, unsure of what to say about the battle. The commentator says that the player is the embodiment of death. Only the sound of the vortex and the noise of breaking bodies can be heard. The audience goes wild, saying that the player has already killed more than 26 alone and expressing their gratitude for witnessing the spectacle in person. The commentator says that the top placers are chosen in the tournament. Those left in a team were transferred to another, and 17 joined forces to fight against Madongwang. They said this would be the worst competition in history, but the audience rose from their seats as soon as the match began, unable to sit back down. We see a system screen showing Madongwang's Crab King's Hammerclaw Gauntlet. He demonstrated devastating power, and was able to defeat 26 of the 50 rankers who participated in the Battle Royale. Another system screen shows that in his other hand, Madongwang wields the demonic catfish fist. He carried the entire team. There's so much charisma that the commentator can't even describe it. One spectator of the fight even cries tears of emotion. Meanwhile, Madong in the arena receives a system screen. The message states that player Ma Taegang made 1 kill, Song Byongjin made 0 kills, and Madongwang made 26 kills. The protagonist inside the armor capsule is extremely satisfied with the result. The tournament is over. Madong completely destroyed the 17 rankers who joined forces against him. The more than 100,000 spectators of the fight have become fans of Madongwang. Some people watching the fight at YouTube headquarters can't believe the result. One even mentions wishing they were there in person. The head of the gaming department says it doesn't make sense, thinking that something must be wrong. His face shows extreme surprise. Madongwang, the monster of the professional leagues, the pioneer of the amateur world, the vicious. Is it a coincidence that these two people appeared at the same time? He asks. He remembers a conversation with the protagonist, where he said that if the leader accepted his conditions, he would sign an exclusivity contract with the platform. Still stunned by the fight, someone calls him. The leader appears determined. He calls Supervisor Kim and tells her to report to the department head and request a meeting with the director. She asks what the matter is. He says he has a project to create a professional DM team for YouTube Korea. He pauses and reflects carefully. Thinking about the vicious, he decides that he will appoint the coach for this team. The protagonist looks at his phone, satisfied with the call, saying that the contact has taken the bait. We rewind a bit to the YouTube Awards ceremony. The leader of the YouTube gaming content team, Song Sungwon, calls the addict, introducing himself. He mentions that a platform event will take place at the end of the year and wants him to attend. When asked if the event is not exclusive, the leader says that the addict is an exception. He also mentions that if the protagonist accepts the exclusivity contract, several benefits will be provided, and one day, even a diamond button. The protagonist listens to the proposal but declines. The platform leader says that he is indeed doing very well at the moment, which makes the protagonist praise his honesty. But then he says he has a proposal to make, and if the leader accepts it, he will sign the exclusivity with YouTube. The leader gets excited about the proposal and says he will arrange a meeting with the platform's directors to discuss the matter privately. The protagonist immediately says that the proposal is simple. He states that he wants to create a professional DM team for YouTube and wants to be chosen as the coach himself. The manager is taken aback by the proposal. He then responds that he will discuss it with his superiors and will do his best to make it happen, but the protagonist notices that he is dodging the issue. He says that it wasn't just YouTube, but all other platforms that made empty promises to him. So, looking at his gaming capsule, he says he will show everyone his worth through satisfactory results. We then see all the videos he posted on his channel, with eye-catching thumbnails and titles featuring enemies and scenarios never seen by other players. He then receives feedback from YouTube, not being surprised since there had already been rumors about creating a team within the company since the game's launch. Soon, the platform will create a professional league anyway, and instead of the project not lasting long, the results with him will intensify things. But it's not time yet. He says the manager has to stay even more anxious. We return to the beginning of the tournament, with the narrator making the opening announcement. He says that 50 professionals passed through the league, and half of them are divided into 5 teams. They made it past the first round of the best league, and now the curtains of the competition are about to rise. So, the second round of the best league begins. The next challenge is a game of tag, 5 against 5. All teams will face each other, and when the matches are over, only 3 teams will survive. 2 teams start. The Congress of the Union of Fight against the 5 Stars. Rank number 1 in Korea, Stone Buddha Lim Joseph, faces rank number 3 in Korea, Double Blade Lee Juno. Like mammoths attacking with their tusks, they charge at each other. Lee Juno performs his blade dances to continuously attack Lim Joseph's shield. In the end, Lim Joseph was the winner thanks to his versatility in tanking and dealing damage. However, he lost in the next match, as his HP was barely holding on. He defeated the AC of the enemy team and reduced the victorious player's HP by half, giving a massive advantage to his allies. The next battle is about to begin, with the Steel Herd of Korea versus the Congress of the Union of Fight. The fight starts, and one of the players goes on the offensive. He moves very quickly, striking his opponent in multiple directions. And finally, he delivers a precise kick to the head. The narrator comments that his performance was indeed the highlight of the match, as from round 1 to 5, he consecutively eliminated all the members of the enemy teams. The player is Ma Tae-gang, the god of fight. With this match, his fame skyrocketed. The next round features the Congress of the Union of Fight versus the Conquerors of Heaven and Earth. Since they hadn't had many victories, Ryu Yoan, one of the Conquerors of Heaven and Earth, tried to achieve an all-kill, starting the match with fire in his eyes. But to counter those aggressive attacks, his opponent Song Byangjin managed to double his camouflage time, and Lee Yonho, who possessed genius-level senses, were rotated in. After a 4-hour battle, Ryu Yoan was defeated while still standing, with no substitutions, even though his opponents were also on the brink of death. As the two had defeated the AC of the enemy team, there was no reason to fear the rest of the team. Lim Joseph, with his new nickname of Mammoth, and the God of Fight, quickly defeated the remaining players. The match ended with no surprises. The protagonist reviews the results and says that it is exactly like the past, but some details are quite different. Compared to his past life, Lim Joseph's arrogance had disappeared, and now he was truly fulfilling his role as the AC of his team. When someone stronger than his role model appeared, Lee Yonho shifted his inspiration. Now he was striving to reach Ma Dongwang's level. Song Byangjin remained steady, but as the other members increased their efforts, he also had to ramp up his training time to keep up with the team's average. Lastly, Ma Tae-gang had become more skilled, allowing his team to risk more aggressive and flashy attack strategies. Every time Ma Dongwang came to the training room, he always offered a cup of coffee without saying a word. Coach Yeom Jeong was even more satisfied. As his team grew stronger, he used excellent leadership skills to maximize everyone's abilities. He said that Ma Dong was the team's treasure even though he hadn't participated in any of the battles. Everything changed when the character joined the team. They were an unstoppable force, crushing everything in their path as they advanced like a triumphant buffalo. We see a packed stadium watching the fights on the big screen. The narrator announces that the time for the final match has arrived. The Congress of the Union of Fight versus the Gangwon Province representative, Crazy Dog. He first introduces 4th class Master Kim Jong-un. She is already positioned and ready for the fight. Her opponent watches her intently. Kim Jong-un makes a hand signal to cast a seed magic spell. And with the signal, she commands seeds to sprout into the battle. We then see several roots emerging from the ground around her. They appear to move toward her opponent. He says that the magical trait of seed germination is very coarse and will turn everything to ashes. He then shoots a large firepower at the roots. The coach watches the fight and praises the tactic used, also mentioning that he has added a very powerful flame modification to his arms and legs. Ma Tae-gang is impressed by what has happened, noticing that the roots are not burning from his attack. The player says that he should abandon the idea of weak plants against fire and reveals that she has sacrificed a lot to obtain a special book with that spell written in it. We see that the roots are not burning and can move easily through the flames. They grow into carnivorous plants and head toward the opponent. He in turn says that if he cannot burn them, he has to be ready to endure, and also notices that his opponent is trying to avoid an all-kill as much as possible. She dismisses his observation, saying that he can think whatever he wants about her strategy. The protagonist remarks on the Crazy Dog team, noting that they didn't stand out even in the qualifiers. Their region had considerably less competition compared to others. To be blunt, the competition was less than the qualifiers in Central Seoul. He then says he remembers well that on that day, the CUL team faced the mediocre Crazy Dog team and suffered an all-kill defeat. We see the battle again with the carnivorous plants attacking. Ma Taegang dodges the attacks using fire. He prepares to counterattack, but Kim Jong-un is away from him. Ma Taegang, astonished, wonders when she managed to do that. The narrator, also surprised, says that she is using a mage meta that didn't exist until now, questioning whether she should now be called mental mage. The player Ma Taegang doesn't care and continues to fight fiercely. His opponent is shocked by his strikes. He charges at the mage with a direct punch, but notices that she has disappeared. Suddenly, the mage appears behind him, hitting him with a lightning strike. Even though Ma Taegang is hit, he is surprised by the approach and quickly turns to counterattack, but he ends up hitting the ground instead. He realizes that the mage used some trick to escape again. She ironically tells her opponent that his resistance to magic is quite high. She remarks on his impressive tenacity, asking for his name because she would like to remember it after the fight. He, in turn, is irritated by not even knowing the name of who he is facing and asks what kind of question that is. Then, in a fighting stance, he says his name is Ma Taegang. The mage uses a spell on her eye, smiling pretentiously. Her opponent finds her reaction strange. She steps back, and Taegang appears to doubt something. He comments that he suddenly experienced a blank moment in his mind. All of his senses disappeared. The coach notices this and shouts, trying to tell him to switch places with Yonho. A game message states that he has fallen into an abnormal sleep state. The mage approaches, calling him Kitten, and bids him farewell, saying goodbye. After that, she casts her attack called Magic Missile, making Taegang explode into several pieces. He wakes up in his gaming capsule. His coach, worried, asks if he's okay and if he can hear him. Another player has taken his place, says the narrator. Still disoriented, Taegang tries to understand what happened. His coach explains that the magical power made him fall asleep. Their conversation is interrupted by the narrator, who explains that the player Lee Yonho, who replaced him, is missing all his attacks. He cannot block the gradual HP loss caused by the infinite wood and is completely vulnerable to the mage's magic. The coach says that the woman has no rank and that no information about her is available in the challenging league. But in the last round of Battle Royale Ground Zero, she was a very skilled player who killed 5 people on her own. In the battle, Lee Yonho has just realized that his mana regeneration has slowed down and his attacks are also missing. One of the mage's plants moves toward him, trying to catch him off guard. But he counterattacks with a fire blast from his hands. He insults his opponent and wonders what is happening to him. The mage remains still and simply laughs at the situation. Lee Yonho was also replaced because he couldn't get out of the abnormal state. The next fighter, Song Byangjin, was no different, unable to use half of his APM. The match commentator tries to understand if the mage used some form of mental control magic. The commentator mentions that mages are quite different from other classes because they use items called skill books, which are ranked based on their powers and have exceptional performance, possessing unique knowledge. Of course, since the number and type of spells written in them are random, getting a good grimoire is the most important thing to achieve in the game. After the commentator's explanation, we see the fight again, and someone is getting a beating. The player, struggling, uses his shield and manages to block all incoming attacks. The mage simply attacks him with overwhelming magical force. Song Byangjin says he just needs to prevent the opponent from using an illusion or mental control and continues attacking her. The mage charges a large sphere of magical energy and fires it, hitting the opponent's shield. She recognizes the opponent's defensive strength and concludes that mediocre attacks won't work on him, making him a boring tank to fight. The coach notices that everything the mage does is mix skills with her passive traits at the right moments. A useless trick against overwhelming power. The mage tells her opponent that his defense is extremely high and that she can't penetrate it, so she asks for his name. Lim Joseph, he responds. He says it's impressive that she doesn't know the name of Korea's #1 and calls her intolerable. But suddenly he stops speaking. The narrator notes that this is similar to what happened with Ma Taegang earlier. The mage ironically asks if he didn't say he wouldn't give her a chance to attack. Joseph can't control his own body or regenerate his HP, making him understand what happened to everyone else who lost to the mage. As we see the mage attacking, the coach begins to reflect on the fight, surprised that it has reached this point. He researched the enemy team, but it wasn't enough. And so, he apologizes to the team, blaming himself and lamenting the impending defeat. Meanwhile, Joseph is getting beaten by his opponent. But when it seemed that only ashes remained on the battlefield, someone shouts his name. The protagonist appears and tells him to hold on a bit longer, saying that he is the best tank in Korea and cannot lose to a fraud. Lim Joseph is extremely shocked to hear this, but he is surprised by a substitution shout in the fight. Then he manages to make one last defense. The mage is surprised that he can defend under these conditions, asking if he used all his remaining strength for the substitution, and that Joseph is throwing his mammoth title away. Meanwhile, Lim retreats, about to be substituted. He tells the mage to think whatever she wants, but now he will leave the rest to Hyungnim. With that, he is substituted from the fight, and the narrator comments that the new player has finally appeared. The round killer of Battle Royale, the man with overwhelming charisma, the Eye of the Storm who has achieved consecutive victories since the start of the league. Madongwei. With this, the crowd goes wild at hearing his name. He finally appears, massive and imposing on the battlefield. The mage does not seem pleased with his presence. Madong stands and simply stares at her. She changes her behavior, saying that she finally gets to meet him and has become a fan after his achievements, confirming if his nickname is really Madongwei. Madong thinks and responds that it is not. He says that Kim Jong-un is the cancer of the gaming industry in the country, repeating that his name is not Madongwei. She simply smiles sweetly, and Madong says he will cut out the evil at its root. We see a flashback. The girl introduces herself as Kim Jong-un, 29 years old, and is prepared to answer questions for an interview. The interviewer asks about her rank. She responds that she doesn't have one but thinks she would be in the top 3 if she were registered. "What is your occupation?" asks the interviewer. She says she is currently a pro player and a former programmer. The interviewer asks if she worked on DM. She replies that she did. When asked why she stopped, the girl responds that being a professional gamer is better than being a developer. The interviewer asks how strong she is as a mage. She answers that she is a 4th-class master, and that it is extremely difficult to reach this position. She is asked about her grimoire and refuses to answer, saying that thanks to the skills she learned, she can defeat her opponents one-on-one. Her next fight is mentioned, and when asked if she is afraid, she simply dismisses her opponent, Madongwei. She even says that Madong is a joke and that he should be afraid of her. Then the interviewer asks if she can really defeat him one-on-one. She responds that she wouldn't have lost in the Battle Royale if she had fought him on equal terms, saying that anyone could win using the same technique Madong used. "So you're going to defeat him?" asks the interviewer. She responds again that she will and is about to explain in detail how she will destroy him terribly. Kim Jong-un, as the holder of the 5th-class grimoire and the skill Agonizing Hallucinations, possesses the following abilities. Paramnesia, which pauses HP recovery by looking at the target, a function that induces sleep by pronouncing the target's name. Disorder, which instills fear in the target, and Teleport. She is a player who exploits bugs and glitches in the game. That's why she was fired from her previous company despite her talent. Her nickname in DM is Hacker. The hackers spread malicious programs throughout the game to gain profits, reaching a point where 10 years were enough to make her notorious, even causing the exchange rate to plummet and landing her on the wanted players list. The protagonist remembers that because of her atrocities, he lost a lot of money on the very day he decided to invest in the game. But putting all that aside, he does not want to forgive the person who ruined the game he loves so much, and vows to take her down in this very battle. We return to the moment when the mage asks if his nickname is not Madongwei. He says that he is not called Madongwei. The correct name is Madongwei. The mage is very pleased that her enemy fell into her trap, wondering if he didn't pay attention to the previous fights. And she says that since he has answered, she bids him farewell because his life in the game is over now. She then charges her attack and prepares to use it. The Iron Element attack with the greatest offensive power. She launches the Iron Fist toward Madong. But with his back to the attack, he doesn't seem surprised at all, saying he likes high power, long-range attacks because they are better than magic. And then, quickly dodging the blow, he concludes that if the opponent is not him, of course. The mage is stunned by what he did. Madong then reacts by launching an attack at her and throwing her far away. She is bewildered about how her opponent avoided her attack. She then notices that her nose is bleeding and screams in pain as Madong prepares to attack again. The protagonist is frustrated and irritated by the fight. He mentions that he can handle the situation just by seeing the opponent's shadow and that he avoided the attacks with his eyes closed. The mage, extremely irritated, does not believe him, asking how her magic word didn't work on her opponent. Madong simply stares at her without responding. The mage prepares to use her paramnesia power on him. She casts the spell, but Madong says it won't work no matter how much she stares at him, confirming that lethal magic is useless against him. He recalls that after defeating the Kraken before, he acquired the Ancient Organism trait, which provides extreme resistance against mental magic. The mage calls him an irritating bastard and says that since that's the case, she will fight differently, and then she launches her carnivorous plants toward him. But he prepares to use the boots of his armor, and he unleashes fire all over the place by stomping the ground. The mage warns him that fire does not work on her plants, saying that since it's come to this, she will kill him slowly by draining his blood. Madong responds by saying that plants that don't burn need to be pulled out by the roots. He then launches his attack again, this time with more intensity. The plants that were there are all destroyed, leaving only their wreckage. A player from his team, watching the fight, cheers, noting that Ma Dong is tearing through the plants with brute force. The mage is extremely shaken to see her opponent acting this way. She panics as she realizes her adversary is closing in, demanding that he stay away. But after this, we only see traces of her blood on the scene. Ma Dongwang threw her far away with just one punch. The protagonist is impressed that she entered the league with such a level of skill. Even though she was at her best, it wasn't enough to defeat him. The narrator comments on how easily Ma Dong destroyed his opponent, mentioning that this saved Team UFC from suffering an all-kill. The audience goes wild over the result of the fight. The battle site is completely engulfed in flames. Only the mage's hat remains on the battlefield. Ma Dong lifts his boot off the ground, creating a new explosion as a display of power. The scene cuts to two characters conversing, and one asks the other if he can drink coffee in a situation like this. He responds that the cup of coffee isn't his. His name is Lee Pilsum, a reserve player for Team UFC. Lee says that some time ago, before Ma Dongwang Hyungnam entered the battle, he asked him to hold a cup of coffee. Lee asked if he wanted him to dispose of the cup for Ma Dong. The response was that he just needed to hold it for a while, saying he would return before it got cold, and then entered the arena. The other player is incredulous, but Lee confirms that what he said is true. "Is he like Guan Yu or something?" asks the character. "This is practically a declaration of all kill, him doing this." Ma Dong simply calls the next one to the arena, saying that the audience will get bored if they waste more time showing that he is thirsty for a fight. A new player appears and attacks Ma Dong with his axe, saying he will avenge his captain. His name is Bang Chiowa, nicknamed Black Bison, the best tank of the Mad Dog team, and he has the traits Charge and Buffalo Advance. But even that wasn't enough to prevent Ma Dong's attacks, as he surprises him by attacking from below. Ma Dong grabs the horn of the opponent's helmet, and pulls it with all his might toward the ground, and ironically asks if the Bison's back will enjoy this later. With this precise blow, Bang Chiowa is eliminated. A new opponent named Apredador Choi Byamgi appears in the fight. He is an archer with a unique battle tactic. After entering the ground with the trait burrow that he has in the mole gloves, he uses a catapult with the traits penetration and ignore to shoot arrows from underground. He also says that Ma Dong managed to dodge his attacks by pure luck but won't be able to next time because he senses his vibrations and can locate him through the ground. Ma Dongwang raises his boot, about to hit the ground, and uses his explosive foot attack again. The entire ground is destroyed, and Choi Byamgi is defeated. A new adversary arrives and says that Ma Dong will only get to him, and that he will avenge his younger brother, and the captain. His name is Bang Kilhee, the older brother of Bang Chiowa. Ma Dongwang asks if he's also going to avenge Choi Byamgi SSI. The opponent ignores what he said and uses his skill to strengthen and gain weight. Later, he uses his healing skill as well, and advances toward the opponent, saying that he will die if hit by this, even if it's just once. Ma Dong understands the situation, and says that if he can't push him back, he also can't lift him. Confident, he ironically tells the enemy not to be pushed. He then delivers several precise punches to the enemy, throwing him into the air. After that, he tells the adversary that he won't be able to come down after all the blows and also won't be able to climb because of his push immunity trait. Still attacking, Ma Dong says he will use the opponent as a resilient punching bag, and only the silhouette of the enemy is seen flying through the air. Only a piece of his armor remains on the battlefield, and Bang Kilhee is eliminated. The narrator announces the final challenger. Oh Sunjian makes an entrance. A truly unexpected one, says the narrator. She is a mage specializing in cloning, a risky gamble against Ma Dong who uses powerful area of effect attacks, especially now that UFC is close to achieving an all-kill. The mage is surprised to face Ma Dongwang for the first time. He thinks Oh Sunjian's choice is a good decision. The girl seems pleased to have a battle with Ma Dong. Then she uses her multiplication skill. The protagonist team member is amazed that she manages to create 10 clones. The team's coach notes that it is already difficult to make 2 or 3 clones, but she has created far more than that. After finishing cloning herself, she prepares to attack Ma Dongwang. She uses an attack called Chain Thunder times 10, and all her clones assist her. The attack is synchronized, and they are everywhere, surrounding the opponent. The protagonist says that dealing with ordinary clones can be managed with area of effect attacks, but that doesn't apply to his opponent. Her cloning technique counters attacks. He also mentions that all the damage the clones receive will also go to him, making this the last card the opposing team has against him, and if he isn't careful, he will die. His opponent warns him that if he uses area attacks, it will be the result of his own funeral. Ma Dongwang simply agrees with her, and moves toward the enemy, about to engage in close combat, surprising the mage. He manages to eliminate the clones and strike the girl with a single blow. She falls, still dazed by the attack, wondering how he managed to figure out her real intention. Then she positions herself and uses a new skill called duplicate cloning, and prepares to attack Ma Dongwang again. He, in turn, remains standing, waiting for the opponent's strike. The mage's attacks are ineffective against him. Madong catches her off guard, and she asks how he did it. Madong replies that the clones don't blink and their body temperatures are low, unlike hers. She manages to escape and unleashes a lightning shock toward the adversary, and reveals that she still has a card up her sleeve. She then multiplies herself 100 times. Madong insists that this won't work against him. The girl tells him not to underestimate her, and that even if she dies, she will avenge Jonggun Yuni's death. Madong asks if her next step is self-destruction. She simply replies that he won't be able to escape now that he is surrounded by so many clones. The narrator notes that the competitor is using her last resort, and will cause massive damage across the field, wondering if the battle will end in a draw. Madong says that it won't matter and that he won't even let her try. Then, a trait from the Medusa called Mana Burn is activated, and all organisms that look at the user turn to stone. The girl and all her clones can no longer move, even if they try with all their might, leaving the mage terrified. The protagonist says that the effect of the skill is temporary and only works on certain parts of the body, unlike when Medusa herself used it, but it will be enough for him. He quickly moves to attack the opponent, and she asks how he found her among the clones so quickly. He remembers having told her that the more clones appear, the weaker their color becomes, making them easy to distinguish. The narrator says that, as expected, Madong not only avoided an all-kill but also performed a reversal, leading his team to victory, making this the best all-kill in Best League history. The total battle time was 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Not just a reversed all-kill but one in under 10 minutes. The greatest achievement in the league comes from the competitor Madong Wang. The UFC, which emerged victorious against the Mad Dog, now advances to the final battlefield, the Ultimate League. The protagonist thinks that with this, he can focus on the Viciado missions for a few days. But he needs one more secret NPC to prepare for the Cataclysm, known as the Thunder Queen. A system message alerts that the player has entered the Thunder Queen's nest. First visitor Zodiac bound Valle. We see the eerie setting filled with mist and bizarre mushrooms. A creature known as Common Thunder Queen appears. Her special skill consists of creating Thunder Queen nests. Another creature appears called Elite Thunder Queen, with traits of regeneration and explosion similar to the previous creature. And the third one emerges and immediately charges to attack the protagonist. He notes that at first glance, these creatures appear to be insects, but in reality they are fungi. This third one is even called Colossal Thunder Queen. More precisely, they are parasites that hijack insect bodies. The creatures are infected by spores, and while this happens, the target's body grows larger and stronger. The protagonist, in his Viciado form, prepares to attack the creature. He performs several piercing attacks on the underside of the Colossal Thunder Queen. This makes him observe that it is not so difficult to defeat the fungi once you know their vital points. In the scene, we see several giant insect corpses lying dead. The protagonist is convinced that he has defeated all the Thunder Queens and wonders if he should now map the deeper parts of the nest. He breaks a wall in front of him to create a passage. A message alerts that the player has entered the Queen's Cave of the Thunder Queen's nest. First visitor Zodiac bound Valle. The protagonist mentions that it was too easy to get there since there wasn't even a boss blocking his path. As he recalls, the Thunder Queen was a terrifying monster. She led legions of Thunder Queens to the Cataclysm. She was considered one of the toughest bosses to defeat, and even her rank A was impressive on its own. He starts breaking the giant nest, and seemingly finds what he was looking for. The queen had already been killed by Zodiac. She takes a long time to fully regenerate. A type of leaf appears in the area. It belonged to a creature called Young Queen Judalope with unknown abilities. The protagonist looks at the creature and wonders if he should call it a child queen, due to its tiny size. It seems that Zodiac stopped here before heading to the evil castle. Evidence of this was his necklace dropped by the Thunder Queen, making him known as the God of Disaster. This guy was known for always causing a lot of chaos throughout the game. He was such a grand and promising player, but here in the dungeon, all his efforts were in vain. The protagonist mentions that he didn't know much about him 15 years into the future, making it seem like Zodiac hasn't accomplished much since then, becoming insignificant. But his thoughts are interrupted by the queen's offspring that catches his attention. The baby, trapped in a bubble, seems to be amusing itself. He asks if the creature is really rank F, as even the weakest monster in the dungeon managed to reach a higher rank, making the baby appear quite weak. But a system message appears, alerting him that the Thunder Queen's spores have entered his body. The baby's eyes start to glow intensely. A new message alerts that the queen shows a desire to transform him into a minion, but he is not a species that can be infected, so he wasn't affected. The protagonist realizes that the attempt at domination failed and mocks the queen, saying that he is not an insect to be controlled by her spores. The system alerts again, saying that the queen's will is stronger than he imagines and that she has a persistent nature, making a strong effort to control him. He just laughs at the situation, saying that her efforts won't make any difference. A new message appears stating that when searching for a connection between the player and the insects, a result was found. The protagonist is surprised. The system reveals that his gameplay time has exceeded 4,000 hours, congratulating him for this being a major game bug. He still doesn't understand what the system means. Another message alerts that he has been slightly infected by the queen's spores, transforming into one of her minions, designated as relative. This minion is a little creature of the young queen Judelope, at level 50 and possessing some advantages. Being loyal to her, the protagonist, in shock, says that the queen should be the pet, not him. The queen, in turn, smiles happily at her achievement. He is extremely confused, finding this situation strange. However, upon reflection, he concludes that the advantages are good, thinking he can take advantage of them even without knowing when the queen will hatch her egg. He remembers that in the future, he wanted to protect the Thunder Queens that didn't survive the cataclysm. Of course, not out of altruism. What can you expect when a world splits in two? He asks, saying that this future might come sooner than he imagines. The baby remains asleep inside the egg. Later, we see Daehee's apartment. Her brother says that donations are coming into the guild and that they cannot sponsor Madongwang directly. Instead, they can send the money straight to the guild. He asks his sister what they will do with it. She seems exhausted but replies that they won't spend any of the money on nonsense, and the amount will be used exclusively as sponsorship. Her brother says he took a big risk and that things weren't like this in the past when he wanted to be Daehee's idol. The girl simply throws a soda can at his head. She had lost her voice after visiting the sports stadium some time ago. While watching the Best League, the girl had screamed multiple times that she loved Madongwang. This caused her vocal cords to rupture, and even made her spit blood when she spoke, drawing the attention of those around her in the stadium. She lies in her bed, barely able to communicate, and she thinks that her idol Madongwang has reached such a high level that she will never be able to catch up with him. She remembers the day she watched his last match, and thinks that even when they met in person, the reasons were not the purest. She says that others might think she was an unlucky woman asking for the death of another player, but she wonders if, due to official matters, she will no longer be able to meet him in person, questioning what the difference is between professionals and fans. Her brother says that if she really feels that way, she can attend a fan meet and greet event. Still covered, she reflects on what she heard, and she jumps from where she was, startling her brother, saying that it's a good idea. Her brother, surprised, asks if she is really going to a fan meet and greet. She replies that she is, and she smiles sarcastically, saying that she needs to make it work. Her excitement makes her brother wish he had stayed quiet. We see two tall buildings and someone observing them from outside. The protagonist reads a message from Daehee introducing herself as the guild leader. In her message, she expresses happiness for his victories and asks how he is doing after the recent matches. She also invites him to a fan meet and greet, and says she would be delighted if he attended. The protagonist thinks to himself that he's happy to have cultists cheering for Madong, but on the other hand, he fears they might follow him to the northern continent. He thinks it wouldn't be so bad to meet the cult members at least once while entering a luxurious hotel's party hall. It's his first time in such a place. The cult has a strong connection with Madong and Visiado, making it a good opportunity to check them out, he concludes. As he approaches, a crowd awaits him. Everyone cheers for Madongwang, the king of Battle Royale, even asking to take photos with him. Some people there came from far away, from Korea, and even from other countries like China and Brazil. He is impressed, as he didn't expect to have so many fans. Daehee appears and tells everyone to behave, thanking Madong for attending the party and saying that everyone there is excited about his presence. He responds that he will be in her care. The girl is super happy now that the star of the party has arrived, and she tells everyone that the real fan meet and greet is about to begin. A DJ starts playing music, and Daehee tells everyone to fill their glasses and enjoy the food and music while they wait for the recreational activities, and that all events will have prizes that Madongwang himself has autographed. All the items are used by Madong and are special, filled with love for the fans, she concludes. The protagonist thinks that, in reality, these are just promotional items he received and used quickly. The girls present ask if, besides the items, there is anything more personal from Madongwang, like socks or even strands of hair. He simply tells them not to exaggerate. Daehee asks everyone to behave and not make Madong uncomfortable, making him wonder if his body would be distributed among them if they didn't control themselves. The girl then distributes the special items, and even calls some people to participate in a talent show. After that, some recall the sensation they had when they were pursuing Visiado on the northern continent. One of the girls remembers the fear she felt when she encountered the paralyzing creature, but, in the end, the pursuit came to nothing. One of the members asks if the others didn't feel anger towards Visiado. Someone agrees, saying he needs to be killed as soon as possible. Another girl at the party says she's irritated by people putting Madong and Viciado on the same level, remembering that Viciado is a worthless and show-off character. She even thinks that Viciado might enjoy walking around naked. And then someone asks Madongwang what he thinks about Viciado. He calmly thinks about his response, and says that Viciado needs to learn a lesson, and everyone agrees. The last contestant of the talent show is announced. The president of Madong's cult, his #1 fan. Yu Dae takes the stage and prepares to sing a song, cosplaying as her character from the game. The protagonist is greatly surprised by this, and thinks that he never imagined he would see this outfit in real life, leaving him unconsciously amazed. One of the guild members praises the president's beauty and mentions hearing that she applied to be the first girl in DM. Another guy comments that this might even make her a celebrity someday, and that she is good enough at the game to reach the top 2 rank. The protagonist observes the conversation and notes that he has seen part of what was said come true. He feels a subtle sense of bitterness. Dae, still on stage, thanks everyone for their presence and hopes they will continue supporting Madongwang so he can achieve even more incredible feats behind the scenes. She has one last thing to say. May everyone kill Viciado. The protagonist just sighs upon hearing this. After the party, Dae talks to Madong at the entrance of the building. She mentions that she managed to track down Viciado until the end using the snow goose eye. The protagonist makes a joke upon hearing the name of the item. The girl laughs, saying she found it funny. But the protagonist remembers that the first time he made the joke, her reaction was completely different. He says that, in any case, Dae did a good job. She replies that it was nothing special and that she had a personal grudge against Viciado. The girl asks if Madong knew that she created the guild for personal reasons. He simply responds that the guild is hers. The girl agrees but says that now most of the members are just Madongwang's fans. He responds that this would be true for her as well. Dae is surprised by the response, saying that it's true. No matter what her previous reasons were, now she is just one of Madong's fans and would like him to understand that. The protagonist replies that if she likes him, then that's all that matters. The girl blushes upon hearing this, and the protagonist is covered by a mysterious feeling. Over the past year, he has seen all sides of her, different from before he came back. Ironically, he sees the truest side of the girl now that he is distant from her, compared to when he was close to her in the past. He comments that he has forgotten any past disagreements he had with her, and now sees her as a younger, more immature sister. The protagonist is in a taxi, reflecting on his meeting with Dae, wondering if her life is also different from what he remembers. But even so, he won't let his guard down. After all, she is still Yu Dae. The scene cuts to a forest serving as a battleground. A giant creature has been struck and is bleeding heavily. Some players watch and wonder what is happening. They ask what that player is doing interrupting their fight, and say that someone of high level shouldn't debase themselves like that. The player just holds his blade, which is surrounded by a different aura. Then one of the players recognizes him as Viciado, and, before he could say anything more, Viciado charges at him and kills him with a single strike. The player's friends are extremely frightened by this, but Viciado is bloodthirsty and ready to attack again. Next, we see only a few bags of money on the ground. A few hours later, a video was posted online. A mysterious man appeared at the front lines and killed the monsters in a hunt he wasn't part of. Then he attacked the players there. After that, he ran towards the next prey. He then hid among the bushes. The mysterious man was naked, had black skin, and was wearing a cloak. North of the United States, in the middle of nowhere, a car is stopped by the side of the road. Someone says with a trembling voice, "Please don't do this." A real-life serial killer appears. His name is Zodiac Bundy Vale, and he says he didn't imagine that the feared Dakibi would be so weak. The man inside the car says he has just gotten married, that his wife is pregnant, and that he isn't even involved in that project. But Zodiac says it doesn't matter. Zodiac says there is a way for the man to leave the situation alive, and demands that he provide information about the game, hidden items, Easter eggs, or anything like that. The terrified man says he doesn't have much to offer and that Zodiac knows more about it than he does since he participated in the closed beta of the game. Zodiac then says he will change the question to something the man knows and asks where the person who coordinated the closed beta is. The man isn't sure but heard that it's one of the Korean rankers. Zodiac is surprised that it's from Korea and asks for the name of the person, but the man begs, saying he has already told everything he knows. Then he opens the trunk of the car and says he will trust the man's words. Zodiac grabs a piercing instrument, and the man begs for his life, but Zodiac simply says, "Goodbye." After that, he goes to the driver's seat and searches for information about the Korean rankings but doesn't find many clues. But that doesn't matter now since he has plenty of time. He notices something interesting on his phone. Videos related to someone named Dragato appear. Zodiac is intrigued and plays the video. The recording shows a mysterious humanoid creature encountering other players in the forest. It catches them off guard before they can react in any way. With blood in its eyes and an air of mystery, it kills the first of the group. The others are in shock. Then it attacks the second, splattering his blood far away. The third, unable to react, is also struck. The remaining players question whether this is really a player or a monster in disguise. And despite begging for help, they too are killed. Zodiac watches the video closely and feels pleased, realizing that the player is more interesting than he initially thought, concluding that he isn't just strange, but actually insane. With this, he understands that there seems to be another reason for him to go to Korea, and he looks forward to that moment. A system message introduces the southeastern jungle, a flooded zone. Someone notices that one of the logs floating in the lake ahead is a monster. Some players are exploring there and realize that the lake is the only way to cross the swamp. Their leader mentions that the monster is hard to deal with, and tells one of his companions to cross first. He refuses, saying he will be dragged to the bottom of the lake if he steps on the log. The leader says that he has the lowest level and that next time they'll carry him as a reward. He then agrees, asking to be healed if he survives. The leader orders him to stop talking and cross already, but a mysterious silhouette appears in front of him. At first, only the figure's cloak is visible. As he gets closer to the others, it becomes clear that the cloak is the only clothing he wears. The players wonder if they've seen him somewhere before, watching as the mysterious figure heads toward them, about to cross the lake. The lowest level player shouts a warning to the mysterious figure about the dangers in the lake, but the leader tells him to shut up and be quiet. The leader warns that if the mysterious figure steps on the monster, he will be dragged down instead of them, and they will be able to cross without any danger. The mysterious figure then steps onto the log. The players wait in anticipation for something to happen. Then a nomadic crocodile emerges from the lake, ready to devour the mysterious player. The figure, meanwhile, maintains a dark expression, and heads toward the crocodile's open mouth, tearing it apart from the inside without any difficulty. The other players are shocked by this. Immediately, the mysterious figure turns toward them, and attacks, dispatching them with ease. The group leader, extremely frightened, tries to negotiate but is also struck. The lowest level player is the only one left, and is terrified. The mysterious figure approaches him with a sinister smile. As he gets closer, he locks eyes with the boy. But before anything could happen, he is driven back by a long-distance strike. An axe appears, separating the mysterious figure from the boy. Dahi arrives, stating that she should have cut the enemy's wrists. She has arrived leading her guild. The leader examines the opponent and declares that he is not the real Visiado, hurling various insults at him. However, she concludes that the real Visiado is not as crazy as the one standing in front of them. With that, the creature fully reveals itself, looking like a twisted copy of Visiado. Its face bears a malevolent expression. The protagonist, fighting in his Madong form, wonders whether Dahi is insulting or complimenting him when she refers to Visiado. Regardless, he concludes that this is a remnant of the 12 clones he used to invade the castle, saying that he was indeed looking for them. It seems that the copy has been amassing serial kills against weaker monsters, and by its condition, it has managed to kill quite a lot. The protagonist concludes that he has ignored the copy for too long and says that Dragato vs Madongwang is a strange duel. But now he will end the enemy once and for all, calling him a cheap imitation. The DMAI learns and improves on its own through updates during the patches. This copy of Visiado is no exception, a wild doppelganger that evolved and became a powerful monster through mass killings. Even now, it is making numerous victims as it roams freely across the open fields. This situation is almost like a bug. Complaints about Visiado have surged across various game communities, worsening the public opinion about him. The best way for the protagonist to handle this would be to use Visiado to explain what happened and then go kill Dragato, but he is currently occupied in the Union of Combat Congress. Even if he logs off to go home, it will take at least 30 minutes, and noobs will continue to die in the meantime. He needs to kill Dragato before there are more casualties, using Madongwang's account. The protagonist's reasons are more than sufficient. The battle score between Madong and Visiado is 1-1, with only one battle remaining to decide the true winner. By using Madong's account to kill Dragato, he can later clarify that the figure they fought was not the real Visiado. After that, Visiado's account won't have any death records, thus clearing up the whole misunderstanding. Madong's image will also improve for taking down the noob-killing monster. The protagonist then tells Dragato that he will finish him off here and now, but someone tells Madong to wait. The guild members ask him to let them fight the enemy a bit before he ultimately defeats Visiado. The protagonist agrees, saying he has no reason to refuse their help. These members are the same ones who pursued Visiado on the northern continent, and are now willing to do anything to kill Dragato in front of Madong and the others. All the guild members move to attack the enemy, but Dragato slams his hand into the ground, launching chunks of rock at them. Some are surprised by his strength to tear up the ground. Even the protagonist is impressed, deducing that the enemy's abilities have flourished due to his serial killing trait. Dragato prepares for a new attack, and then strikes some of the guild members. A female player notices him approaching her and panics, but Dehi defends her by counterattacking Dragato. The leader takes charge of the fight, and delivers several attacks to the enemy. With her axe, she performs a powerful strike, but is surprised afterward, when Dragato holds her axe despite her putting a lot of force into the blow. She wonders about his level of physical attack power to stop her axe with his hand, but Dragato doesn't stay still and attacks again. Dehi, about to be hit, is saved by Madongwang, who intercepts the enemy's attack. He counterattacks and throws Dragato away, stating that the outcome of a battle is decided in the first 5 seconds. Moreover, his physical attack power is greater than Dehi's axe. Madong prepares again and strikes Dragato, who lands at the bottom of the forest lake. Madong approaches and steps onto a tree log. He predicts that since he didn't attack immediately, the enemy will swim under the log and grab his ankle, concluding that artificial intelligence is both complex and simple. Dragato is at the bottom of the river preparing to return to the surface. Madong tells all the guild members to retreat to 100 meters away, and that's when the vortex trait should be used, he says. He then uses his pincers and prepares the attack, launching the vortex into the river and scattering the water into the air. The giant vortex almost hits the guild members even though they have moved away. From above, it can be seen that along with the water, Dragato is also spinning. He emits strange sounds as he moves in the vortex. Madong says he will shred him in midair, plain and simple, and activates the vortex with earthquake. This causes a massive explosion on the ground. The debris flies everywhere, mixing with the vortex and hitting Dragato. He gets severely injured from being struck multiple times. Some guild members are impressed by the incredible attack. Remnants of the enemy remain in the air, but they are immediately set on fire by Madong, who places his flame-throwing boots on the ground, and observes the destruction he caused on the battlefield from above. Below, only the stump of Dragato's hand remains, stuck to a part of his charred skeleton. The protagonist says that the result could not be any different, as the vortex and earthquake traits cause disaster-level area damage. Other cult members celebrate the outcome of the fight, praising Madongwang. Fortunately, this copy was made before the protagonist defeated the Kraken, as the clone is almost identical to the original, making him more like an emperor than a mere doppelganger. When a player acquires the serial killing trait, the effect only accumulates when facing other players. However, a doppelganger who first possesses the traits can utilize all living beings except itself. Its attack power increases with anything it kills, but its body doesn't handle the increased power well beyond what it can endure. This must be why Dragato's body is undergoing a cycle of degeneration and regeneration. Madong concludes that all that remains now is to finish off what's left of the enemy. He then prepares to use his final attack against Dragato. However, several blades descend from the sky and head toward the ground, hitting everything there except for Dragato's remains, encircling them. The protagonist notices this and is alarmed. He stares intently at what caught his attention. A player appears and apologizes for interrupting, but says he has some business to deal with what's left of Dragato. He removes his hood, revealing a scar on his face. Dehi, upon seeing him, seems to recognize him from somewhere and remembers having seen him before. The protagonist calls him Bundyvale and asks what he is doing there. Still intrigued, the protagonist wonders why Bundyvale is here. Bundyvale, in turn, says he came here to handle business, but he thought the creature was actually Viciado. He's disappointed to realize it was just an imitator. With that, he bids farewell and says the others can do whatever they want with Dragato. Madong tells him to wait, and that he can appear however he wants, but leaving as he wishes is a different story. Bundyvale asks what's got into Madong and says he needs to go find some Korean ranks. Madong asks why he's concerned about the Korean ranks. Bundyvale replies that he wants to hunt them. Madong simply stares at him in his direction. The protagonist is internally shocked by the response. He remembers something from the past. Around this time, Zodiac was wandering all over Asia, killing rankers for no apparent reason, which led to the league being postponed. The incident was so significant that it wasn't forgotten even after 15 years. Madong says that if Bundyvale intends to kill the Korean ranks, it only gives him more reason not to let him leave. Bundyvale says he's holding back a lot now, and doesn't have time to waste with him, so he tells Madong to get out of his way. Madong stares at him for a while. Bundyvale prepares to use his blades, but Madong slams his boot on the ground, preparing to attack, and the opponent throws his swords at him. Both are hit squarely, and are thrown back by the explosion caused by the impact. Bundyvale wasn't expecting this. Madong again says that the outcome of a battle is decided in the first 5 seconds, and he attacks Bundyvale with constant strikes. First, he hits him with a blow, and then he lands a precise punch. But this isn't enough for Madong to defeat the enemy. He dodges a counterattack from Bundy Vale, who used his blades underground. He ironically says that the blow he received from Madong took a lot of his HP, and yet he's never seen him on the game ranks. That's because the protagonist didn't rank as Madong, mainly to protect his information, making a good decision in doing so. This way, he can catch Zodiac off guard since he doesn't know his abilities, unless he watches YouTube, the protagonist concludes. Bundy Vale says he thought Viciado would be the most troublesome of his hunt, asking where a monster like Madongwang came from. He then takes out an object he was keeping, and reveals it to be a Hamelin flute, a secret item only dropped in the ancient evil castle, with the ability to summon all the monsters in the region. With the sound of the flute, several monstrous beings approach. Some guild members notice nomadic crocodiles coming in a pack, saying that they shouldn't move in groups. The protagonist says that even he didn't know where the flute was hidden, and if Bundy Vale got it, he must be incredibly lucky. Then Madongwang attacks some crocodiles. The cult mages assist him with ranged magical attacks. One of them says to take advantage of their numerical advantage and that in pairs, they will be more efficient. He shouts for Madong to leave the crocodiles to them. But Bundy Vale utters magical words, and the defeated creatures rise again, even worse than before. The crocodiles have become a type of undead, terrorizing the guild players present. Even the protagonist is surprised by this ability. Bundy Vale possesses the Diary of the Dark King, which contains extremely powerful magical attributes. The protagonist realizes that the opponent's statistics have changed and that Zodiac appeared to be a crazy psychopath who enjoyed hand-to-hand combat. But now his appearance has changed, and he is definitely a dark mage. Madong looks up toward Aurora. A Godzilla-like creature emerges and walks in his direction. Bundy Vale says that there are several talented people in Korea and that he will need to come back after preparing a bit more. The protagonist tries to stop him but fails and notices that if he were in Viciado mode, he would have a better chance. Bundy Vale says he'll remember Madongwang, and will take revenge for having gotten in his way today. The protagonist feels a chill at the threat. But before Bundy Vale can escape, Dehi appears and strikes him with an axe to the head, decapitating him. She tells him to stop acting like he's the best since he was just a pathetic mage. As Bundy Vale's head falls to the ground, Madong watches. Dehi cheerfully greets him after her feat. Madongwang greets her back. She tells Madong that she knew the enemy and had encountered him before in the evil castle, where he switched his attributes from fighter to mage. Madong says he knows because he was there too. This happened because the mortal scissors weapon used by Zodiac ended up in the protagonist's hands. Since Zodiac couldn't continue with his torture meta, he found an alternative in the annoying and problematic necromancer meta. The protagonist now remembers Dragato and wonders where he went. Then, by the edge of the swamp, he finds him. What was left of him has risen and now controls a crocodile, using the river creature as his personal mount. The protagonist notes that he even copied the blood predator trait from Viciado, and tells the others that they don't need to catch him right now. Dragato looks at him one last time, and goes with the crocodile over a waterfall, which, by the way, was a waterfall at the end of the river. One of the guild members reports that Dragato jumped from the waterfall, saying there's no way he could have survived such a high fall. But the protagonist realizes that this is a cliché and that he will obviously survive the fall and come back even stronger, interfering at a crucial moment. He also thinks it's better to prepare in advance, considering that the enemy might appear at any moment. Moreover, he remembers the last encounter with Bundy Vale, promising revenge on Madongwang the next time they meet. This oppresses the protagonist, reminding him that Zodiac is not just a killer but also someone who ruined the game, feeling pressured by Madong becoming his target. He also recalls that Zodiac's hunt began just before the final of the Supreme League, and since he was killed today by Dehi, the incident won't happen in this lifetime. That day left the protagonist with an uneasy feeling. Nonetheless, Madong's popularity skyrocketed and the Viciado misunderstanding was resolved. After that, the protagonist rewarded the victims using the Viciado account, and several tedious days passed. The day of the final match of the Supreme League arrived, and the Congress of the Union of the Fight faces the conquerors of heaven and earth, with the day determining the owner of the throne. The clash between the two teams is about to begin. Two people are about to infiltrate a hotel, and one of them is wondering if they will succeed. The mischievous YouTuber Khan Yongdiak says that all 40 losers are in one place watching the winners fight and that they will collect their belongings. His friend asks why everyone is still in Seoul. Khan doesn't care, saying that they will probably be extras in the awards ceremony. And to make matters worse, they are all in the same room, and thanks to the organizer's stupidity, Khan sees it as a golden opportunity. Especially if Lee Juno, the number 3 in Korea, who is said to be very aggressive, is there. Additionally, he and Lim Joseph are like cats and dogs. Khan mentions that he heard that in the first round, Lee Juno started a fight with a player from another team, so it's practically certain that it will happen again. And he also saw Madongwang with his own eyes entering the room. His friend doesn't believe it. He's sure that the players are fighting among themselves in the room, turning the place into a real cauldron, and wonders what would happen if Madong entered at the height of his rage. Khan wonders what would be the most appropriate title for his video and is eager to see if he can get good content, like Madong's face without a mask. He then decides to enter the room. He opens the door and starts filming, with his friend helping him. He introduces the situation and asks what kind of chaos might be happening inside the room. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air. Lee Juno appears to be extremely nervous, which makes Kong and his friend happy. On the other side, Madong Wang is just standing still. Lee then picks up a paper with a dedication from Madong. He changes his expression, looking quite awkward, and then thanks Madong, saying it will be his family's inheritance. Kong and his friend are in disbelief at what is happening. Outside, Lee Yonho is organizing the waiting line for the room where Madong Wang is. He distributes tickets and asks fans to think about what they want Madong to write for them. The YouTuber can't believe what he sees, thinking that the waiting room should be a horror show, but the opposite is happening. He thinks that since things are this way, he has no choice but to create a commotion. But he is stopped by the event security, who remove them from the location. The team's coach notices their attempt, and says that the two have tried to tarnish the league's reputation before, but nothing has changed. He enters the room and says he needs to talk to Madong after the autograph session. Madong receives a message from the higher-ups about exhibitionism. The coach tells him to think of it like a wrestling match, and that people want to see celebrities. So he asks Madong to make the match more interesting. Madong asks for a specific example, and the coach recalls his match against the Crazy Dog team when he defeated 5 players in a row. The protagonist wonders if the directors think something like that is easy, saying they say what they want while belittling others, lacking understanding of everything. This reminds him of Lee Juno, who, at his peak, was still not treated as he should have been. A few years later, he ended up moving to China, leaving his fans sad. The reason was that the standards of the Chinese leagues were much higher, and all players had a lot to learn from him. Even though the regulations and oppressions are the same, they demand a lot from players in terms of results. Skilled players and industry professionals started moving, and the national scene gradually faded away. The only people who lacked the knowledge to handle the situation were the Korean politicians, educators, and business people. It was obvious that things would start to decline eventually, but the protagonist says that in this lifetime, things will be different. Korean leagues need a symbol, one that will never be broken, says the protagonist. So he decides to be the court jester for the tournament's organizers, and will use this chance to show them once and for all who Madong Wang is. The protagonist understands the coach's reasons because, for now, he still needs to obey those who pay the bills. But the days of having to do that are numbered. Elsewhere, a player slams a table in anger. He is Ryu Yoan from the Conquerors of Heaven and Earth and is upset because his coach told him earlier to hold out for at least 10 minutes in the match, and that the internet is full of articles speculating on the match results, acting as if the defeat of the Conquerors is a certainty. Fuming, he concludes that others know nothing about the game. Madong Wang in the Battle Royale, in the first round of the Best League, made Ryu Yoan realize something after his defeat, that his current fighting style makes it impossible to defeat his opponent. He acquired new items and traits specifically for the fight, and was very satisfied with the result after being able to test them against Crazy Dog. After all, he managed to obliterate the team that tied with them in the qualifiers, and says there's no chance the fight will end in 10 minutes. Madong Wang is the only one he wants to finish off, no matter what. The protagonist says the fight won't last 10 minutes but rather 8. A reporter interviewing him asks, "Why 8? He replies that the all-kill against Crazy Dog took 10 minutes, and now he's going to try to beat his own time by finishing in 8. After all, he's strong enough to do it. And since it's the first match today, he walks toward his capsule. The audience is in disbelief at what he said, remaining silent for a brief minute. But then everyone goes wild, cheering for Madong Wang, wondering if he will really manage to do what he promised, and even placing bets on his victory. His opponent is fuming with rage upon hearing this. The coach asked him to show off, but is surprised as Madong Wang is indeed a charismatic figure. The protagonist signals to him, agreeing. The narrator introduces the Ultimate League match, CUL vs Conquerors of Heaven and Earth, getting everyone hyped for the event. The match that will decide who takes the throne begins now. A light appears in the sky of the arena, and another one emerges, seemingly spawning the characters onto the battlefield. Map of the match, Dense Jungle. The protagonist realizes this is the same map from before his return, and while many butterfly effects have occurred, not much has changed. In any case, this map is filled with thick tree roots everywhere. The place truly looks like an abandoned jungle, and it's not a good match for vortex or earthquake abilities. Someone calls out to Madong, asking if he really thinks he can defeat them in 8 minutes. "Unfortunately for you, that's going to be impossible," says a player. She is Park Boyan and states that just her alone will take more than 10 minutes. The protagonist gets excited by the girl and is surprised she hasn't become an idol yet, trying to recall her meta. But the girl uses an item called the Minimalist Life Ring, which leaves the protagonist very surprised. He notices that the ring has a trait called Pocket Size, which allows the user's body to become extremely small but does not affect their power attributes. The girl then enters the forest, shrinking herself. Madong prepares to use one of his abilities, and launches the vortex combined with the earthquake. With that, the entire ground around him is destroyed, and the debris is sent flying into the vortex. The girl says he won't be able to catch her with just that. Madong notices that most of the damage is likely being ignored due to the girl's high evasion rate, and if she is hiding behind some roots, it would be game over. The hot and humid jungle air is turning into a storm due to the vortex, creating a massive turbulence. The protagonist makes it clear that he didn't create the vortex to destroy the ground. The girl notices that Madong's attack is over and wonders why the vortex is getting stronger. By activating the vortex, the protagonist has stimulated the jungle's atmosphere, making it stronger with a large updraft. As a result, everything around the vortex is affected. The girl is sucked into the attack, surprised by it, and spins uncontrollably within the vortex, until she is thrown far away from the battlefield. Madong observes that the opponent was thrown so far that she could potentially exit the atmosphere and sarcastically says, "And 10 minutes turned into seconds." A few moments later, the organizers deemed Park Boyan unfit to continue, declaring her defeat. The next opponent is the 41st ranked Korean. His name is Oh Tae-shik. The narrator comments that while he is a skilled player, his adaptability is inferior to his team's, but not much is known about him, so he could surprise in the match. Tae-shik uses an item called the Reverse Blacklist, and performs some necromantic summoning on the battlefield. The narrator is surprised he is using necromancy, and wonders where the corpses came from. The commentator says they must be from the monsters hunted by the organizers when setting up the arena. The protagonist notices that the dead field was used, a trait that resurrects the dead in a fixed area. Tae-shik says it's not over and that he still has another trait to use. He then activates the World of Inverted Speed, summoning stronger monsters this time, which head toward Madong. The protagonist wonders if this trait reverses the speed of fast and slow things within a fixed area. Because of all the jungle roots, the power of the earthquake and vortex has been halved. Additionally, the Flame Walker trait has also diminished due to the humidity, making this arena the place where Tae-shik can showcase his power. According to the protagonist's memories, the coach of the conquerors planned all this very well. Madong then punches the snout of one of the monsters, causing a massive explosion that hits the adjacent monsters. Tae-shik and his coach are stunned by their opponent defeating all the spawns at once. The protagonist acknowledges the opponent's efforts but has a very good counter against undead, even receiving a bonus from the system called Grave Digger of the Great Dead. This trait was obtained after killing many skeletal soldiers and their great dead in the drifting ice. Madong emerges from the ground, striking more undead. The bonus is a simple ability that doubles the damage against undead. Even with a disadvantage, the attack power of his gauntlet is overwhelming. Additionally, with the bonus active, his base attack power rises from 3,600 to 7,200. Besides, this dark magic of Tae-shik is nothing compared to Zodiac's, he says. And after defeating the undead, Madongwang moves on to attack Tae-shik directly, and he kills his opponent with a massive explosion visible from afar in the arena. Madong stands in his traditional pose as if it were nothing, and calls out the next fighter. The narrator comments on the unbelievable situation. The match hasn't even ended, and 2 members have been defeated in 3 minutes. Will Madong manage to finish in 8? Nonsense, comments the next opponent from the Conqueror's team. His name is Choi Moo-hung, ranked 30th in Korea. He says that Madong won't even face the strongest opponent of his team because he himself will win the fight. The protagonist merely comments that it's the first time he's seen the item his opponent possesses in person and that almost no one uses it due to its vague trait. Then Choi Moo-hung simply shouts, "Get out!" and uses his item, the geezer's crazy gacha bag. The gacha is the ability to summon a random monster with high chances of matching the item's rank. Madong stands still, just waiting for the enemy attack to take effect. He doesn't react at first glance, but changes drastically when he sees the monster that appeared in front of him. It was Jormungand. He asks why it is there. "What an impressive twist," comments Zodiac. He watches the fight and wonders what Madong will do now, as that monster is a wild species from birth and could even attack its own master. Zodiac looks at his computer and notices that a program has just installed. Seeing it as the perfect time for a grand entrance, he walks toward his capsule. He says that until then, his opponent can play house as much as he wants. The protagonist faces Jormungandr and asks what she is doing there. She stares at Madong and stands still in front of him. Her status is of rank B, and her natural habitat is the secret puppet factory. With a sinister smile, the opponent stares at Madong. The protagonist notices that his tactic is to hide from Jormungandr using the camouflage ability. Jormungandr prepares to attack. She uses her tail against Madong. The narrator notices that Madongwang has never fought a monster before and wonders what this battle will be like. The serpent opens her mouth, ready to launch an attack from it, and then she shoots a fire beam, resembling a dragon. After the successful attack, the opponent celebrates, saying that the serpent can devour Madongwang. The protagonist wonders if his opponent really thinks he will defeat him with cheap tricks. Jormungandr stares at him again, preparing to attack. Both the vortex and the earthquake of the protagonist will take some time to recharge and be used again, so he plans to hide in the meantime. Madong says there is no need to think too much about it since time is on his side. Choi Muhong's camouflage has a fatal weakness. He holds his breath when he is near Jormungandr. Observing the fight, he wishes the serpent would kill the enemy quickly, and as long as that happens, he plans to use another monster to distract Jormungandr and buy more time. Choi Muhong is convinced that he will handle the serpent himself, but he needs to hold his breath to keep the serpent fighting, as that is what activates her, until the moment comes when he can no longer hold it, and Madong notices that he has started breathing again. Then an explosion occurs in the arena. Both opponents are thrown far away. Choi is surprised that this happened, and when he least expects it, Jormungandr manages to catch him with her mouth. One of his team members cannot believe this is his end. The narrator and the match commentator fall silent for a brief moment, and when they speak again, they report that Choi Muhong was killed by the same serpent he summoned because his opponent managed to exploit his weaknesses and use them against him. A new match is about to begin, and a new player enters the fight. Due to his large armor, his nickname is Iron Man XXVI, and upon entering the battle, he says he will not use such childish strategies as his predecessor. Inside the armor is the player Jo Hyuna, the Golem Summoner. She states she will defeat her opponent using only brute force. Madong says that Iron Man XXVI has finally appeared. The enemy rushes forward with a massive punch. Madong dodges at the last second, and then he kicks the opponent, causing an explosion. He looks at the enemy in surprise, but the opponent does not react. The girl inside the giant says he doesn't burn because he is made of steel and also doesn't break because of his veteran trait, and asks what Madong's next move will be. After that, the robot exposes some metallic spiked projectiles from its leg, launching them toward his enemy. The girl says that, besides that, the whole body of the giant is a weapon, saying that Madong can get close if he wants. Then Madong goes on the attack. With his boots, he causes an explosion on the ground. The robot continues launching projectiles, but the explosion caused repels the attacks. Madong continues shooting fire toward the enemy. The girl says he's running away like a rat, but when she is about to say he is not all that he's cracked up to be, she notices something wrong with her golem. Madong continues causing explosions with his feet. The flame-stepping trait of his boots has been activated. This is nothing, the girl says, stating her golem won't lose to this type of firepower. It certainly won't, but what about you? Asks Madongwang. The golem is overheating from the outside and with the fire. The girl inside begins to take damage. The heat is affecting her more and more. She then desperately escapes from inside the golem, and Madong, who was just waiting, goes to attack her. With this, he lands a blow on her capsule, causing a significant amount of fire damage. That completely destroys the golem with an implosion. The narrator reports Jo Hyuna's elimination, and with this, 4 of the conquerors have been eliminated so far, while Madong has not taken any damage, bringing him closer to an all-kill. The team coach reacts negatively to this crushing defeat, complaining that even the Mad Dog took longer to lose than they did, causing the conqueror's reputation to plummet. The criticisms mention that the conquerors only got this far because of the match order. If Madong fulfills his promise, he will take out the entire team at once. But while he was complaining, a player asked the coach why he already looks defeated, saying that an all-kill in 8 minutes is impossible. The coach retorts, asking if the player can turn the result around. He says yes, thanks to his new meta, and he concludes that not even 8 hours will be enough. The narrator announces the last player of the conquerors, Ryu-Yoan, and asks if he will be able to turn the game around or give a sure victory to the opponent. But something catches his attention and that of the commentator. Even Madongwang is surprised by what he sees, and he wonders what happened to the opponent's appearance. The narrator says that Ryu is the last hope of the conquerors and asks if Madongwang will really be able to achieve an all-kill in 8 minutes. Ryu-Yoan is ranked 4th in the Korean ranks and has a good win record. The problem is that the opponent he is facing is Madongwang. The battle between Ryu, the so-called DPS Slayer, and Madongwang, who possesses an indomitable determination, will start now, shouts the narrator. Madong wonders what has happened to his opponent, and stares at him for a brief moment. Ryu stands before him with an armor yet unused. The protagonist recalls that Ryu was a very proud player, and was nicknamed the DPS Slayer because of his counterattack ability. But now his equipment is the definition of the ultimate tank, as he is using all kinds of defense and traits for stamina absorption and self-healing. He is 100% tank, with no damage-dealing ability, becoming an extreme tank that can block anything. All his confidence is now in his equipment, and even after talking so much, his attitude has become more defensive. This meta was prepared especially to defeat Madongwang, precisely to buy time and prevent the all-kill in 8 minutes promised before the match. Ryu plans to drain his opponent's stamina and defeat other players afterward using the same strategy. An ambitious plan indeed. The protagonist feels sad and at the same time disappointed that his opponent feels so overwhelmed by this match, wondering what made him go this far. Ryu thinks his opponent is stunned with nervousness and sarcastically asks if he is afraid he won't be able to keep his promise. Madongwang gets irritated by the provocation and replies that the remaining 2 minutes are more than enough, promising to finish the enemy in 1 minute. The narrator goes wild and asks what that was because Madongwang reduced the time to 7 minutes and doesn't believe he will be able to defeat the opponent that way. Ryu says that Madong must be provoking him like this to make him lower his guard, but he won't fall for it and will remain firm. He closes his helmet and is ready for battle, saying that Madong thought he would attack him because of his competitive personality, but that was a mistake because he would focus even more on defense. Madong ironically says he feels touched by his opponent's sincerity, but he will be sincere with him too. He prepares his left gauntlet to attack, then the right gauntlet, wielding both forward. After showing his strength to the enemy, he tells him to tank this. Ryu positions himself in a defensive stance. Madong charges forward to attack him. Several blows are aimed in his direction. The secret trait of Madong's gauntlets, Free Fist Mode, is active. He spreads and charges the power of the Vortex and Earthquake into his fists, becoming a card that can only be used when both gauntlets are at the same level. Even though the attacks are not as strong as the gauntlet's attack, it is useful for achieving continuous attacks, and for a while, their attack power gradually increases the more attacks are made. The arena floor is becoming increasingly destroyed with cracks caused by the continuous attacks. Madong extends his arm, ready to use all his strength, and strikes the ground, causing strong explosions and tremors. Ryu realizes his whole body is turning into pieces. His vision is impaired, and a minute hasn't passed yet. A lot of damage must be being reflected. Desperately, Ryu tries to withstand the attacks and not die before time. Madong shouts at him not to die and not to run away, saying he likes his resilience. He wants to be beside the enemy to hit him every day. Together forever, he concludes. Ryu is desperate and terrified upon hearing this, and Madong continues to toy with him. The narrator comments that the 7-minute mark is about to be reached. At this rate, perhaps Ryu Yoan will win, as a lot of damage is being reflected, and Madong's HP is lower, leaving room for a comeback. The commentator says that the promise of victory in 7 minutes may not be fulfilled, an almost obvious result. With only 6 seconds left for the promise to end, we see the countdown. The narrator is super anxious. The audience watching the fight is also on edge. When there were only 2 seconds left, a system message said that the player had logged out. Please reconnect. The narrator and the commentator are in shock. Everyone in the audience doesn't know how to react. Ryu Yoan logged out in the middle of the match, leaving everyone confused. No one knows if it was intentional or not. From what was seen on the damage meter and the remaining HP, the situation of the fight was favorable to him. No technical problems were reported with the game capsules, indicating that the decision to log out came from the player, which, even if unintentional, would be considered a forfeit. But logging out is not that simple. So why did he decide to do that? Asks the narrator. The team coach runs to Ryu's capsule and asks why he logged out. But when he looks inside the capsule, he is surprised. Ryu has passed out, apparently exhausted from the match. The coach shouts, asking what happened and if he is okay. Ryu wakes up, startled from the fainting. He is practically crying as if he had woken up from a nightmare. Then he starts bawling and crying loudly. While everyone was confused, there was one person who knew how Ryu was feeling better than anyone. Lin Joseph, who was there, tells Ryu that he knows what he is going through. After all, he himself has nightmares about it all the time. The damage meter, the HP, the status window. The thing that is above all these numbers is human emotion, fear. When a player's heartbeat reaches abnormal levels, it is considered a medical emergency, so the player is forcibly logged out. The effect that causes white vision, the opponent's fists that fill the field of view, that abnormal madness that freezes the blood. After overwhelming himself with these factors, Ryu was automatically logged out because his heart rate exceeded the limit. Lin Joseph, who knew what Ryu was going through, told him that he would get better after a week's rest, which was a good opportunity to become stronger. Joseph felt a strange empathy for Ryu, but now he applauds Ma Dongwang's victory, and everyone else joins him. Ma Dong's team coach is crying with emotion. Even the narrator goes crazy with the match result. Ma Dongwang is cheered by the entire stadium that watched his victory. He celebrates by raising his gauntlet in the air. We see a big screen showing the number 59. 1 second was all Ma Dongwang needed to meet his promised goal. The crowd goes wild witnessing this. Even he, who is watching the fight, is moved. Ma Dong's team coach is still crying with joy. Ma Dong triumphantly celebrates his victory. The entire stadium celebrates his newest achievement. The award ceremony will take place inside the game, near the field where the Ultimate League matches were held. A giant podium has been built. The audience could log into the game and attend in person or watch from a distance on the big screen. The Conquerors of Heaven and Earth team came in second place. In third place was the Mad Dog team, and in first place was the United Fighting Congress team. The narrator announces that finally, a special prize will be awarded to the player who made the best plays of the season through a vote by the business community and the audience. The MVP Royal Star Award goes to Ma Dongwang. Ma Dong receives the trophy and thanks the audience. The winners of the first professional Roly-Poly League were awarded, marking the start of a new chapter in the history of Korea's gaming industry. However, this is by no means the last stop, says the narrator. The Asian Champions League and beyond that, the World Champions. We believe that player Ma Dongwang will rewrite the entire history of the gaming world, he concludes. Ma Dong thinks that the narrator really has a way with words and that it is true he still has a long way to go, for he has just reached the entrance. The ceremony is interrupted because something strange scares some of those present. They hear a sound that seems like an earthquake. The protagonist notices there is a sound of a flute amidst the roaring, and this makes him worried. Out of the forest appears a giant ogre causing all the commotion. Its presence scares some players. Other monsters appear, making the players wonder if the event organizers didn't clear the area properly by killing all the creatures. A large number of monsters approach, scaring those present. They attack and kill everything around them. The players cannot react amidst the chaos. Amidst all this, Zodiac appears and sarcastically greets the Korean rankers, saying he knows piking is not very profitable, but it certainly makes him happy. He asks who among those present knows him, saying he participated in the game's closed beta. One of the players comments that he only joined through the public beta and didn't know that a normal person participated in the closed beta. Another player speaks up, asking why the intruder crashed a professional event, saying that he must be crazy to do that, and that a mage's physical defense is nothing. With that, an order to attack the intruder is given, and several charge at him. Zodiac says he also likes hand-to-hand combat, and slashes some opponents with his claws. One of the opponents is pierced through the head. Right after, another is attacked head-on. This scares those nearby, making them wonder if, besides being a mage, the enemy is also strong in melee combat. Zodiac quickly attacks everyone, not giving them a chance to react. He again asks if there really isn't a player from the closed beta among them because he heard that someone from the Korean ranks had also participated. That's why he prepared so much to come here. But if there's no one, then everyone can die, he concludes, and soon after, he prepares to cast a spell from his Great King of Darkness grimoire. With that, an attack is launched toward all those near him, and many die easily. The flames Zodiac unleashed in his attack do not extinguish. It's hellfire, he says. The mana consumption is quite high, but it's worth it because it takes a long time to go out. He again launches magical attacks at his opponents, but something interrupts his actions, and a stronger player appears, causing an explosion upon landing on the ground. Zodiac says he has been looking for him everywhere, and needs to repay him for the day of the flooded zone. We see that Ma Dongwang has appeared, and he says he was busy getting rid of the monsters Zodiac had spread around the area. Zodiac asks how many rankers have already died. He also says that the monsters keep appearing and blocking all escape routes and further asks what the cleaning squad is doing. Ma Dong replies that the enemy's death penalty shouldn't have ended yet and asks how he returned to the game. Zodiac replies that the opponent could say it was thanks to his determination not to let a chance like this slip away. The protagonist thinks he is acting exactly as he remembers. Even though he accidentally got in his way several times, Zodiac is acting exactly as he did in the past. What could he be planning to have such determination? Ma Dong says his enemy seems to have a goal in mind, but it's not going to happen, and then he strikes the ground. His enemy doesn't seem to understand what he did, but then a large rock emerges from the ground in his direction, but he dodges it. As soon as he returns to the ground, Ma Dong attacks him again with his combined ability, Vortex and Earthquake, leaving the entire ground about to collapse. He glares at his enemy, and a system message appears. Stepped on Lego, flying becomes possible. just like when you step on a Lego piece barefoot. Zodiac asks if Madong really thought his trick would work twice against him and says that ground damage is nothing if the enemy escapes to the sky. The protagonist realizes that creating a storm by releasing his power into the atmosphere won't cause damage to those flying, but it will hit those around. Zodiac praises his last match and says he will have to destroy him to completely crush the spirit of the Korean rankers. And while he is fleeing, the giant ogre from earlier charges at Madong. He faces it, planning his next attack, but an explosion throws the monster away. Madong is surprised by the impact. Zodiac, caught off guard, is also startled. A new player appears in the battle. It was Lim Joseph, saying he can't let a nobody disrupt the new symbol of the Korean Professional League, and several professionals appear to help him. Ryu appears in the battle, taking a defensive stance, and moves toward the enemies like a tank, absorbing the attacks with his armor. An explosion occurs on the other side of the scene, and another group of players is fighting more monsters. The girl and Iron Man also join the fight, punching some opponents in front of them, and throwing projectiles in their direction. One of the weaker players notices that the rankers are trying to hold back the monsters and wonders why they aren't helping. "We can't leave everything in their hands," another says, and then they charge into the fight, saying that if they go together, they might gain something. Zodiac asks if all these people are some kind of idol group and if they are going to do a dance for TikTok during the fight. The gang stares at him seriously and prepares to attack. Zodiac releases two beasts in his direction. Lim Joseph says they should take care of the weaker ones. Taegang, in a fighting stance, gets ready. The two face the creature's attacks. They use melee attacks, and also ranged attacks. Zodiac is almost hit in one of the attacks but uses the monsters as a shield, until one of the opponents quickly appears by his side and tries to catch him off guard. But the surprise attack doesn't work, and the player is caught off guard instead. Zodiac manages to stop his attack, and counterattacks, almost piercing the opponent. He manages to escape and only has his weapon broken, regretting not using camouflage to deal more damage. "Can you handle all this?" Zodiac asks. "Then I will make it even more fun," he concludes as he pulls out his flute. With it in hand, he blows. An unnatural movement occurs. Creatures killed in battle rise up. One of the players present is surprised by the return of one of them, and is attacked right after. These creatures resemble allied players who died in battle, now turned into zombies and attacking the living. Some even regret being there at this moment. The undead keep appearing, and the players are tired and have low HP levels. Even the dead monsters have turned into zombies, cornering other players. They find themselves hopeless to escape. With this, the monsters advance and manage to attack. The undead appear from all sides and surround those who are fighting. One of the living monsters called the Harpy appears, attacking Taeyang. He tries to strike it from above, but only manages to defend against the counterattack. Flying monsters annoy him because he can't deal damage to them. A player, while being attacked, asks the monster at least to leave his corpse there because he doesn't want a 4-day penalty for dying. "What are the rankers doing?" Zodiac asks, mocking them and even calling them weak compared to the Americans. He keeps taunting the rankers and asking where their symbol has gone, but suddenly he is caught off guard, because the protagonist appears in his addict form and attacks him. Taegang is surprised to see the addict there. Even the audience watching on the big screen can't believe it. Zodiac is not at all happy about this. The addict mocks, saying he doesn't understand why the professionals are struggling to take down someone as pathetic as him. The protagonist hid in the forest while the cult members distracted Zodiac and then switched characters, managing to get close enough to the enemy and attack him. Zodiac, in turn, is surprised by the arrival of the new opponent and tries to retreat, but the addict steps on his cape, not letting him escape. Then, pathetically, Zodiac stumbles and falls to the ground. The scene itself is very ridiculous, and it was displayed on the big screen for everyone to see. The audience is amazed, asking if a blow to the head left him dazed. Daehee, who is watching the fight, wonders what the addict is doing there. Zodiac gets up, still dizzy, and says he doesn't know what the addict is doing there. But as he grabs his spell book, he says the addict will experience hellfire. The addict ironically says he isn't in the mood and uses a Medusa trait, Mana Burn. His enemy is a 7th class mage, so his resistance to magic must be incredibly high. This level of petrification magic will only work for a short time, but in a battle between professionals, every second counts. Then the addict lands a strong punch on his opponent. One of the undead is decapitated, but the dead players keep coming back. Killing them is like trying to block out the sun with a sieve. One of the pro players has an idea for the others, saying he will distract the monsters so the others can escape, but his friend doesn't let him, taking on that responsibility himself. They argue over who has the higher rank and who should stay or go for a while, until the giant ogre charges at them, but is hit in several places, surprising them with the attacks. The GM Dakib cleanup squad has arrived. With Group B, the cleanup rate is at 40% and progressing smoothly. Group C has a cleanup rate of 50%, managing to create a gap in the wave of monsters and initiating evacuation procedures for regular users. One of them notices that the attacker and the addict are fighting around Zone D, but it would be problematic to interfere, so they decide to focus on evacuating the others. Luckily, the rankers haven't suffered much damage, with most of the casualties being other users. If the rankers lose, they will suffer irreparable losses. Individually speaking, a 4-day death restriction is nothing, but if all of them were unable to log in for that long, it would be a problem. Asian rivals like China and Japan are making advances right now. The protagonist remembers that in the past life, this was the incident that started the decline of the Korean rankers, who couldn't log in for a while, making room for rankers from other countries to take their positions. For the advancement of Korean esports, Zodiac has to die right now, he concludes. With this, the addict continues attacking his enemy, but he is resilient and ready to counterattack with his blades. Then he tries to use an attack called Split Appendage, but the addict activates the demon trait, Bad Rhythm Friction Coefficient. As a result, Zodiac's attack is repelled, leaving him surprised as he slips. The addict tells his enemy that he is too detestable to have a quick end and that he deserves to suffer. Then he delivers several attacks from different angles and points on the opponent. Zodiac realizes that the attacks are not causing damage or hurting him, but taking so many hits like this makes him feel like a failure. Outside the battle, some people are still watching the fight, and the audience starts cheering for the addict, because he appears to be winning, and everyone is on his side against Zodiac since he is taking a beating. Some even shouted for him to show the enemy the power of the Korean players. Back in the battle, Zodiac, who doesn't stop getting beaten up, decides to counterattack with his claws. And not only that, but he also calls some of his undead, who are rising from everywhere, and all of them are piling up. Zodiac is lifted by the bones and says that if the addict wants him, he will have to reach him. The distance between them increases. Some professionals realize the enemy's strategy of using the bones to form a mountain, and are surprised that he still has tricks up his sleeve. Even the addict seems surprised by this, but he is determined to climb and reach his enemy. He heads towards the bone wall, and manages to pass through it. His ability allows him to enter entirely into the mountain. With that, he reaches the top easily and startles the enemy, leaving him confused and desperate. This ability is the combination of mucus with the rift trait that the protagonist invented, allowing him to pass through even the smallest holes. As he gets close to the enemy, the addict bites his thumb, and spits his blood in the direction of his adversary. He doesn't understand what was splattered on him, but the addict charges to attack him with his dagger. Still confused, Zodiac tries to understand what his opponent used. The addict thinks that now the enemy will take poison damage, and besides that, the mutilation trait will drain his HP, making his death certain. Zodiac is already in bad shape and says he needs to go to a temple to remove the abnormal effects, but there isn't one nearby, and his only option is to use a return scroll. He mentions it's a waste to use such a precious item now because it costs a fortune. The addict says he wants to know why he's spending so much money to do something like this. Zodiac simply smirks mockingly, and then opens the scroll, ready to use it. The addict tries to stop him somehow, and then Jormungand appears and attacks the enemy, managing to capture the scroll with his mouth. The addict praises her good grip. Jormungand begins to coil around the enemy, trying to suffocate him, and completely envelopes his body, leaving only the upper part exposed. Zodiac asks if the addict is one of the participants in the game's closed beta. He asks why the enemy keeps repeating that. Zodiac replies that his opponent's strength is definitely unusual, and thought he might be someone from that side but doesn't know what he really is. The addict says he's the one who asks the questions and demands an explanation for Zodiac's appearance in that place. The enemy just evades and doesn't answer, saying he is only the shadow of this world. Whatever it is, it ends here, he says. Madong Wang interrupts when he was behind the addict, and the addict interrupts him when he was fighting Madong, comparing the two to a lovely couple. He also says that the two must be the true representatives of the Korean rank, and he can wait to see because he will find them and kill them no matter what. But the addict replies that he doesn't need to wait for anything because he can see whatever he wants now using his Medusa trait, Mana Burn. Zodiac just stands there, laughing at the situation. Then Jormungand finally releases him, making him fall from a considerable height. One of the players notices the fall and tells the others not to miss the chance to attack, saying everyone should charge before the enemy decides to use another trick. Then several attacks are launched all at once, destroying the enemy and making them believe in their certain victory. The crowd of spectators goes wild, calling the addict the winner of the bout because he managed to do what even the professionals didn't, becoming the king of the amateur league. Leaving the battlefield, the addict says that's all he's going to do. Since this is a problem for the professional league, he will leave the rest to them, even though there are still several monsters in the area. Then he uses his Abyss Demon ability, Demon Feet Bad Rhythm, and leaves the battlefield. Some players say that the addict should help more, while others agree that the professionals should take over here. Otherwise, their honor would be destroyed. They agree to protect their honor and head into battle against the remaining monsters. However, a large explosion occurs on the battlefield, and some undead are thrown into the air. A strong earthquake causes this impact. Then Madongwang returns and says that the honor of a professional must be reclaimed by someone worthy. With that, he prepares to use an area attack and tells everyone to retreat. With a direct strike to the ground, he explodes the entire area around him. The fire is spread by a vortex, and the monsters turn to dust. Those who didn't burn to death are being sucked into the broken ground. Even the giant ogre does not resist. Madongwang splits it in half with a single blow. The other players observe his feats and praise him, saying they need to help him by making the tanks advance. The attackers are not left behind and also join the fight, but they stay away from Madong so as not to get in his way. Madong tears through other monsters with his attack. His fighting spirit is high. The terrorist act by an unranked player during the ceremony caused a big commotion. The supervillain earned several nicknames, but only one became popular, the God of Calamity. Even the FBI got involved in trying to capture him, but when they arrived at his gaming capsule, he had already fled, leaving them one step behind. Since he couldn't have gone far, reinforcements were made in the search. One of the investigators tries to deduce what Zodiac Bundy Bale is planning. He says the villain not only entered the country despite being on the wanted list, but also committed his terrorist act right in the stadium's basement. At least it wasn't in the real world, he concludes. People started to take an interest in the geniuses who were outside the Korean ranks after the incident. However, the addict was the one who received the most attention because he defeated the villain even with all the professionals working together but refused all the gratitude offered. In an interview, the addict responds that he had no reason to accept such rewards, as he is an unranked player with no official records, placing him on the same level as amateurs. Madongwang, in turn, achieved more accomplishments than all the others and received as much attention as the addict. And with that, the Great Roly-Poly League competition ended. The scene cuts to Drake's personal warehouse. The protagonist comments that it's amazing to have so many items and asks if they have dexterity enhancements on them. Drake replies that yes, although most are rank C or D items, there may be a higher rank C item among them. The protagonist says he needed items with dexterity enhancements, and Drake collected all he could find, even receiving donations along the way. He also asks if he can really keep the items, since if sold, they are worth some money, but Drake responds that he would be the only one interested in using them, and that he has been following him until now to repay his debt. But after they killed the Kraken, he realized something, that he enjoys the game more when he is with his friend because a group is not meant to benefit only one person, and as long as there are reasons, he will provide some value. The protagonist realizes that Drake is right, as he has received many reasons because of his achievements, both in this life and the past one. Drake asks his friend what they are going to do now, saying he leveled up and got better equipment. With this, they can increase the difficulty of the challenges. Stronger and scarier monsters, even more magnificent and complicated dungeons. He excitedly asks if there's any better adventure awaiting them. The protagonist is happy with his enthusiasm, and says that, for now, they are just going to do daily missions. Drake is disappointed to hear this, because he has never done daily missions since he entered the game. But the protagonist warns that everything is to prepare for the adventure he so desires. Drake goes straight to the point, and asks what his friend intends to do with all the items he has collected. The protagonist thinks that since Drake helps him and trusts him so much, there should be no problem telling the truth. Then he reveals what he intends to do when they reach the end of the game, and this makes at least a part of his plan come out of his mouth for the first time. A flashback shows once again the moment when Zodiac, in the middle of the battle, asks if any of his opponents know him from the game's closed beta. And at that moment, the player Kim Jong-un from Mad Dog observes him from a distance. She apparently recognizes him from somewhere. This somehow makes her remember the old days. The comments section on all posts related to the game is booming. Many people are commenting on the recent events, and some are even speculating about the fate of certain characters. In search rankings, the addict is ahead of Madongwang. The public's reaction to the addict was overwhelming. He didn't even officially participate in the league and wasn't a professional, yet he remained at the top of the search rankings. And not only that, he promised in an interview that he would compensate all those who suffered losses due to the contaminated water in the flooded zone. Although he has no connection with his copy, it doesn't change the fact that someone plagiarized his appearance and meta, so he believes he bears some responsibility. With the addition of a noble and Buddhist image to his season profile, his value increased exponentially. The name, Addict, itself broke barriers and started to become a meme. Some people are wondering what his next stop will be, maybe a crazy place beyond imagination. What kind of new world will he explore now? Others ask. The hype is only growing. The scene cuts to a man shouting and asking why his slaves are standing still. He demands they prepare his coffee and be grateful for being able to work for him. He concludes that many would love to be in their place. Then we see it is the addict and Drake. They are on a coffee farm in Rejlai, a massive plantation area located in the southern part of the central continent. Drake drinks a potion after a day of work. He says the place is so hot that if he doesn't drink potions, he'll lose HP just from being in the sun. And with that, the money he'll earn won't be enough to cover the costs. The man returns to giving orders and says the two can't stand around chatting or playing all day, demanding they return to work. Drake is so tired but goes back to work with his friend, harvesting coffee beans and separating the high-quality beans from the low-quality ones in the sack. They are washed with water and left to dry in the sun before being taken to the kitchen. After roasting them at high temperatures, they are packed in small paper bags. This is their mission. The strong smell of roasting coffee causes headaches. The man with a whip in hand demands they keep working and asks if they still think they are human. All this is for your own good, he says. The farm is doing well, and so are the workers, but I won't increase your salaries even when I'm swimming in money. After hearing this, Drake gets furious, but the protagonist tells him to stay calm because the karma of killing an NPC is significant, and that they will soon finish the mission and be able to leave. Drake asks his friend, why are they doing this? The protagonist responds that daily and secret missions are the fuel for the main ones, and the basics need to be done first. He also says that young people these days want everything handed to them and have no interest in earning things through the sweat of their labor. While they were working, a small carnage bee approaches. It stings Drake on the back of his neck. He is caught off guard and surprised. He falls to the ground, and the protagonist notices his carelessness and says that although it is small and slow, the bee's venom is potent. The bee approaches him, but the protagonist quickly kills it. While lying on the ground, Drake still has to hear insults from the farm man, who complains that he isn't working and thinks he is just lying there resting. In fact, the experience points and proficiency accumulated here are useless, the protagonist concludes. And not only that, the Rejlai brothers keep abusing the players with their words and whips, so no one cares about this mission. As always, the protagonist is doing this for a good reason. The system alerts that the mission has been completed, and the farm owner considers them barely worth what they eat. Drake comments that daily missions usually take a few hours, but they ended up working for an entire day, making him prefer fighting a Gorgon. But after suffering so much, the reward should be good, right? He asks. The protagonist asks if his friend really doesn't know what the reward is. Drake replies that he has always ignored these things until now. Then the protagonist reveals that the reward was simply a bag of coffee residue. Drake is shocked by this. The farm owner asks why his face looks like that and tells him to be satisfied with what his master is giving. But now it's time for them to get out of there. The two brothers, in an extremely mocking manner, laugh in their faces and treat them like trash. They comment that young people usually give up at the first sign of trouble. But at least they'll be able to find a job somewhere with what they've learned here. Because we're really a charitable business, they conclude. The protagonist comments that this reminds him of his first part-time job, but Drake catches his attention and asks if he can borrow something for a second. The farm owners keep pestering them, yelling at them to get out since the work is done, and saying that their farm needs more efficient slaves. However, Drake furiously attacks them. He is wearing a trickster mask that allows him to absorb negative karma instead of the player. The attack power increases with the death count and gives a bonus for each kill. One of the men says he's the farm owner and can't be attacked by a slave, telling Drake to show more respect for him. But then he gets a big kick in the face. The protagonist watches the scene and says it's all right as long as Drake uses the mask, and asks him to leave the two at least recognizable when he's done. The two are beaten to the ground. Drake tells them to look at the coffee field. He burned it all in anger. The owners cry desperately over their loss. The protagonist, holding a cup, simply comments that it's a good view to have coffee. Even though the map terrain is usually reset after 24 hours, the map itself isn't, and after that, the farm even changed its name to Burnt Coffee. Drake says they only came here to waste time since they didn't gain experience, good items, or useful proficiency. But actually, we did gain something, the protagonist comments. Then he raises his arm, and the smell of coffee emanates from his body. The smell of coffee all over your body is the best reward from today's mission, he says, and calls Drake to leave before the smell fades. He asks where they are going. The protagonist says they are going to more chaotic, more dangerous, and unexplored places because that's what Drake wanted. His friend says they finally left as expected from the great addict. Now it's time for the main attraction, the floating island. Far away, Some organizers wonder if they should regulate the unruly users and if they should keep the death penalty as it is. Direct regulations will be difficult because the game's level of freedom is high, and even though it seems strange, they consider the player's right to freedom. There's also the PK penalty that prevents trading with NPCs because they despise the player. In addition, the penalized player is considered a monster. They consider killing the offenders themselves, but some voluntary guilds are already doing this. Since the pikers are organized, this worries them. One of them asks if this was the reason they didn't intervene in the incident in the Pro League. A woman asks if this question was directed at her. The other, in audio only, responds that it was not. The woman says that thanks to her searches, the man called the God of Calamity has been found and is heading to the far south of the continent. She mentions the Tower of Assassins, and says she is sure that everyone present at the meeting knows what this means. Her name is Nam Sena, the captain of the elimination squad, and she says that now is the time for all of them to recognize that freedom is as important as control. It might be a little strange to call it revenge, she says, but we will have to forcibly punish him. We, the GM Elimination Squad Dakibi, will begin to interfere directly in the game from now on. A system message alerts that the player has entered the Rotten Underground channel. First visitor, Addict. A fragment of the Weeping Galatea was there. The protagonist greets a being in front of him and says he kept his promise. The being thanks him and says he can finally complete his wife thanks to the item. He activates a power in his eyes and transfers some kind of magic to the protagonist. A system message alerts that he has received the blessing of Pygmalion and that it is possible to use the sculptor's eye effect for 24 hours. The protagonist celebrates because he finally got the effect. Drake comments that the ground where they are standing is soft, causing a sensation that his legs will sink if he doesn't move. The protagonist tells him to be careful because that place is an island only in name, as it consists of a bunch of things floating together. Drake asks if they're going to invade today, and what the rating is. The protagonist points out that the target is the island's master, the eight-legged king, and his rating is S. Drake is surprised by this. The floating island itself has an unknown classification. No one knows who made it, or the reasons behind its existence, only that it floats in the ocean. A place made of islands and mountains filled with bones and rotten flesh. A secret dungeon that can only be seen during a storm in the sea fog at night. The protagonist visited the channel once before to take on the Medusa mission. Drake notices a black ground that must be rotten flesh and a hard part that could be bones. The protagonist confirms his perception and says the entire island was formed from the leftovers of the food of the island's master. He really eats a lot, says Drake. The protagonist notices something approaching. Some insects arrive and appear to be many. They are actually dead spiders that inhabit the area. Drake notices that there are more than they thought, and that it won't be easy to advance. But the protagonist is calm and says this won't be a problem. He then starts counting 1, 2, 3, and doing push-ups, leaving Drake confused. The spiders that were approaching earlier are now moving away from them. Drake notices they are retreating and asks why. Then he realizes it is related to the smell of coffee. With this, he understands why the mission they did earlier was important. The two take advantage of the opening to run. The spiders in large numbers try to follow them, but Drake spreads coffee residue as he moves, and this causes some kind of irritation to the monsters, giving them an advantage. He keeps spreading it because he sees it worked, and comments that he finds it unusual that spiders don't like coffee, but the protagonist notes that most insects hate coffee, and in some situations, cinnamon works too. The coffee helps the friends escape. They descend a cliff, and the system says they have entered the secret dungeon, entrance to the path of the floating island king, and their names have been recorded as the first visitors. Drake notices the bodies of monsters are stuck to the walls by spider webs and white mucus. The protagonist warns that the coffee is gone, so they need to be more careful, but Drake unknowingly steps on a fragile spot, and his foot sinks into the ground. He is about to fall into a hole, but the protagonist saves him, making him realize there was a trap there. He says he warned him about being careful with the dangers and that there are more of them everywhere. A spider tunnel is in front of them. Places like this are full of paths that they dig. If you fall into one, the spiders will drag you through an endless tunnel because there is a tunnel spider there. Drake comments that at this rate, they won't be able to get out of there, but he could try to find out where they are by shooting one of his arrows, but it will take a long time, and his supply will run out. The protagonist places his hand on the ground, and tries to concentrate to feel something. He uses his sculptor's eye ability. With this, a signal becomes radiant on the ground. A kind of writing that only he can see appears. Then he deliberately steps on the spot, and a type of trap is triggered. Thanks to the Pygmalion effect, he knows where the traps are, even if he can't see them all at once. It's still very useful. Since the safe areas show the number of spiders in the location, it is also useful for finding the safest rock. Drake tells him to wait because he notices something. The protagonist simply confirms it, that they are in some kind of minefield. This is a national game played by many because it comes pre-installed on computers and is an endless game that has existed since the primitive era of games. The number on the square shows the number of mines, and with that square in the center, there is a maximum of 8 mines around a cell that ends the game if triggered. The protagonist tells Drake not to stray from him while they enter the field. With his ability, the protagonist doesn't have much difficulty crossing. One of the spiders in the area tries to follow them, but Drake fires one of his arrows at it. The Pygmalion effect is not absolute. Sometimes, the protagonist can't distinguish the right path, leaving a 50% chance. But this is not a big problem because he can activate the King of Darkness effect choice. With this, the right path becomes clearer to him. The spider from earlier tries to attack Drake from above. Drake uses his friend as a step, surprising him, and shoots the spider with his crossbow. His shot causes the spider to explode entirely. The protagonist wonders why it seems all the attention is focused on Drake. Several shots are being fired, and an iron spider shoots its webs in their direction. The protagonist warns that these webs are like steel wires, and if you get hit, your body will be cut. But if Drake listens for the sound, he can easily dodge. Drake, however, doesn't think it's as easy as his friend makes it seem. The two dodge the steel webs, and realize that a type of cage is forming around them. The protagonist is shocked by this. He sees that several steel web threads have been arranged by the spiders above. Then he pulls Drake by the arms, and tells him not to stray away. But before they realize it, they are already caught. The protagonist tries to lighten the situation, and says they need to stay as close as possible, just as brothers, of course. The mucus ability of the Bad Rhythm monster is activated, and Drake is also protected by it. The steel web threads are descending toward them, but with the ability active, the two manage to slip through easily, because the effect works on objects the user is holding and on other people as long as they are as close as possible to him. After escaping, the protagonist says they will now cross the iron webs and need to coordinate their movements. The webs move like lasers, and they head towards them, trying to hit them, but their movements are precise, and they manage to dodge. The exit they need is closing, so the two jump toward it, and with the help of the mucus, they manage to slide through the gap before it closes completely. The system alerts that they have entered the King's Path, the deepest point of the floating island, and registers their names as the first to arrive there. As they fall into the crevice, Drake hears a noise, and realizes something big is approaching and prepares to fight. This is dangerous because he hasn't yet adjusted to see in the darkness, and he also can't make any noise since he realizes his friend isn't nearby. While searching for him, a female ghost passes through the wall, startling him. He doesn't like encountering the ghosts before sensing her presence, but the ghost stares at him, and he wonders how long she has been there watching him. When he tries to shoot, he can't and wonders if he's been paralyzed, but the ghost moves toward him, and brings her face very close to his. This makes Drake realize she is beautiful, but he quickly tries to pull himself together, and notices there's a strange smell. Suddenly, the ghost opens her mouth, transforming into a monster, and tries to attack him while Drake is still frozen. His reflexes kick in, and he manages to move. He uses a blade to try to protect himself from the monster, and distancing himself from her, throws a bomb in her direction. With that, it explodes right in the creature's face. Drake mentions that the creature's rotten breath even woke him up to life again. The creature transforms into the spider mother goddess, launching webs in the direction of her prey, trying to entangle Drake with them. It seems the spider goddess is pleased with what she did, and Drake realizes he has been tricked. But the protagonist appears at the last moment, and throws coffee residue at the creature, saving his friend. He says there's still mucus on Drake's body and orders him to hold his breath and get out of there. Drake looks around and notices the spiderweb thread surrounding him. Then he tries to quickly think of a way to escape, and jumps over the threads, narrowly escaping. The spider goddess is enraged that he escaped the trap. The protagonist says he found Drake thanks to the caltrops he detonated. Drake realizes he was used as bait, and reports that the creature's defense doesn't seem to be high. His friend warns him to be careful of chain death, an entrapment ability that deals short-range physical damage, which is quite troublesome, he concludes. Drake then understands they must kill her at once, but it will be difficult to do that in such a tight space. Dodging her barbed wire is simple, says the protagonist, and tells his friend to do everything he does at the right time. Drake says that's the hardest part of the plan. The creature advances, about to attack them with the cutting webs. The protagonist warns that the spider's attack is fast but follows a pattern. She will shoot webs 3 times at half-second intervals while spinning clockwise. The range is only 3 meters, so just paying attention to the height when she attacks is enough to predict the movements. This observation allows the protagonist to dodge all the attacks. He says that when she completes a full turn, the spider will use an area attack. Drake, on alert, also dodges the barbed wire webs. The spider goddess prepares to use a magical ability. She uses an area attack, creating a massive barbed wire web above them. Then she launches the trap to the ground, The protagonist says that an attack like this is simpler than it seems. The two use the mucus again and manage to dodge the webs with ease. The creature is surprised at how easily they escaped her trap. The protagonist comments that this attack comes directly at them, so they just need to do as they did last time to escape. But the problem is that just dodging won't do any good if they can't attack her, and there aren't many ways to do that. It would just become a battle of attrition. He thinks he can't attack up close because he would be surrounded by the enemy right afterward, and the mucus won't be enough since he can't hold his breath for very long. Charging in like a madman won't help this time because it would get him buried alive in such a small place. Drake tries to think of a specific attack. He says he doesn't know if it will work, but he thinks he can use an item he brought for the battle. The protagonist says that coffee residue isn't very effective against the spider goddess. But something unexpected happens in the scene. Several bees appear and fly toward the creature. The protagonist asks how Drake had a bunch of carnage bees in his pocket the whole time. He replies that he found a hive while they were at the farm and considered destroying it but thought it might be useful in another way. So, as usual, he took the item. If they could cause paralysis damage to him, then weaker monsters could be affected as well. The angry bees in the battlefield sting the spider queen. A swarm of them surrounds the creature, which starts feeling the effects of paralysis, but still manages to react and counterattack. After hitting the bees, she moves to attack the two friends, who quickly notice the enemy's movement and react. They narrowly dodge the attacks. Drake waits to get into a favorable position and throws an object at the creature. The spider goddess notices the movement and destroys the object midair, but then several bees spread in her direction. The creature charges an attack in her abdomen and shoots a jet of fire toward the bees, burning them all. Drake starts to realize that the creature is strong and is at a level above his attacks, making them ineffective. But the protagonist interrupts him and says he thought of a solution for this. He remembers seeing some guys using bees against the spider goddess before she incarnated and thinks getting the hives at the farm wasn't in vain. Since the floating island doesn't have much food, the goddess must have developed the need to eat everything she sees. Recovering life by feeding is natural for all beings in the game, but unlike other races that don't feel the need to eat when their life is full, this creature never stops. The spider goddess keeps burning the bees, and an explosion occurs in the midst of this. She emerges from a cocoon completely renewed. Drake notices she has undergone some sort of shell change. Now she has become the Empress of Many Legs, a being that rules all creatures like her in this world and even feeds on other insect kings. Even stronger than before. The Empress screams loudly in the area. With that, other spiders hear her call, and also appear for the fight. Drake thinks his actions only made the situation worse, but he looks to the side and doesn't see his friend. The Empress is staring at him, about to attack. However, she senses something approaching from behind and is startled. The protagonist appears behind her and lands a blow on her head, leaving Drake extremely surprised. The creature gets angry at being hit, but the protagonist strikes her again in several different spots on her body, and tells Drake that now is his time to go after her. He asks if it's not rude to attack in the middle of a transformation, but the protagonist tells him not to worry about courtesy at a time like this, and to attack her now. In general, insects change their shells, putting their lives at risk. Their bodies become soft and weak for a while, which makes them targets in the game precisely during this molting period. The protagonist says she can't use chain death while she is transforming, and that has given them a great chance thanks to the bees. The Empress doesn't seem happy with the fight. The protagonist says that attacking magical girls at their most vulnerable moment isn't the most normal thing to do, but even so, he will pierce the Empress all over. A bow and arrows appear in the battle. Drake summons it, ready to fire 3 arrows at the enemy. With this, a massive burst of power is used to hit the target. Part of the Spider Empress is charred by the attack. Drake continues attacking the creature from a distance, hitting her in various parts of her body. She is taking all this damage without reacting, but in the middle of the attacks, something catches her attention. A strong punch hits the ground, and the user says that the damage per second from the deadly scissors has been activated. There's nothing better than landing a hit on someone with Madongwang's meta, says the protagonist. He leaps toward the Empress, landing multiple punches in different areas. One of her legs is hit, and she screams in pain. But the protagonist says it's not over yet, and that the cave might collapse, but he doesn't care about that. He then prepares to use an ability, and uses his classic Vortex plus Earthquake move. The whole area is blown up. The Empress can't move and is completely hit. Drake asks if that killed her, but the protagonist says it still wasn't enough to kill such a powerful monster. But since the two attacked in addition to the scissors damage, she must be done for. The bigger problem comes after this. Drake looks at the protagonist and realizes he is using Madongwang's persona. He tries to introduce himself in this persona, but Drake says it's not necessary. However, a noise interrupts their conversation, and Drake tells his friend to look up. They see several barbed wire webs coming in their direction, and quickly the two dodge the attacks. While dodging, Drake gets cornered, and the protagonist calls his name, worried about him. But an enemy attack is coming his way. and the protagonist quickly steps in front of the attack and is hit. Drake is extremely worried about him, but the protagonist switched his avatar back to the addict, and his heart is beating harder than usual. The heart's features are degenerating because it is a special organ, and he tries to move away from the Empress. As he distances himself, he uses a potion. Drake asks if he's okay since he got hit directly. He says he is and that he survived thanks to his tenacity trait, but he's annoyed about getting hit. Drake looks at the creature and asks if she hasn't grown too much. The protagonist says she must have reached some kind of special mode after being attacked during the metamorphosis, but her remaining life is very low. So the protagonist comes up with a plan. He tells Drake they'll rely on damage over time and keep stalling until she dies. Running is their best option since the cave they're in could collapse at any moment. Some debris begins to fall as the Spider Empress tries to chase them. The protagonist remembers he needs to do something before leaving. Then he uses only the boot from Madong Wang's armor to cause a massive explosion on the ground with the Scalding Steps ability active. The Empress tries to move but gets injured in the fire and finds herself with few options in this situation. The protagonist says her type is weak against fire, and this heat will burn her on all sides. Outside the island, everything is quiet until an explosion happens inside the cave. This gives them just enough time to escape. Several pieces of debris fall on the Empress, and the entire cave is collapsing. Drake asks the protagonist if the Empress doesn't seem strange. He observes closely and simply replies that time is up. The arrows, the explosive damage, and the damage over time should affect her. Even the oil from her flesh feeds the surrounding flames. But it seems luck didn't favor the two of them. The protagonist asks Drake if he remembers that before entering the cave, it was said that the creature was rank S. Drake replies yes, but she seemed weaker than that. The S rank is only reached when the creature completes the metamorphosis, says the protagonist. He's not sure, but there are occasions when she fails to complete the process, though it's quite rare. When this happens, her rank goes up by 2 stages. Drake can't believe what he just heard, but apparently it's true because the Empress is about to return. The protagonist realizes this and gets ready. Then the creature returns as the 8-legged King Kolikium, Fall Mode, with a rank of S+. The creature screams as it emerges. Its final stage is the last form of spider monsters, the one that destroyed everything. Its power now, with nothing left to lose, is comparable to the gods. Drake asks if this isn't way too overpowered. The protagonist says that the metamorphosis trait is still incomplete, meaning there's a time limit. The creature rises in the middle of the battlefield, making the two friends apprehensive. Deus Ex Machina is a VR game that allows its AI to update through corrections via trial and error. There is a main AI that acts as the central nervous system of the world, along with 17 others that help form and maintain it, and among these is the one that controls the S+ monsters. These beings are absolutely perfect. However, the 8-legged King Kolikium that appeared is not one of them. Even though it has gained the power of a god through metamorphosis, this power only lasts for 100 seconds, similar to a rage mode. The fact that it's an S+ monster doesn't prevent it from being defeated as long as the two friends can hold out long enough. But the creature doesn't want to give them a break. It attacks them from all directions in different ways, completely destroying the entire area around them. Drake thinks they will be sliced up along with the whole island before time runs out, but the protagonist says they need to hold on a little longer. He then realizes that the island was split into several pieces with just one attack from the creature, making him realize that if they do nothing but flee, the island will collapse. The entire island is already divided into several pieces, and the protagonist says he needs to stop the creature's movements, even if only for a brief moment, so he uses his Mana Burn ability. The creature doesn't even flinch and counters with an attack, throwing his enemy far away. He realizes the monster is way too strong. Drake warns him that there isn't much of the island left, and even the ship they used to get there has been destroyed. The protagonist tries to quickly come up with a plan. He looks at his friend. Drake realizes the protagonist has something planned. Then he says he'll try to get close to the creature and asks Drake to cover him. He also says that even if the plan doesn't work, he will have to hold out until the end. Drake agrees and says his friend's sacrifice won't be in vain, but the protagonist jokingly says he isn't dead yet. With that, the protagonist heads towards the creature, dodging its blows along the way. He jumps over the stone blocks while dodging. When he gets very close, the creature tries to hit him, but she receives a long-distance counterattack. She doesn't understand what happened. Drake is attacking and giving cover for the protagonist. From a distance, he lands a few arrows on the creature, but this only makes her angrier, and she counterattacks, launching a devastating blow in Drake's direction, causing massive destruction in the area. The protagonist gets angry, seeing his friend get hit, and jumps toward the creature, ready to land a blow. But before that, he grabs an object stored in his pocket. It was the baby creature he caught some time ago. The selection trait of Queen Wadudu has been activated. The queen's spores are spreading over the opponent's body. The 8-legged creature seems to react negatively to this. The protagonist confirms what he already suspected. Even being young, the baby is still Queen Wadudu. In the story, The Wadudas and the spiders had a hostile relationship since both wanted the position of Insect King. The eight-legged creature, being an insect, will not resist the attack. Its movements will stop for a few seconds, but that won't be enough to stop her completely, so the protagonist switches to Madongwang and activates the free fist mode of the gauntlets. Next, he lets out a battle cry, saying it's time to fight. Right after, he delivers several consecutive punches to the enemy. One of the punches hits the creature squarely in the face. The protagonist is furious and determined to defeat her. Finally, he lands such a powerful punch that it throws the opponent far away. He's unsure if it worked or not. The creature returns and, with a single blow, throws him far away, leaving only his trail on the battlefield. Drake realizes this is serious and worries about his friend. The protagonist falls into the sea and is slowly sinking. Not satisfied, the creature throws its legs into the sea toward its opponent and tries to hit him even underwater. Meanwhile, a strange being appears and says that after diverting from his route to check on a trivial rumor, he realized they were nothing more than savages fighting. The eight-legged creature notices some strange movement coming from the sea. The protagonist tries to dodge its attacks, and Drake is still worried about him, wondering if his friend will manage to escape. But beyond, the other being calls them insignificant beings and says they are foolish to fight childishly when the Great War is about to happen. He then introduces himself and says his name is Beelzebub. He says that this is the name that will offer a fair death and opportunity. The eight-legged creature is completely paralyzed, like a statue. Its body is cracking and falling apart. Drake realizes that the time is up and that they managed to hold out long enough. The protagonist observes something beyond the creature in front of him from a distance. The creature, in turn, has a charred body covered in ashes, breaking apart completely. The system alerts that they are the first to defeat the eight-legged king. Rewards are distributed, a new ranking is calculated, and their names are recorded. Additionally, something he sees on the horizon catches his attention. He sees the creature named Beelzebub, one of the 7 constellations that command all demons in this world, a great demon that rules over disease and decay. The protagonist mentions that just when he was relieved not to have died to the king, something like this unexpectedly happens, and he wonders what this guy is doing here. One of the 17 strongest beings that rule the world is staring at him. But why? Beelzebub replies that he originally came there to meet with the eight-legged king. The protagonist at first doesn't understand his real intentions. But the creature continues, saying he needed a powerful allied monarch to fight in the war against the dragons, even if it was made of stupid spiders. The protagonist realizes that the man doesn't want allies but servants, saying the Spider King wouldn't be a match for one of the 7 demonic constellations. Even her reaction a moment ago showed her fear in the presence of a ruler of half the world. The spiders in this world are neutral monsters. They stay away from everyone, whether demons or dragons, and are content with just having something to eat. But if the eight-legged king had joined the demon army, their strength would have increased greatly by having an S+ class monster on their side. But the protagonist remembers that the main story he knew didn't happen this way and wonders if his actions caused a butterfly effect at some point. Beelzebub says that thanks to insolent worms like them, the king has disappeared. Now that a great ally is gone, this whole trip was a waste. This is completely your fault, he concludes. The protagonist just stares at him, not having much else to do. He feels something akin to several larvae eating his body alive, as if his whole body were being torn apart. The real thing must be different. The presence of a true S+ is overwhelming. Looking at Drake, he notices that he is standing firm, and he feels calmer knowing he is there. But Drake is completely terrified. Beelzebub says that using his wings for no reason is very irritating, and he would normally punish them as a demonic constellation should, but he won't do it this time. The protagonist gets excited because he thinks the creature will let them go, but he is cut off, and instead, Beelzebub says he will put the 2 insignificant insects under his command, summoning them to his army in place of the king they killed. A system message alerts a new main mission, prelude to the war between demons and dragons. One of the 7 constellations is personally summoning them. This leaves the protagonist extremely surprised. The message asks if they would like to join the army or not. Something like this has never happened to the protagonist. He is confused because he thinks if he doesn't accept, he will probably die. But still, he doesn't like the idea of siding with demons. If he doesn't do this, it can be concluded that his choice to remain human in the tower tutorial will be in vain. Then he gets the idea to use his Solomon's Eye ability, and it might work as long as he chooses the best option with it. But even so, he can't see anything, only the system screen demanding a response. He wonders what could have happened for the eye not to work, or if both options are bad. However, the demon interrupts him, saying that constellations don't wait, especially not for insignificant beings, and the system alerts that the offer has been withdrawn. The protagonist panics, saying it hasn't even been 3 seconds since the proposal was made. He already imagines that this is how he is going to die. It's still too early, he says, but he refers to the demon as someone he will have to overcome someday. Telling Drake to stay calm, He says that as long as he follows what he says, maybe they'll win. Drake comments that for the first time, he sees his friend terrified like this. Then he comments that, judging by the protagonist's reaction, there is no chance of getting out of this alive. So he says if they're going down, they should go down fighting. The protagonist thinks that his friend's attitude was really cool. Their opponent is a ruler who governs this world, a demonic constellation and the king of everything diseased or in decay in this world, and they have to face something like that. But the protagonist mentions that as long as he has the 3 sacred treasures he collected earlier, he will have his strongest weapon and won't be defeated so easily. Even if his chances are lower than Gabriel's heterosexuality, there is still a chance to face him. He says, of course, he's going to die, but he will die after he kills. The demon looks at them with a gaze of contempt. Their existences are insignificant to him. Then, beneath his feet, a giant sea monster is about to attack him, but the distance between the two seems to be quite large. Beelzebub says that a little demon trying to be someone important is hilarious. And we see that the sea creature is called Mogmer, one of the 7 monarchs who ruled the dragons. The presence of the dragon creature makes the demon furious. He even insults him as a damned lizard, and charges at his opponent. The demon has transformed into a type of giant insect, very different from his humanoid form from before. Drake is surprised to see this, and warns his friend. The protagonist says they were lucky to have managed to kill the king thanks to Beelzebub, and that he recorded the coordinates where the items fell so he can retrieve them later. The two are escaping on a piece of the ship's wreckage, and the protagonist, irritated, says he will have his revenge, and Drake compares this attitude of his to that of an old-fashioned villain. In a different environment, the protagonist listens to the conversation of other players and tries to pay attention. They are discussing the assigned task and wondering what kind of creatures they will face and whether they will be able to achieve the objective. The players are undergoing a test for the team that the protagonist is trying to assemble. He thinks that these are the difficult types to deal with, but that everything will be fine in the end. One of the candidates for selection is Woo Hyungjian, who says he used to be a thief on his old team because he could steal anything, even diverting employees' salary money. Meanwhile, one of the earlier candidates tells one of his teammates to retreat but not stray too far from the team. But his advice is not heeded, and his teammate advances even further, leaving him deeply irritated. Another candidate for selection, named Cha Yumi, introduces herself. She says she chose to be support because she doesn't want to fight in any of the other roles and prefers to stay in the rear. The protagonist sees another player further away and asks why he is so distant, and if he's just there to watch. But upon closer observation, he is surprised that the player had stayed away from the battlefield by only 5 centimeters. They all failed in some kind of excursion against horned lizards. The protagonist, as the leader, thinks that at least they survived thanks to the gel and the fish he scattered. We then see a brief explanation about the troll, a large monster with green skin and sharp teeth, which terrifies humans with its cruelty, and regenerates quickly. Since the 80s, people who make life miserable for others on the internet are called that. People who make mistakes on purpose and hinder others just to irritate them. Those who like to draw attention and those who harm others simply because they are bad. Those who do this intentionally are called intentional trolls. After this, we see the protagonist at another moment receiving a proposal to become a coach, and he is surprised. Director Jo Tae-ho, from the content department of the LGB game broadcasting station, invites him to participate in a consulting program for beginners. He says that he always watches Viciado's streams, and even though he finds them entertaining, he notices that they are not appealing to beginners. Only experienced players understand the content, and that if Viciado takes advantage of this offer, a new opportunity to establish himself in the market will open up, and a new audience will follow him. Considering how well the veterans are doing after appearing on broadcasts, there's no way he can refuse the offer, as this is a great chance for more people to notice him. A training program for experienced players aimed at beginners who love the game but are terrible and frustrated. The name will be Viciado Gameplays and Tutorials, he says. As soon as the recruitment news came out, the whole world wanted to participate. It got to the point where the broadcast station's server crashed. As a result, the employees in the game content department worked overtime for 3 straight days due to the overwhelming number of applicants. But finally, they were able to select the 4 participants: Woo Hyungjian, Oh Jahyun, Hong Jinpyo, and Cha Yumi. They were selected because they had always been part of 4-member teams and would be better able to adapt. Returning to the day of the test, the protagonist says they will hunt horned lizards together. But before that, it's important to emphasize the characteristics of the monster they will face. Lizards have a keen sense of smell and poor vision, so strong odors confuse them. They also change direction during a charge, even if they run randomly. While explaining in detail, the protagonist spreads soft gel in the areas he marked and says they will attract the lizard using traps so it won't change direction. After the long and exhausting explanation, the protagonist asks if everyone in the group understood. Woo Hyungjian simply replies that they want real fights and don't have enough money for so much stuff. The protagonist says that this is a real fight, and that the items he mentioned aren't that expensive. In the battle, we see that Woo Hyungjian didn't deal much damage beyond collecting lost money from his companions. He took quite a beating from the horned lizard, even though it was an easy task. His coach told him to use his thief skills, throw caltrops, and set traps in the area, but he wasn't efficient in any of it. The tank candidate, Oh Jahyun, says that he deals a lot of damage and dreams of being more versatile, absorbing damage and dealing it too. But in battle, his coach warns him to focus more on tank skills and not try to attack so much because the team is taking hits, and he needs to help. He was warned not to attack because his sword looked like a toothpick next to the enemy. The lizards have high physical defense, so such attacks are useless. It was Hong Jinpyo's turn to introduce himself. He says his role is to deal damage, and he likes to attack unsuspecting enemies, calling himself the most important member of the team. However, the fight was frustrating, just like the training. Woo Hyungjian says he performed well. The enemies were the problem. Hong Jinpyo tells them to help him while he's attacking. Cha Yumi, who had hardly appeared, asks why the others don't protect her, saying that she was almost attacked and that the group moves so much she has trouble healing them. The protagonist felt exhausted after giving so many orders to a disorganized group. With that, it's time for the solution. He scolds Woo Hyungjian for worrying more about money than fighting, saying he needs to learn to let go of material things sometimes. Oh Jahyun, on the other hand, was warned to focus solely on his tank role, as in this game, group roles are more important than who kills the monster or not. Hong Jinpyo almost died for not thinking properly before attacking and hears from his coach that he shouldn't be selfish and needs to think more about his teammates. And lastly, Cha Yumi was called out for overestimating the support position in the group. Being a good support is harder than it seems, so she can't stay in the back, afraid of the battle, without healing the others who need her. She tries to retort, asking if the others can't just use healing potions. Meanwhile, we see in the monitoring room the production director of the LGB broadcast station, Hong Yanghwa, along with director Jo Taeho. Hong Yanghwa observes the participants and says they lied about their abilities just to be chosen, but her colleague points out that this is even better for them. The protagonist, frustrated, says that not even Noah carried so many animals and that killing Beelzebub would be 1,000 times easier than this. He looks intently at his group, and they are left not understanding what's going on in his mind. But this sparks an idea in him, and he calls out to director Yanghwa, asking if she is watching this. He asks her to replay the conversation they just recorded. When the recording is played, the protagonist hears the participants dismissing his advice, saying they are going to ignore him and do things their own way. Both directors are astonished when they hear this. The protagonist becomes furious that they are mocking him and says that the worst will happen if they continue acting like this instead of following what he says. Woo Hyungjian admits that the group's work isn't the best and that the task isn't easy, but they have confidence in fighting other players. He thanks the coach for his concern but says the group will do things their own way. The director wonders why they signed up if they don't want to obey the leader and asks her colleague what he thinks now about their attitude boosting the audience. Seriously, the protagonist suggests another alternative. He says that if the four of them win a fight against him, he will recognize that their opinions are better and reward them with anything, be it items or money. Moreover, he will only fight with a beginner's wooden sword, and in return, if he wins, the group will listen to what he says without question. They hear this without seeming eager to accept the proposal. But Woo Hyungjian says it's not impossible to win, claiming that Visiado isn't even a professional, and only an idiot would lose to someone with a beginner's sword. Hong Jinpyo says they'll get something even if they lose, so they'll come out fine either way. So, they accept the deal, leaving the protagonist radiant with happiness. The program director says he was at a loss for what to do, but Visiado found a way to turn things around, and his reputation won't be affected in any way. Yanghwa thinks it's impossible for him to lose to four beginners but wonders why someone who hates losing subjected himself to gaining nothing from his victory. The broadcast, or whatever it was, no longer mattered to the protagonist, and there was only one reason he had proposed something like that. They accepted the proposal. The conditions are to fight 4 against 1, and the protagonist will only use basic clothes and a wooden sword. The fact that Visiado is from the amateur league and has never fought professionals before influenced the group's decision. One of the members even comments that they'll do well, win or lose. The reason the protagonist suggested this battle, which will only benefit them, is to have the chance to beat the 4 of them senseless. He wants to pulverize the entire group like he has never done before, and he's going to beat them so badly they'll forget their way home. The protagonist wears simple clothes and equips himself with a wooden sword, something he hadn't done in a long time. With that, the group says that Visiado isn't that strong without his equipment, and that they could defeat him even with their items. calling him crazy for subjecting himself to this. A terrifying smile appears on the protagonist's face, and he stares at a group about to start the fight. Suddenly, he vanishes from the scene, leaving them confused, and he reappears, hitting one of them on the head with the sword. Cha Yumi is the first to be struck, and the protagonist says that, first of all, this is why supports need defensive items. Wu Hyungjian wonders how the opponent can be so fast. Then, he moves to attack him. Of all the group, Wu Hyungjian is the fastest, being a thief, but he's still a beginner, and his moves are easy to read. As a counterattack, the protagonist simply throws money on the ground. Wu Hyungjian notices with a greedy look, and quickly drops to the ground to gather the coins. However, the protagonist doesn't forgive and strikes him immediately. He becomes stunned, a phenomenon that paralyzes the target when hit in vital parts, even if the damage is low. The protagonist says secondly, this is why he shouldn't pick up coins from the ground. Hong Jinpyo, enraged, says he'll defeat the opponent with his supreme sonic slash attack, but the protagonist easily dodges it, and simply uses his leg to trip his opponent. With that, Hong Jinpyo accidentally strikes Wu Hyungjian, driving his sword into his head. Completely embarrassed, Hong Jinpyo asks why his teammate headbutt his sword. Wu Hyungjian can't even scream in pain because he's still under the paralysis effect. On the other hand, Hong Jinpyo, who has items that reflect part of the damage he receives, screams in pain from the blows suffered by his teammate. Thirdly, this is why you need to coordinate the team's movements, says the protagonist. Next, he moves toward the remaining member. Oh Jahyun tries to attack the opponent with his sword, but the protagonist stops the attack by holding his opponent's sword in his hand. Seeing this, he can't believe it's possible for the protagonist to hold the sword without taking damage. Fourthly, the protagonist, while breaking the sword, says that this is why you need to choose between dealing damage or defending, and that his opponent's damage is terrible. Because of the passive characteristics of his titles, the protagonist is considerably strong even without items, and can perform such actions without taking any damage. With his wooden sword, he strikes Oh Jahyun and throws him far away. The sword is still stuck in Wu Hyungjian's head, but Hong Jinpyo pulls it out of there. The protagonist says that, because he used a wooden sword, they're still in one piece. Not satisfied, he attacks Hong Jinpyo again. He strikes Wu Hyungjian in the lower parts, and with just his hand, he hits Cha Yumi on the head again. Hong Jinpyo still has a lump on his head, but before getting up, the protagonist steps on his head, pressing it against the ground. Even though one shouldn't hit people, trolls are different, the protagonist concludes, stating that he couldn't be so inhumane as to hit someone for no reason. He calls all the group members trolls and says they still have plenty of life left. And now is the time when the child cries, and the mother doesn't see. From being beaten so much, they are exhausted and can't take it anymore. For the rest of the day, only their cries of pain are heard, and at the end, a system message says the player has left the game. Please come again. Outside the game, the group is gathered in the studio with the protagonist. Hong Jinpyo says he didn't think Visiado would be so strong without his items. Cha Yumi, on the other hand, says she was very scared and that not even her father hit her that much. The protagonist asks if they remember what he was going to say, even if they lost. They respond that they will follow everything the leader says from now on and want to learn to be as strong as him. Satisfied with the answer, the protagonist smiles. Right after, he changes his posture and tells them to quit the game, saying that's the best advice he can give. The four are shocked to hear this. The protagonist says that trolls like them only get in the way of the game, and that he's lost interest in teaching them, and since they promised to follow orders, they should leave immediately. They insist they'll stay and obey the orders, but the protagonist orders them to disappear from his sight. The director feels revitalized by all of this. Her colleague, worried, thinks about the show's content and believes it strays from the original purpose. Later, the first episode of the show aired without a hitch. The results were incredible, with the TV ratings reaching 3 points. Unlike the original purpose of the show, which was supposed to be an educational channel for Visiado, it seems to be turning into a famous troll hunting program. Why not keep it like this? The director asks, finding and punishing trolls. But the protagonist doesn't like the idea, finding it pathetic. He says he's at peace with himself and wants to keep it that way. The director offers to pay him more to continue, but he simply replies that he'll think about it. A welcome message to the game appears, along with a sunny sky. The enormous dungeon in the crater in the northern region, Terminal Abyss, unknown class. Drake asks his friend what place this is, as it looks like a mining site. Yojin replies that it is indeed the Vulcanus mining site. The crater hole is so big that he comments it's possible to create an entire game ecosystem within it. Terminal Abyss is a crater 20,000 meters deep, created in the middle of the jungle like a vertical cave. The smallest movement error there can send someone to the bottom. A few hours earlier, the protagonist tells Drake that it's time for them to meet the last of the 3 doorknobs. The 3 doorknobs refer to 3 monsters that will open the door to the cataclysm to come. One of them is the Kraken, which inhabits the bottom of the abyss. The other is the 8-legged king, found on the floating island under specific conditions. And the last one is the final monster that will summon the cataclysm. This terminal abyss is the entrance to reach it, says the protagonist. Drake understands but asks his friend, "What's the sack you're carrying?" Yojin replies that it's what they need to conquer this place. Meanwhile, they continue descending into the hole. Terminal abyss has many dangerous cliffs, and descending it is only possible through specific routes and plans. Aside from the high-level monsters that appear occasionally, like the lizard man of the Golden Zone, or the sandworm of the Musty Canyon, the place they've reached is a forest growing horizontally, with its roots on the cliffside. These trees are known as horizontal trees. They can easily adapt to the environment they're in. Yojin says that this is the last checkpoint before the cliff. From here on, it's faster to go branch to branch. When asked if he's good at parkour, Drake replies that he's only practiced it in cities, but the two of them manage quite well in the trees. The protagonist uses the ability of the 8-legged king, Death Chain. This allows him to use a web chain to latch onto a tree and swing like Spider-Man. Drake, on the other hand, thinks it looks more like Tarzan. He moves very well through the branches. Yojin doesn't lag behind either. They both look down and realize they're already quite close to the end of the course. Drake lands on the ground first and celebrates finally arriving after covering 20 meters. Now he doesn't want to do anything but rest. However, some strange movement interrupts his joy. A different monster approaches them, laughing. This is the fire spirit of the 108 impurities. He asks if it's their first time in the abyss. Drake recognizes him as an A+ rank monster and says it looks like the final boss of the place. And although it seems simple, the fact that it's down here might make it dangerous. However, as he approaches, the monster recognizes the two of them as Viciado and Drake, saying he's always heard about them and that they're finally there. This surprises Drake, and he asks how the monster knows their names. But the protagonist says that this monster has been with them the whole time. Drake has no idea who he is and is unsure if it's really a monster or an NPC. The creature, however, says he's not surprised by Drake's doubt, as this is the first time they've met face to face. Then, he activates some kind of power. Drake is shocked by what he sees. He comments that it looked like a system notification. The protagonist responds that he's a spirit that oversees records and has the power of time and space. The Akashic records contain all the records of the world. This spirit oversees them and is a being whose existence lies between a monster and an NPC, harmless unless attacked. He knows the characters well because their names are always recorded as pioneers of something. His affinity with them is already at its maximum. The spirit asks Viciado for help because something terrible has happened. A system message alerts that he has discovered a secret mission, telling him to face the client that left the supervisor with no way out. Usually, the spirit patrols the entire world and restores it in 24 hours, but a problem arose while he was restoring Terminal Abyss. Drake asks, "What do you mean?" He responds with a question. "If a bomb exploded somewhere and created a huge hole, how long would it take for it to disappear?" 24 hours after the explosion, answers Drake. "Exactly," replied the spirit, saying that this happens because he is responsible for that mission. To fix the map, he first needs to distort the terrain and return it to how it was before. But while doing that, other life forms entered there. The protagonist says that if they are left alone, they could be injured during the recovery process. The spirit was granted a small part of the power to manipulate space-time by the superior being, and he needs to use it to fix Terminal Abyss. If the spirit wants, he can annihilate all life forms inside, even if they don't attack first, but there's one creature he cannot handle alone. She's truly a terrible client, and even though the spirit tries to wake her, she remains lying there, preventing him from restoring the terrain. At the center of the deepest point of Terminal Abyss, there lies the rude client the spirit mentioned, sleeping on the ground. A being with an angelic appearance, with still unknown characteristics. 1 week before the trip to Terminal Abyss, a commercial is shown on TV, of a questionable quality soda. The protagonist comes across it, and seems to recognize the girl from the ad. Elsewhere, outside a building, Yojin's friend sees him, and waves at him. The protagonist jokes with her, imitating the commercial he saw on TV earlier. She gets super embarrassed, asking him to stop. Yojin compliments her, saying she went from makeup live streams to TV commercials. The girl says that someone from a TV station was watching her stream once, so she received an offer, but she didn't expect to have to dance like that. It seems people love it, but she tells Yojin to stop already and just say what kind of help he needs from her. She says it'll be a pleasure to help him, even though the protagonist still hasn't said what he wants. The girl says it doesn't matter what it is, because she feels indebted to him and believes he wouldn't ask for anything that would harm her. Yojin agrees but says what he needs is a long story. Some time passes at the cafe they are in. After listening to him, The girl agrees to help, saying she's not very interested in the matter at hand, but that it'll definitely be fun if it's with him. Back in the present, we see the spirit complaining about the client, saying it's horrible that she won't wake up no matter what he does. She remains lying on the ground, preventing his restoration. Drake then asks if the mission is just about waking her up and getting her out of there. The protagonist confirms that it is. The angel race, a long time ago, ruled this world alongside giants and spirits, but it said they were wiped out by demons. When Drake tries to pick up the angel, he can't move her, saying she's too heavy for an NPC. Yojin tells him there's no way to remove her like that. They need an offering to wake her up. The spirit confirms, saying they need a sacrifice from a female player, and not just any player, but a level 1 novice with no experience in this world. Drake asks if that's even possible, saying it's hard to find someone like that since even those without accounts in the game are rare nowadays. However, the protagonist says he already knew this and took care of everything in advance. He found someone exceptional who has never played this game until now, and not only that, someone trustworthy who has been right by his side. His friend Drake asks if, even if she refuses to go through the tutorial, how will he bring her here? All it takes is for a monster to look at her for the player to die. He adds that they would struggle a lot to bring her here, passing again through snowstorms, crevasses, and the relentless climate of the northern continent. In turn, the protagonist simply puts down the baggage he's been carrying all this time. This surprises Drake, who seems to understand now. The protagonist reminds him that he said from the beginning that it was essential to conquer the abyss, then shows the item, the sack of the man of many trades. He speaks to the person inside the sack, and after that he tells his friend that inside is the rarest creature in the game, their savior. With that, he opens the sack he's been carrying all this time. Out comes the level 1 player, Yoon Sol, who is amazed by the game, saying it looks so real and incredible. The sack can only transport one thing. Even though it can transport people, it's not used often because no experience or rewards are gained inside it. At first glance, it seems like a useless item, but if you look closely, this item exists solely for this mission, according to the protagonist. Yoon's soul is admiring the beauty of the game, comparing what she sees to a dream. Meanwhile, Drake seems to be admiring something else. Yojin introduces his friend to Sol, and she finally meets him. She says it's a pleasure to meet him, and that she has no idea how to play, so she hopes they can help her. Drake gets all flustered and can't manage to form a proper sentence around the girl. The protagonist notices from afar that they seem awkward together, but since they'll be seeing each other a lot, he hopes they'll become friends soon. Sol comments that the world keeps getting more beautiful, and she regrets not having played before. Yojin tells her this is a place where few have ventured, and she is a level 1 pioneer. However, she looks at her friend and asks why he's wearing so little clothing. He gets embarrassed by the question, but he responds that it's simple if you think about female characters, although the girl has never played anything before and doesn't understand what he's talking about. The protagonist says he must have seen game commercials where women wear less clothing as they get stronger, so he does the same. The girl seems to accept his explanation, and he simply says it's inevitable, not like he's a pervert or anything. After that, he tells the girl to do what was explained earlier. Sol slowly brings her hand closer to the angel. The girl tells the protagonist that the creature is glowing, and it's warm. As she touches the angel, the system alerts that a qualified person has been found. Immediately after, it informs that an AI coupling attempt is underway. Drake and Yojin watch the scene. A beam of light shoots from the ground to the sky, and the system alerts that the angel girl and the player Yoon Sol are integrating. A halo forms above her head. Nettie, who lost her memories, opens her eyes, and upon regaining her consciousness, she's amazed at what has happened. Sol, now in the body of the angel, simply tells Yojin that she's become smaller. Drake is impressed by the fusion, saying this was a peculiar mission, and the protagonist agrees. A system message says the mission has been completed, and the affinity with the Akashic Records supervisor is increasing drastically. The spirit thanks them, as he can now reconnect Terminal Abyss. The protagonist concludes that now the real fun begins, and from now on, Sol will be their guide, as the radiant girl displays her pair of wings. Sol closes her eyes and seems to see something. She says a video is playing, wondering if those are the angel's memories. Yoon Sol is now the incarnation of the angel Nettie. Nettie is in a state of almost complete memory loss. Fragmented parts appear from time to time as videos. They have been drawn into a secret mission where they need to help her recover her memories and send her back home. As she closes her eyes again, Sol doesn't see much, only the angel flying through the sky, and it's as if she's falling between the clouds and the rain. Maybe those are the memories of when she came here. The protagonist says he understands and that this is more than enough for now, as Yoon Sol explaining the contents of the videos is more crucial than anything else. A new message alerts that the secret mission has been completed, and the affinity with the supervisor increased even more. The spirit thanks them for their help, and the protagonist says it was nothing. However, something catches his attention. A movement occurs near where he is, and a girl appears calling him Visiodor. Visiado. As she approaches, she says she's finally found him, because she was very worried about not being able to find him. The two companions wonder who the girl is, saying it's impossible for her to just be a fan who came from so far to find her idol. The protagonist says he doesn't have much time, as this place is going to be altered soon, but the girl says she has no other available day and came as quickly as she could. She goes on to say that she's very happy to meet him because she was worried she wouldn't be able to kill him. The protagonist is confused by this statement, but before he knows it, the girl pulls out a weapon and tries to strike the protagonist with it. He manages to dodge the sudden attack. The girl observes that he's quite fast and that none of her friends would have been able to escape her strikes, but she says she can be fast too. She charges at him, trying to land a hit no matter what, but the protagonist is able to dodge. However, due to a slight mistake, he gets a scratch on his arm. This makes him realize the girl is quite strong. Drake comments that Yojin has hardly taken any damage from monsters so far, but now a regular player has managed to put him in this situation for the first time. That girl is as strong as Moktae Gang, maybe even stronger. Drake wonders how someone like her existed outside the rankings. Yoon Sol asks if things like this happen often. Drake replies that the protagonist has many enemies. While dodging, he thinks he's used to women hating Visiado, but this girl hates him so much that she came all the way here just to kill him, showing a lot of pent-up resentment in her heart. The girl says that people get hurt every time he plays, so she wants to stop him with her own hands. The protagonist asks why she doesn't attack Drake too. She replies that she's not interested in a 2-on-1, only his death matters to her. She spares no strength in attacking him. Her axe gets stuck in the ground from the force of her swing. The protagonist jumps to dodge the attack, but he lands with his legs wide open right on top of the girl's weapon. This causes him extreme pain, leading to paralysis and stun, and his HP drops by half. The girl sees the opportunity and says it's over now, but the protagonist activates his Medusa trait, paralysis. With that, the girl becomes unable to move, and he seizes the moment to flee from the scene. However, from a distance, he notices that the girl had done her homework and learned to counter the paralysis using quick reflexes. Now he understands she truly wants to kill him. If that's the case, he thinks about using 30% of his power, believing it will be enough to defeat her. The spirit interrupts him, saying that he would like to rebuild the area soon, and this will kill all life forms in the vicinity, so it might be a bit uncomfortable. But since they're friends now, they'll surely understand. However, the protagonist's face shows despair upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the spirit charges up his power and prepares to reconstruct the scene. Drake holds onto Sol, trying to protect her. The girl seems frustrated that her fight against Visiado has been interrupted. Soon after, the entire landscape shifts. The ground begins to move to form something new. This causes a kind of earthquake in the area. The girl realizes the ground is rising very quickly, and she blames Visiado, asking what he's up to this time. Visiado simply appears behind her and, taking advantage of her distraction, kicks her into the abyss. The girl didn't expect that to happen, but the protagonist only says that he's really busy right now, telling her that they'll meet again. As she falls, the girl furiously insults him and swears revenge against him, telling Visiado to watch his back. The protagonist notices that she has a foul mouth and is quite violent, and her face looks familiar. He imagines he knows her from somewhere, but can't place where. Drake notices that the ground keeps rising, even after they've left the terminal, and he thinks it won't stop until they've left the planet. Sol asks if what they're standing on now isn't the ground. We see that, in fact, they are on a block of Earth resembling a meteor. Upon seeing this, Drake realizes what caused the 20-kilometer crater. It was, in fact, a giant meteor, and Nettie must have fallen there along with it. As the meteor rises higher and higher, the spirit, now materialized as a giant, bids farewell to Visiado, saying, "Until next time." The giant, after saying goodbye to Visiado, uses a large portion of his power to reconstruct the surrounding area. Several rocks are displaced toward the hole, and it is completely sealed. Sol notices that everything has returned to normal, but she can't see the ground because of the clouds. Drake says he never imagined using a meteor as an elevator. Sol comments that the only other time she went this high was when she flew to Jeju Island by plane. A system message alerts that the characters have entered a flight path, and their names are registered as pioneers. Upon hearing this, Drake concludes that the meteor must have a fixed destination. Sol, with her eyes closed, can see an island floating in the sky, and it's getting farther away. It seems to be an island or a castle. It's passing by very quickly, so she's not sure, but this meteor may have been part of that island. The protagonist admires the fact that she just arrived and already knows everything. Drake, on the other hand, is amazed that it's an island. The fantasy of a mystical land hidden in the sky above the clouds is a popular cliché, passed down through generations from classic literature to various games and cartoons. A very common adventurer's dream. Drake, excited, asks if it could be like Laputa or the castle of the Pyrenees. Sol says that Nettie fell to the ground along with this piece of the island, but she thinks the angel child has been alone for a long time. For so long, surrounded by anxiety and fear. Just seeing it makes Soul sad. She knows it's just a game, but it still moves her. However, the protagonist tries to calm her down, and with a gentle smile, Yeojin looks at the girl, saying that this is the charm of DM, a breathtaking setting. In time, Soul will become a great player. Drake concludes that's why his friend doesn't date. Far from there, in the real world, we see someone calling Yusihi's attention, because she ran away from the hospital to play DM, even though she was told to stay still for her exam today. The girl responds that yesterday was the only free time she had, and she needed to do something quickly, but it ended up being a waste of time. Her sister says she could have at least told her, but the girl retorts, saying he never would have let her if she had. Desperate, her sister moves closer to her bed. We see it's Tae, and she reminds her that the surgery is important because the girl needs it to return to school. The girl hears this with disdain, and simply says she doesn't want to undergo the procedure. Losing her patience, Tae says the girl only lives to annoy her, and the girl responds that her sister said the previous surgery would be the last and wouldn't hurt at all. The older sister says she's sure this will be the last one, but the younger one doesn't believe her words. Tae gets deeply irritated by this, and says she won't go easy just because her sister is bedridden, asking if she doesn't remember the time their brother was knocked out. The girl replies that she couldn't know, since she's blind. After that, an awkward silence fills the room. The younger one says that if her sister grants her one wish, she'll agree to do the surgery. Tae says that if it's something within her power, she'll do it. He says her wish is to meet Madongwang. Tae can't believe what she just heard, but her younger sister stares at her, and says she's the president of his fan club and even organized an event in his name. However, Tae replies that it's not as simple as it seems because Madong is very busy. We return to the game scene on the meteor, and we see a harpy trying to grab someone. Drake uses his crossbow to fend it off, saying they've stumbled into a harpy nest. Ironically, he says he could use this luck to play the lottery. The protagonist adds that their stats are boosted due to the aerial environment. One of the birds tries to attack Soul, but the protagonist uses the spiderweb chain and grabs the monster, pulling it away from her. Then, he uses the chain on the harpy, ripping it in half, tearing it to pieces. Yeojin says they didn't come this far to die like this. Back at the hospital, he says she couldn't attend the last event in honor of Madong because of one of her surgeries, and she thinks that if she could meet him, she'd have the courage to go through with the new surgery. This leaves Tae deeply moved. The younger one pleads with her sister to grant her wish. We return again to the game. The meteor approaches something. Soul asks if that big spot is green. Yeojin just smiles, seeing their next destination, the final sanctuary of the angels, weakened by demons, the realm of divine refuge, Quo Vadis. Saving the game is possible from the moment the island is found. You can enter and exit the game without problems and even save it as a teleport point. Soul comments that she has some streams to do starting tomorrow, and it'll probably take a few days. Yeojin also says he has things to do. Drake, for his part, tells them not to worry because he's eager to explore the place on his own. While the protagonist is making plans to meet up with his friend later, he receives a call from Tae, wanting to talk to Madongwang. He answers, but quickly realizes he forgot to change his voice to Madong's. Tae apologizes for calling like this and asks if he's busy. He responds that he can talk, and she says she has something to ask about fan management. The protagonist responds that it's her job, but asks if there was any problem. Tae says it's complicated over the phone and asks if he's available tonight. He replies that if late at night works for her, then yes. Tae thanks him and says to let her know when he's available, as she'll be ready for him. After hanging up, Yeojin wonders why the girl seems sad but decides to think about it later. Drake hears a girl's voice and asks if his friend has a date tonight, but he replies it's not like that. Later that evening, in the real world, beside her car, Tae waits for her guest. When she sees him in front of her, she gets excited. Madongwang just greets her with a "Good evening." The two get into her car. Getting straight to the point, Madong asks what it is that he wanted to discuss with him. She hesitates to speak, but gathers the courage and apologizes in advance, knowing that he's a busy guy. She asks if he can help her sister, but he doesn't quite understand. Tae explains that her sister is a bit sick right now, and Madong is surprised to learn she has another sibling besides Chang Ssi. She tells him she has a younger sister. It's the first time he's heard this, and he only found out that Yu Tae and Yu Chang were siblings after returning from his past life. The girl says she's never talked about her family matters with anyone, so she feels a bit embarrassed. The protagonist has always felt this way, but he knows almost nothing about Yu Tae's personal life. He then asks why she called him there. It might sound a little cold, but the protagonist, knowing Tae, imagines she'll probably feel better if he acts this way. Tae says her sister needs a very important surgery, but the chances of success are low, and that scared her. However, her sister agreed to do it if one wish is granted. Ma-dong asks what the wish is. Dae replies that her sister wishes to meet him in person. He doesn't quite understand the request. Dae feels extremely awkward having to ask him this. She says she knows there's a line between personal and public relationships, and that Ma-dong doesn't have to do it if he's uncomfortable. However, he says it's not difficult. Dae freezes at what he said, as she had already started justifying herself. Ma-dong says her sister will gain the courage she needs if she meets him, so if something like this can help, he'll do it. He tells Dae to send him the details of the time and place later. After hearing that he accepted the request, Dae becomes emotional, her eyes filling with tears. She thanks him for agreeing, sure that her sister will be happy to see him. That night, Dae repeatedly thanked him, with an expression that barely held back tears. On another day, outside the hospital, the protagonist looks at her and, being honest with himself, thinks it's not like he hasn't considered this since he got to know more about Dae after returning. He ended up becoming more attached to her, but not in a romantic way. After she became a fan of Ma-dong, he felt grateful to her for helping as the president of the fan club. But part of him will always be cautious around her. Even though he's forgotten everything that happened in the past, the fact that the siblings are loan sharks doesn't change anything. Even now, just like they did with him, they'd probably left someone bleeding to death. When he thinks about this, he hesitates to see her actions as genuine goodwill. After they meet, Dae says she's going to bring her sister over, asking Ma-dong to wait. The protagonist thinks that this isn't some sense of mild justice. It's just a lingering trauma from his past life. Entertaining a hospitalized child isn't a big deal. It's not like it takes much of his time, as he considers this to be a break before the island in the sky. However, Dae's sister, while trying to walk down the stairs, falls toward him, knocking him down. The mask he was wearing to hide his face flies off, and he falls down the stairs with the girl. The protagonist tries to get up quickly, and asks the girl if she's hurt, but she says it's nothing and that she's fine, apologizing for falling on him like that. However, the girl notices something strange, and the protagonist realizes he's seen her before. Recognizing her as the player who attacked him that day, Sei stands up and recognizes his voice as Visiedo's, accusing him of coming after her in the real world to get revenge for what happened in the game. She insults him, and then tries to attack him. The protagonist is completely confused by all of this. He sees his mask lying on the ground. As he picks it up, he considers leaving before the situation gets worse, but Dae appears and asks what her sister is doing. Sei sees her sister, and is startled. Only now does the protagonist realize that the two are sisters. Dae says her little sister caused trouble by showing up out of nowhere, but Sei says that doesn't matter now that Visiedo is standing right in front of her. Staring at the protagonist, Dae can't believe what she's hearing. However, he assumes his Ma-dong persona and says he saw everything happen. The guy who bumped into her sister ran in the opposite direction. Sei hears the other voice, and she recognizes it as Ma-dong. Dae confirms this, saying she promised to bring him here. Sei can't believe it, asking if he's not just a copy. The protagonist responds that no, he's the real Ma-dong. The girl gets excited, saying she's his fan, and he replies that he's happy to hear that. She says that, even though she can't see, she's listened to all his matches. She adds that she was amazed when he sent Arc Boyan flying with a punch and got chills when he won against Ryu Yoan afterward. Hearing this, the protagonist observes Sei closely. Now he understands why she seemed familiar before. He had said they would meet again if fate wanted, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Now, he wonders what to do. The girl continues, saying she listened to all of Ma-dong matches. The fight against the sisters gold, silver, and bronze, the famous 26 deaths in the first round of the league. Everything left her deeply impressed. She compares each of his matches to true works of art. He keeps talking enthusiastically, just like a child should, and she was the same with Visiedo. Dae asks her sister if she's now going to keep her end of the deal. The girl slowly loses her excitement, and her sister becomes more serious with her. She reminds Sei that she promised to gather the courage for the surgery if she met Ma-dong, but Sei pretends it's not about her, saying the man might not even be him. The protagonist is surprised by the sudden change in behavior. Dae scolds her for saying something so rude, asking if she's calling Ma-dong a liar. Sei replies that she doesn't know about him, but her sister lies all the time. Dae becomes furious, asking when she ever lied to her. Ma-dong, meanwhile, asks how he can prove that he's really himself. The girl, with her cheeks sore, says she wants to duel him. Dae says it's incredibly disrespectful to challenge a professional to a duel, but Sei replies that he already went through the trouble of coming, so it shouldn't be a problem. The protagonist recalls the day they met in the game, and seeing how she challenged Visiedo to fight, this definitely makes her competitive. People almost never do that with professionals. As he thought, the girl has something that sets her apart from other players, and he agrees to the duel, feeling that since he fulfilled her sister's wish, it's only fair to grant hers as well. He says there's a place nearby where they can play and asks if she can make it there. In another place, Guk KLS team coach, Yeom Haeong, answers the door. The protagonist, accompanied by the girls, apologizes for disturbing his rest. The coach asks what's going on, and Madong says he heard this was a good place for a match. His wife, Oh Hee-seon, greets them, saying she's heard a lot about Madong. She says she'll offer tea afterwards since they're in a hurry, and she leads them to the training room. When they arrive, Sehee is thrilled, because there's a giant professional capsule, which is way more impressive than regular rooms and much more comfortable. The coach asks if she's really sick, given her excitement, but Madong replies that everyone reacts this way the first time they see a capsule like that. He asks if he should mention this to some journalists to improve Madong's image, but Madong replies that he's not doing it for good PR. Instead, he's doing it as a way to scout new talent, as the game Deus Ex Machina is the most popular at the moment, thanks to its full immersion virtual reality feature. The user receives data directly into their brain through an ICC helmet, allowing them to experience real five senses, which are simulated in the game through the capsules. Equipped, the girl enters the game. Madong Wang does as well, and the system welcomes them. Even someone who can't see can fully enjoy the game. Sehee is super excited about the duel, as she can't believe he actually agreed to it. In the monitoring room, Dehee and the coach watch the fight. Madong tells the girl that she's waited long enough, so she can go ahead now. Sehee wastes no time, and she charges toward Madong to attack him. None of her strikes land, as he dodges them. However, he notices something different, and catches her attack. The coach notices that she's incredibly fast, and can't believe she forced Madong to block her strike. But that's exactly what happened, and he keeps blocking. The protagonist comments that it was already difficult to dodge as Viciado, but now with Madong's equipment, it's even harder, forcing him to defend. Sehee says she can go even faster, and tells her opponent to brace himself. Madong prepares for the attack, and the girl charges at him with all her might. An explosion occurs from the impact. Her axe stops on something. She realizes her weapon is breaking, and Madong reveals his clawed glove. The coach notices that Madong deflected the attack before it reached full speed. If it's a burst, then he can counterattack even with his lower speed. However, that's easier said than done, and Madong is actually countering every one of her strikes. The girl notices that her opponent is indeed amazing and asks how he trains to get this good. He simply responds that the demonstration is over, and now it's his turn to attack. Madong plants his boot on the ground, and with that causes an earthquake, throwing the girl far away. The entire terrain crumbles, and the girl finds herself behind him. With that, she tries to strike him from above. Madong notices her approach, and realizes she's staring right at him. In response, Madong uses his gauntlet to power up his punch. Once again, the girl is thrown back, but she persists, and charges toward her opponent again. Madong points at her and fires a few shots. The protagonist wonders how many of today's Korean rankers, or even those yet to be born, could have as much talent as this little girl. He bets that he's right. The person with the most latent potential among all current players is Yoo Se-hee. After falling, she stands in front of Madong. He's impressed that she's withstanding his attacks and asks if she's really just 15 years old. She replies that she's studied his attack patterns extensively, having spent so much time bedridden in the hospital. Madong Wang looks at her from a distance, but something strange happens to the girl, and she doesn't quite understand what's going on. Madong is also confused. Sehee wonders what's happening to her eyes and whether it's a mistake. She trembles while holding her axe. The protagonist realizes something is wrong. He asks the coach to check her capsule and verify how Sehee is doing. She doesn't seem to be doing well inside the capsule. The coach sees that her breathing is irregular and her blood pressure is rising. Dehee recognizes the symptoms of a seizure and says she needs to go to the hospital. He tells the girl to exit the capsule immediately, or they won't be able to help her. But she says she doesn't want to. The coach is shocked. She reaffirms that she doesn't want to leave and says she'll keep fighting Madong for a little longer. Madong Wang says she's making things difficult and asks why she's pushing herself so far. Sehee responds that this might be her last time playing, and she wants to give it her all. Dehee asks what she means by that, since she'll get better after the surgery. Sehee apologizes to her sister but says she knows the chances are low, and the surgery has little chance of success. It's uncertain if she'll recover. No one says it, but she knows her brother takes on jobs others avoid just to care for her, and even Dehee no longer enjoys the game, as it's become their source of income. Dehee says Sehee doesn't need to worry about that, and that she and her brother never said they were struggling with the situation. But the girl says she wants to put an end to everything instead of making things harder for her family with an uncertain surgery. Instead, she wants to die doing something she loves. Dehee is extremely shocked to hear this, but Madong Wang interrupts and says he can't accept that. The girl asks why. He says he won't let her die. Hearing this, she's taken aback. Even Dehee is impacted by his words. Sehee asks why Madong Wang would go so far for her. He says he wants her fighting by his side in the professional league soon. The girl is surprised by the news, but Madong charges forward, saying he'll end the fight quickly. He dislodges a stone in her direction. However, she manages to dodge the attack. The rock shatters completely, and Ma-dong traps the girl with his claw. She finds herself cornered by him. Ma-dong tells her to listen carefully. He's going to create the strongest team, not just in the country, but in the world. And for that, he needs her whole and healthy. The protagonist assures her that she will debut as a professional and play for fun, and he will make sure it happens. All she has to do is trust him. Though happy, the girl admits that it wasn't easy enduring his attacks, and that if he hadn't held back, he could have finished her in an instant. Ma-dong prepares for the final blow. The protagonist reflects on his past life and remembers when that girl, who was slowly opening her heart to him after his careless offensive, suddenly changed at a certain point. That's when she started using him. He says, if he's not mistaken, it was when Dae realized her sister wouldn't be able to overcome the illness. But now he's determined not to let that happen. After the match, he makes a call and tells the person on the other end that they met during the last online meeting. This world is no longer the same as it was before he returned, and Dae has also changed. He says on the call that he urgently needs something, and that this will save you Sehee. At some point, back at the hospital, someone rushes in quickly. It's Dae's middle brother. Out of breath, he asks how Sehee is doing. Dae responds that she's fine. She fell asleep a while ago. He gets frustrated for being late and explains that his boss took the car he was going to use. His sister apologizes and says she should have married that person. He gets irritated and tells her to stop thinking nonsense, saying that even if someone older than their father could get her a car and an apartment, it wouldn't make their family happy. Dae tells him not to talk about their father, saying he and the old man are two of a kind. Her brother says that he's the one covering the medical costs, and that all he needs to do is make some calls and work harder. His sister says he's going to die if he keeps working so much, but he responds that he's not asking her to make money, telling her to just keep doing what she knows. She asks how she can keep playing games and streaming while he works himself to death, but she stops mid-sentence, realizing that's not what she means, and remembers what her younger sister said earlier. Dae feels terrible about it, and says, upon reflection, that they've argued about the same thing many times before. It makes sense that Sehee said all that to her. She's been very insensitive. However, Ma-dong appears and asks if she's still feeling down. She asks what Ma-dong is doing here today. He apologizes for the previous day, saying he was worried about Sehee and came to check on her. He also brings good news, saying he's about to get an important call. Dae is surprised that he's bringing good news. She sees her phone ringing and notices a call from the vice president. The vice president says she became aware of her sister's condition, mentioning that she seems to be in bad shape. Dae apologizes for not informing her sooner and thanks her for the call, but asks who told her the news. Ma-dong-wang, the vice president replies, saying that he urgently asked her for a favor. She explains that she's a member of a non-profit bone marrow donation organization, and after being informed, she reached out to a few people. Dae asks what she told them. To find a donor compatible with your sister, the vice president replies. Dae is shocked to hear this. The vice president says that everyone she contacted immediately volunteered to donate. They all stepped forward to help. Since so many people want to assist, the vice president believes they'll find a donor very soon. Dae is at a loss for words, but the vice president tells her to cheer up, because she's always given her all for the fan club. Even during the events, she ignored the preferential treatment as president and as a professional Korean player, and cheered alongside everyone else. She never abused her position or delegated unclear tasks to others, and she always protected members who were in danger. Naturally, many people want to help her because they admire her for her passion and the great person she is. Dae holds back tears as she listens to all of this. She thanks her deeply for everything, and the vice president says she managed to get in touch with Ma-dong because of her, so Dae should lift her spirits. The Asian Champions League is just around the corner. After hanging up, Dae is speechless. She doesn't consider herself such a good person as she was described. Ma-dong-wang tells her that things wouldn't have gone this far with just his help, and says that her passionate management is what made all of this possible. Plus, he paid all the medical bills, so she doesn't need to worry. For a brief moment, Dae freezes. Then, she comes to her senses and asks why he did that. Ma-dong says it was a lot of money, but he didn't do it for free, and tells her to consider it part of Sehee's debut contract fee when she recovers. She asks if what he said about Sehee was true. He responds that no one in the country could have faced him like that. And not only that, the fact that she's only 15 years old is also impressive. He adds that it's astonishing she hasn't stood out until now, and he's confident that he will gain much more than he invested, and that Sehee cannot give up on becoming a professional. Dae had been holding it together until now, but she breaks into tears upon hearing all this from Ma-dong, thanking him profusely. He feels awkward and just stares at her. Her brother arrives and tries to console her, but Dae can't stop crying and thanking him. Her brother takes her away. The protagonist watches the situation and concludes that if he had never debuted as Ma-dong-wang, if Dae had never become the leader of a fan club in his name, if he had never returned to the beginning and restarted in DM, if all these coincidences hadn't connected, this future wouldn't have been possible. However, as he leaves the hospital, Dahee's brother calls out to him. He stares at him from a distance. Manong simply says he doesn't know who his boss is, but advises him to get out of whatever illegal activities he's involved in. Again, the brother stares at him seriously, but then he bows, thanking him for what he did. The protagonist never expected to receive such gratitude, and he's glad he can hide his face with his mask. Then, he remembers his past. He finds it interesting that Dahee abandoned him before his return, and the thing that stuck with him the most was the look on her face, as if she was about to break down in tears at any moment. The same way he saw her face just moments ago, with a cry of sorrow. This makes him think about something, but he doesn't want to focus on it right now. He concludes that recruiting Sehee for now will greatly help Madong's future. Now, he needs to head to the floating island before the league starts. A few days later, he received the news that Sehee's transplant had been confirmed, as they found a donor. He was so happy that he spilled the juice he was drinking. The meteor approaches the island. From afar, we can see a castle. One of the pillars is destroyed, but it is soon repaired. The system alerts about a security lock and requires voice activation. He sinks, and concludes, the Sky Island 20 kilometers above the ground, the realm of divine refuge. Quo Vadis. Finally, the time has come to enter the island, the largest and most difficult dungeon the protagonist has faced so far, filled with traps, monsters, and hidden missions. A beam of light nearby lights up. It was Yoon Sol entering the game. She greets him and notices that he arrived first. She comments that she had been holding back from entering the game earlier, as she had been dazzled since the first time she played. The protagonist says this is just the first stage of the Sky Island, and they can only continue once they get through the labyrinth, as quickly as possible to save time. Yeojin, now on the map, realizes it's far larger than expected. He repeats the coordinates they have. Turn right at the wall where the stone points, then left toward the rotten tree. This makes him feel like a microorganism walking along a human fingerprint. He's fascinated by things like that. Sol comments that it's been too easy so far and asks Yeojin if he already knew the way. He replies that he kind of does, as he has gathered all the information from players who have already been to the island, plus some other secrets. Sol interrupts him, saying she thinks there's something ahead. She points to some weeds. They're withered, clinging to the wall. The protagonist notices this too, but warns her to think of them as still withering. Still nervous, Sol notices something else in the corridors. A strange hand is reaching toward her. It belongs to an endling, a crawling warrior. Yeojin warns that even after death, these monsters cause problems. The girl asks if they're dangerous, but Yeojin says they're just annoying to kill as the monster charges at them. However, before it reaches them, something hits it from afar. The monster gets pinned to the wall by the projectile. The protagonist recognizes from a distance that it's Drake's work. He appears and tells the two to avoid endlings since there's little reward for killing them. Ready to help, he says the friends took a while to show up. The protagonist apologizes for the delay, but the monster, which seemed to be pinned, starts to break free. As Yeojin climbs, the monster tries to grab him. However, Drake quickly uses some type of oil. It weakens the creature. Drake says this will keep it from climbing, and it also serves to burn. Yeojin understands what Drake means. Immediately after, he uses his Madongwang boots to fire at the monster. This completely pulverizes it. Sol seems a bit lost, but the two just tell her to run. She asks what Drake meant when he referred to the endling. The protagonist explains that life forms in certain fields and dungeons are called monsters. It's basically the same thing, he says. Drake further explains that endlings are useless because, while they give a lot of experience, they rarely drop gold or valuable items. He adds that the junk they do drop can't be sold, as there's no buyer nearby, nor can you replenish your consumables. As she looks at a wall, Sol notices some kind of fruit growing there. She asks Yeojin to grab one for her. The protagonist notices how small she is, waving her arms at him, and wonders if this is part of the game, or just her excitement. He then gives her the fruit, and the girl takes a bite. Sol says it tastes like honey in fruit form but leaves a bitter aftertaste, a sweet and bitter fruit. Yeojin advises her to chew but not swallow the seeds. The girl asks if they could harm her. He responds that they probably could, as monsters usually eat them. She freezes immediately. She starts spitting everything out, but Yeojin tries to reassure her, saying it won't hurt her if she just chews them, as many people enjoy the taste. After that, Drake asks the protagonist where they're headed and mentions that the path ahead hasn't been explored by him yet. But then Yeojin notices something. He sees that the monsters are following them. They appear when least expected. Drake mentions that endlings mark a target and chase it to the ends of the earth, but this one is unusually persistent. This makes the protagonist realize something unusual. With this alert, Drake also notices that the monsters are merging into one. In a gruesome fashion, another creature grabs the monster, even scaring the two experienced players. With that, the creature splits the monster in half, and finally reveals itself. It seems the protagonist had anticipated this encounter. He explains that the only reason this place has such a high difficulty is because of the strongest and worst endling, known as the Nightmare of the Labyrinth. The creature is called endling, nightmare form, also known as Smile. The protagonist says things just got more complicated. Drake asks how strong a Nightmare Class A+ is. Yojin says, on the bright side, its appearance means they're on the right path. But there's a problem with that, he adds. Meanwhile, the creature stares at them with a creepy smile. Then, it begins to twist its head and turns its face backward. Soul is terrified by the situation, and the creature quickly charges at the protagonist. The monster seems determined and very agile. Yojin, for his part, doesn't let his guard down. He tries to strike the creature with his blade, but it dodges. Surprised by the dodge, Yojin is taken aback. Soul is shocked. Realizing the imminent danger, the creature tries to attack her, but Drake shields her. He wonders why the creature ignored Yojin and went after Soul. Upon closer inspection, the creature looks even more terrifying, growing eyes inside its mouth. Somehow, taking on a more aggressive stance, Drake throws some caltrops in its direction. They scatter around the monster, but it walks over them effortlessly. Seeing this, Drake realizes that caltrops are ineffective against the creature because it likely has forgotten characteristics. Yes, this thing has the ability to have all-terrain effects and damage, which is the perfect counter to Madong, who relies on disaster abilities. The creature moves very quickly and is also incredibly strong. That makes sense, considering it killed the Crawling Warrior, a powerful Class A monster, with just one hit. The creature's attack pattern is simple, yet hard to deal with, as it can easily tear apart a sandworm with its bare hands. Yojin orders everyone to retreat, saying they don't need to fight this creature to proceed. He takes the lead and tells the others to follow him. Drake wonders how Yojin knows the way out, but the protagonist uses one of his abilities, and he clearly sees the escape route, almost like a GPS. The protagonist possesses a Generation 0 BCI glasses. This equipment has a mysterious bug that creates an escape route from the island in the user's mind, which is why he prepared one before coming to this place. The bug was fixed after it was discovered, but that didn't stop the price of this item from skyrocketing. Thanks to this advantage, the protagonist spots the end of the stairs. Soul says she remembers seeing this in her angel memory, and that there's a door only angels can open, which she quickly finds. Already knowing what to do, she tries to open the door. A hole forms in the wall as she activates a magical mechanism, and an opening appears on the other side. Drake says the door is opening too slowly, and Yojin agrees. He thinks that such unforeseen issues are normal, as he hadn't considered this variable, given that his research didn't reveal anything like it. However, the creature from earlier catches up to them, interrupting their thoughts. Drake prepares to fire with his crossbow. The monster readies its claws, and strikes his weapon before he can use it. Drake's crossbow is split in half. Drake realizes that the creature is targeting Soul, intending to eliminate the support first. The protagonist notices something unusual. The creature's shadow strikes the ground with its claws, and hurls debris towards Soul, while Drake shields her. Still unsatisfied, the creature charges at the two of them, but the protagonist tries to intercept it. He uses his blade to push it back, thinking that prioritizing Soul, an angel support, is quite smart for a boss. If the creature kills her, it will significantly delay them. This leaves him with no other options. It's a monster not meant to die, but he concludes that this one is asking for it. He had been getting bored running around it, managing well so far thanks to knowing a few game tricks, but he doesn't know much about this creature. There's no guide on how to kill it or what its abilities are, but the protagonist faces it, saying he won't back down from this challenge. With the creature in front of him, he launches his attack. Current situation: the protagonist is dealing with the endling, Smile, alone. He stares at it, calling the creature into battle. The monster only smiles at him, and rushes toward him. The protagonist is surprised as the creature begins walking on the walls. It dodges him and heads towards Soul, but Yojin doesn't fall behind and kicks the monster. He mocks Smile, stomping on its face, saying that he can be fast too, sarcastically asking if this is the first time the creature has seen someone so obsessed with speed that they don't even wear clothes. The creature is still pinned on the ground, but quickly gets up and tries to strike the protagonist. He dodges all of its attacks. Smile hits the ground so hard it shatters a piece of it. Drake observes that speed isn't an issue for Yojin, but the enemy has extremely strong attack power and no visible weaknesses in its defense. The creature scans the surroundings and realizes its opponent has vanished. In its field of vision, there's only debris and dust, and without realizing it, the protagonist surprises it, saying that it's too confident in its strength to notice the bigger picture. He then activates the Kraken Rift trait. Smile is completely confused by this. The protagonist says he doesn't know what kind of monster it is, but being a creature of DM, it can't escape the mutilation trait. However, just before being hit, the creature escapes, and circles around its opponent from above. With this, the protagonist realizes Smile has a hit-and-run ability too, and he chases after it. Yojin pursues the creature through the corridors. When he turns into an area, he realizes he's facing a dead-end corridor. Reaching the end, he notices a hole and wonders where the creature went. He looks down and sees something. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it's another endling, known as Rafflesia. Drake shouts for Yojin to be careful, as luring the enemy into a dead end is a trap. The protagonist hears what his friend said, but Smile surprises him, breaking the ground where he stands, sending him falling into the hole. He finds it hard to believe that a monster can be so intelligent in combat. Smile, meanwhile, lets its opponent fall and climbs back into the corridor. Then, it heads for Soul and Drake. However, when it tries to attack, it freezes, because something grabs one of its legs. The protagonist had used his spiderweb chain to latch onto the creature, and with great anger, he says he's going to bring Smile down with him. Using his strength, he pulls Smile, and both fall toward the other monster. He notices Rafflesia's antennae, saying that if anything touches them, its mouth will immediately close, and it will release acid to kill whatever it has swallowed. Yojin tries to hold onto the walls of the monster's mouth before falling into the trap. Very close to the antennae, he manages to stop, and says it's a miracle the monster hasn't noticed his presence. But it won't matter if Smile decides to make a move. The monster also stopped in front of him. The two face each other without making any sudden movements. He looks at Smile for a moment, and the monster returns the gaze. But a strange noise is emitted from the monster's mouth, and both of them run out from inside. The protagonist glances back at the creature, and Smile seems ready to attack. They charge at each other, but the creature quickly flees. The protagonist watches it slink along the wall and says that no matter how strong his enemy is, in the end, he'll win thanks to his weapon's passive ability. Smile is losing life as time passes since it was hit earlier, but then, he notices that some of the fruits from before are nearby. So Smile grabs several of them and starts eating to recover. All the fruits are consumed by the creature, leaving none behind. This shocks the protagonist greatly, because he remembers that the fruit is the same one Soul ate earlier. Now Smile grows even stronger. Its body increases in size and muscle mass. Yojin notices that Smile's life is also regenerating, along with its physical evolution. He regrets ever speaking out loud. He had no idea the fruit could do this, but the creature wastes no time and, enraged, charges directly at him. It uses all its strength to strike him, and it almost hits his face. The creature became even stronger after eating the fruits. The protagonist says he knew about the fruits but didn't know the creature's benefit from them. Fighting the creature may take some time. With so many fruits, he can't just rely on the passive damage of his weapon. The monster doesn't give him much time to think. It throws rocks at the protagonist, and he tries to dodge them. But the rocks were just a distraction, as the creature approaches, trying to stab him with its sharp arm. Seeing this, the protagonist realizes the creature is cunning, and it's imitating his previous movements. The monster seems satisfied with the approach, but it is stopped before it can hit the protagonist, because Drake shoots an arrow from above, telling his friend to run while he distracts the creature. The protagonist thanks his friend for the help, and takes advantage of the situation to climb back up. As he climbs, he runs away from the creature, but the monster is relentless and chases him. Drake worries about his friend, but he tells them both to leave and head to the door. He will join them after he deals with the monster. In his thoughts, the protagonist concludes that he won't make it, as all he has is the passive of his weapon, knowing that it would be difficult to fight the creature. If the situation worsens, he will have to use the power of the Madongwang to destroy all those fruits. The creature looks at him and tries to say something, leaving the protagonist surprised. Drake also stared at it while protecting Soul. The monster, in turn, just shows its big smile. But surprisingly, it is hit from behind. This leaves the protagonist a little confused. But a new character appears with wizard-like features, and asks if everyone is okay. Drake observes him and asks Yojin if he is a player, but his friend says no, his characteristics resemble an angel. He's probably an NPC because it would be difficult for someone to arrive before them. The creature hasn't died yet, and is resisting. The angel, in turn, says to leave it to him, and the others can get out of there. Then the creature tries to attack him, but the angel uses an ability called Thermal Dome and retaliates. With that, the creature is hit directly, and the angel tells them to leave quickly because he can't hold the monster for long. The protagonist thanks for the help and flees with his friends. They run to the exit and see that the door has opened. This allows them to pass through without any problems. Then a powerful explosion happens, emitting a beam of light in the area. The protagonist managed to escape in time. Drake notices that the current place looks a lot like the previous one, but Yojin says that wherever they are, they managed to escape the monster. Still lying down, the protagonist notices something at the end of a staircase. Some angels appeared, saying that the lost young sheep has finally returned. The friends don't understand what they are talking about. Drake comments that this place is a village of angels, and they may be friendly since they brought Soul in angel form. The protagonist agrees. The girl is still confused by the situation. She approaches the others, even though Drake asks her to be cautious. One of the angels hugs her, saying not to worry about anything anymore because from now on they will protect her, and she won't go through all that again. Soul thinks the hug is so warm and comforting, maybe influenced by angelic memories. Then she cries in the angel's arms. Drake comments that he didn't understand any of what's happening, but reunions are always emotional. In turn, the protagonist thinks it's not good to befriend NPCs, especially in this place. Immediately after, the two are surrounded by armed angels. Some present say they are ugly because they have no wings or halos, and they even came from the labyrinth, making them filthy and ominous. They also wonder if they are some kind of bad ending. The comments upset the friends. An elder tells Soul that the two came from outside and are suspicious and may pose a threat. Soul tries to defend them but fails. Drake tells his friend that the angels are picking a fight and asks what they should do. Yojin tells them to play the angels game for now because he has a plan. The island in the sky, Quo Vadis, is the last base of the angels who were almost wiped out after losing the war against the demons. However, bad endings began to appear. These bizarre monsters, which appeared out of nowhere, completely destroyed the island's ecosystem. To confine them in quarantine, the Emperor of the Angels created this enormous labyrinth that imprisoned them. Drake, upon hearing the story, comments that it's incredible. One of the angels says the Emperor was great, a noble angel who defended the last sanctuary in the demon world. Imprisoned with his friend, Drake asks what happened to the Emperor. The angel replies that he started to go mad, imprisoning all the newborns in the underground prison, claiming he had received an oracle that the world would be destroyed. Rumors said he cooked the children to extract their flesh or bathed in their blood. Perhaps it was the work of demonic temptations. The angels could do nothing because the Emperor was powerful. Even if they all joined forces against him, it wouldn't be enough. The best they could do was run and create a village within the labyrinth. The lives of the angels are now focused on waiting for the children who were taken to return. Drake becomes confused, as the angels said they were trapped, but they are in the labyrinth now. How is it possible they escaped from there? The angel says they have a contact in the royal castle, who rescues the children and sends them back whenever possible. Nettie, who was with them, was one of those children. She is called the White Child. Soul is surprised by this name. Elsewhere, the elder recounts the same story, saying they were ambushed by the Dark Ends while returning to the village and disappeared. The elder says Nettie has been through so much at the Emperor's hands and wonders how a child who came to the labyrinth after escaping the castle ended up in a distant place. Soul thinks that this is not the real Nettie, and even though she is an NPC, Soul doesn't like to lie. Even so, she has to listen to as many stories as she can while in the elder's house, as she might discover more fragments of her memory. Drake can no longer bear being imprisoned, thinking this is the most ambiguous mission he's ever done. But Eojin says they should wait a bit before trying to escape. He says the angel answered all his questions and wonders if the others are the same. Eojin replies that they are angels, after all. The protagonist then realizes something is happening, hoping it's not too late. In the elder's house, she asks Nettie if she remembers her older sister. But Soul doesn't seem to know. She remembers some things, but it's not a continuous memory. Everything is somewhat blurry in her mind. Soul decides to ask the elder what her older sister was like. The elder replies that they are twins, and her sister was born a few minutes before Nettie. Her name was Betty. She wasn't intelligent but was fearless, and was always the leader of the children. One day, she hit Nettie on the head while crying because she couldn't get a scary story out of her head, trying to cover the bad memory with physical pain. The elder tries to comfort the girl, saying that since she returned safely, she's sure her sister is safe too, and she shouldn't worry about it. Soul, hearing all of this, thinks she won't be able to lie to the elder anymore, because she knows the truth about Nettie. Remembering when she saw her fallen, she tries to tell the truth to the elder, but just as she was about to speak, the elder notices something different outside. Shouts are coming from the village. One of the angels announces that the Dark Ends are coming, and the children must be evacuated immediately. However, right after, this angel is struck by an enemy. They are being attacked and try to flee before the enemies surround them, as this time there are more than usual. The archer angels try to hold back the enemies to buy time for the others to escape. But although the creatures are hit by arrows, this doesn't stop them from advancing. The angels are easily struck by the monsters, being devoured by them like prey. The elder, who has mage abilities, tries to use magic to stop them. In a way, the magic works for a while. The younger ones rejoice at seeing her help, creating hope. They fight the monsters to protect the children from being devoured. One of the Dark Ends approaches, but is surprised by another creature, being killed shortly after. The angels realize what is happening. A Dark End in the form of a nightmare, known as Smile, has appeared. He stares at the opponents with his cruel smile. The angels realize that Smile is an abomination and cannot be faced. They remember that So White Child was fighting him before, wondering if even he couldn't defeat the creature. The other monsters also attack, but Smile fights them back, killing them all. The elder asks how a cursed being like him dares to step there, telling him to go back to where he came from. Soul watches the fight closely, and Smile quickly approaches them, but the elder uses her magic to stop him. The monster tries to break the magic shield with its hands, and little by little, it succeeds. The elder notices its strength and says it's greater than before. The monster grabs the magical field and manages to break it, causing an explosion, throwing the elder far away. She warns Soul that the creature is after her and that these monsters don't give up on the prey they choose, telling the girl to run far away. Some angels appear and try to hold the creature so that she and the elder can escape. But the elder says she's fine and the children should be evacuated first, and Nettie should run from there. An old memory arises in Soul's mind, from the time when Nettie ran through the labyrinth, going downstairs as fast as she could, and a creature was chasing her, attacking everything around it. It was the same creature from the present, Soriso. Soul realizes that Nettie has been chased since then, and runs far from the creature. That memory was definitely of Soriso. She is sure they must have some connection. The reason Nettie fell from the island and the Emperor went mad. The cause of the bad endings. Is it all because of him? Soul asks. When Soriso is almost grabbing Soul, someone appears and interrupts him, leaving the creature very frustrated. The protagonist appears and ironically says that Soriso has light hands for a bad ending. Ugly things that touch little girls deserve to be eliminated. Other monsters are easily destroyed. Drake says the rest are quite weak compared to Soriso. He doesn't want to get too involved in the battle after being treated inappropriately, but his friend Yojin asked him to help the angels take care of the rest of the bad endings. With that, Drake agrees to help. An explosion occurs in the scene, and the protagonist assumes the form of Madongwei, saying he's eager to kill a skinny one who's eager to die. He stomps Madong's boot on the ground, creating with it an earthquake that collapses the ground where the creature was. After that, he advances to attack the monster up close. Drake observes that terrain damage doesn't work on Soriso, and wonders what Yojin is planning. The protagonist activates the "Bring down the hammer" mode, and prepares to attack Soriso in close combat. Then he unleashes several punches on the creature. One of them hits Soriso's face squarely but causes no damage. The protagonist realizes that A+ rank monsters are very resistant, and such attacks mean nothing. But that doesn't make him give up. He keeps attacking with all his might, because even though the creature is resistant to terrain damage, the island is not. So he decides to destroy the terrain around the creature, making Soriso fall into a void. The protagonist comments that this is funny, and wants to see Soriso's face when he's in free fall. He uses his boots once again to push Soriso down. This causes an explosion under the island, throwing the creature far away. Soriso falls from the island due to the explosion, and the protagonist watches, saying that its strength won't be enough to prevent it from dying from such a great fall. Even if it survives, it will have to face the mum keeps rising. On the island, Drake has already cleared the remaining enemies, easily finishing them all off. The inhabitants thank them for the help, saying they are amazing for having taken care of the monsters. The elder personally thanks them, calling them heroes because they helped even after the bad treatment. She would like to officially accept them as members of the village, welcoming them. The protagonist says it was nothing, but in his thoughts he says that now the fun begins. The second day of the excursion to the Sky Island has arrived. The protagonist says that according to the secret information he gathered, there are many rare items hidden all over the island. To acquire them, they will have to go around and increase their affinity with the villagers, so they will do their best to get along with the angels of the village. Soul says she's already an angel and asks if she also needs to increase her affinity, but Yojin says it's not quite like that. Soul's base affinity with them may be high because she's an angel, but it's not been long since she became an official member, so she has to improve her affinity quite a bit. And that's not all. There still aren't many angels who recognize them. It's true that they defeated the bad endings, but most of the angels still suspect them, as they didn't see them fight. That's why they need to be friendly. Drake asks how exactly they did that. Yojin says he doesn't know either, thinks that talking to them and completing missions might solve it, and Soul comments that it's like a treasure hunt and gets excited. The protagonist confirms and tells them to split up and start working. Then the three head towards their respective tasks. Yojin is the first to find a task, and he helps to raise some wooden stakes. A nagging angel coordinates the work, saying that raising wood is easier than bricks, and if they're there to work, they must do it right and not slack off. Thinking about how their houses will be destroyed by the dark ends if they don't set things up properly should be enough motivation for them. After that, the protagonist tries to fix some furniture, and the boss tells him to be careful with the hammering. After taking care of the furniture, he tries to saw some wood. The boss nags him again to saw properly, because if the defenses aren't ready on time due to delays, it will be his fault. He's already tired of the annoying guy, but the angel in charge tells him to stop glaring and get back to work. Meanwhile, Drake is having tea. He was invited by two beautiful women to their house because they saw him fighting the Dark Ends, and they let slip that he's more handsome than the humans they know. Elsewhere, Yoon Sol is giving massages to the elders, who almost fight to see whose turn it is to be massaged by the young girl. The protagonist works hard at his task. Drake helps the younger women, and Sol takes care of the elders. Frustrated, Yojin incites a rebellion with the other workers. They gang up on the abusive boss, boosting his affinity with the others. Drake also succeeds, even becoming part of a portrait with some of the women. Sol is rewarded with a type of candy, which boosts her energy. The protagonist has already taken on another job and is now washing some clothes with a few women. Sol's candy was refreshing, and she's all happy about it. Seeing the girl, Yojin notices she's gotten a bit chubby lately, and Sol feels a little embarrassed. She says the grandmothers gave her a lot of fruits and sweets to eat, and children gain weight quickly when they eat too much in a short time. Starting to get angry, Yojin realizes that while he was working, the girl was eating. Drake appears and greets his friends, saying it took longer than he expected. When they see him, the two don't recognize him. Because he's wearing a different hairstyle and clothes, he says it was a courtesy of the angels. Sol says the clothes fit him so well that he looks like a real angel, making him embarrassed, and he mentions that the angels liked him. He says it was just like Yojin said earlier, because just by talking to the angels and helping them with common tasks, they gave him several things. He asks if his friends also took advantage of the villagers' kindness. Remembering all the hassle he went through, Yojin hesitates to say anything, keeping it all to himself. Aside from that, Drake got some new toys like a Shadrach crossbow. They also gave him a low Ruhama crossbow, saying they were just old things gathering dust in their house. He also received a Marshal al-Hashbaz A+ level dagger. Drake comments that this place is amazing because he got all of this just by having tea with them, leaving his friend impressed with the items. Before wrapping up, Drake says he has an item for Yojin too. He is genuinely surprised by this. A ring called Akumalov's Infinite Fantasies, also known as Thousand Faces. The protagonist thinks that he really needed a new strategy, and this will fit perfectly into his plans. While he has this item, he will be able to resolve the overlap of his items and freely change his appearances. And with that, he will have a new persona, in addition to the two he already has. Sol comments that she didn't get anything, but she learned the skills Sacred Barrier and Healing, so now she can act as support. Yojin thinks that Sol has gone through all kinds of things since coming here, and he expects an explosive growth when everything is over. Drake asks what Yojin got, and he replies that the children have returned, and that Bakasa brought them. They notice that one of the children returned to her parents. Several of them reunite with their families after fleeing. Bakasa says he was only able to bring these, but the elder comforts him, saying that he has already risked his life enough. He looks at the strangers from afar, asking if they are the same ones he met before, and that he's happy to see them safe. The man says he was worried they might get lost. When he sees Nettie, he is overjoyed. He apologizes for not protecting her and her sister in the end, but he is glad she was able to return. Sol realizes that he is the white flame who saves the children. He was the one who helped Nettie and Betty escape, so he may know what happened to the two of them that day. In a live stream, Sol introduces herself and says that after many things happened, she ended up with Nettie's appearance and is playing DM to help the addict with his mission. It's her first time playing the game, so she finds everything strange and fun. She introduces the Angel Village, saying she met several NPCs there. All of them are so nice that they don't even seem to be programmed. Sol says she hasn't been playing for long, but she thinks she's already addicted to DM. She encounters Drake. He says the girl returned earlier today. Sol introduces Drake on her live, saying he's a very handsome guy who is part of the team. She heard that Drake has been the addict's companion for a long time, and if she's not mistaken, he was in the military before playing. But anyway, the addict is very skilled, and the two have already managed to defeat several bosses on their own. Following these two has been a completely new experience for Sol. It's so cool that she almost feels jealous of them. Sol asks Drake where Yojin is, and he replies that he's with the elders, who called him urgently. Drake looks at Sol for a moment, saying that she's very good at English, almost like a native. DM has an automatic translation system, but Sol says she studied a lot and even thought about doing an exchange program. The girl says that Drake is also very good at Korean. He says he became interested in Korea after playing with Yojin, learning a thing or two along the way, and in his free time, he consumed a lot of Korean content. He also says he's a complete Koreaboo now. Sol says that Drake needs to visit her country, and that she and Yojin could be his guides. She mentions that she has worked with this before and knows the best places to go. Drake thanks her for the offer, but before he can say more, he's interrupted. The protagonist speaks to the two and apologizes for the delay, saying that they will have a meeting event in the hall now. Sol introduces the addict on her live, a player so famous he doesn't even need an introduction. His fashion sense is questionable, but his skills are impressive. She asks if Yojin is curious about the United States, and he simply replies that he likes Angus beef. This is Sol's team now. She wonders what today's adventure will be, as according to the addict, they are nearing the end. At the meeting, it is said that Emperor Nicodemus is getting crazier, ordering that all the children in the village be imprisoned, as the older ones are the most dangerous. Some wonder why this is happening, as children are innocent. Bokassa says it's due to a vision from the oracle, revealed by the emperor himself. The elder is intrigued upon hearing about the oracle. It was revealed that this nation will disappear because of the children, as a 3-year-old will bring destruction. With the curtain of the old era closing, a new one will be born. One of them wonders how a child could cause so much harm to an entire country. The emperor must have completely lost his mind. The elder says that none of his prophecies have come true so far, all because of the oracles. Someone questions the fact that the emperor was once admired for his intelligence, but she states that this is in the past. At this moment, he is mad, and the children are in cold cells because of a rumor, making it impossible to save them all. Bokassa says they now have to make an important decision. They need to destroy Emperor Nicodemus and remove him from the throne. Some of the young ones agree with him, believing the emperor has succumbed to the devil's temptations. They seem certain about what they need to do and plan to march to the palace and rip out his heart. Sol and her friends realize that things have gotten very serious. Remembering that Bokassa saved them in the labyrinth, she says that he is incredible because he is trying to save the children from the crazy emperor, and he also helped Nettie in the past. But for some reason, she feels a little afraid of him. Bokassa asks her if she's afraid of him, saying that she's not wrong, because he failed to protect her and her sister until the end. He adds that she can fear him and curse him as much as she wants, and in fact, all the children have that right. Sol admits that she is a little afraid, but he saved many children from prison, and they were all witnesses of how he fought desperately against the bad ending, and saved all the children, bringing them back to their parents. She apologizes for not remembering, but still thanks him for saving her and her sister. Seeing this, the elder is pleased. Bokassa says he wishes to save all the children, and begs for the outsider's help. The two friends take a while to respond. The protagonist doesn't see any system message, but concludes that this is definitely a mission, possibly even a main one that could rewrite the game's story. Depending on the side you choose to support, it could dictate how things will turn out. After all, the truth belongs to the victors, and with that, he agrees to help. Drake supports his friend in everything, and so it was decided that they would head to the palace. The NPC Bokassa Pharisee, also known as White Flame, together with 3 strong outsiders, and a group of 4 young angels from the village, Donatello, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Sol notices that their names reference Renaissance artists, but the protagonist immediately associates them with the Ninja Turtles. Without realizing it, the girl has become immersed in this angelic body and story, which makes her a little afraid to return to the labyrinth, but she's confident everything will turn out well. Yojin says it's time to go to the palace, and asks everyone to follow him. Outside the island, we see monster wings. A winged creature flies around the island, then it clings to the rocks, climbing them slowly. We see that its smile, still alive and persisting in returning to the island. An explosion occurs in the scene. We see that a battle has already begun on the way to the palace. The angels are fighting some creatures. They join forces to defeat the enemies, but they can't do it without Drake's help. He says the angels are still weak and don't seem like a match for Smile, and the crawling warriors aren't showing up. Yojin says they're still in the early stages and advises his friend not to get distracted. They set off with Bokassa to defeat the Emperor. The path through the labyrinth continued to grow more complex than before, but it wasn't a problem for Yojin. Drake asks if they're on the right path, and he replies that they're progressing well towards the palace. The Generation Zero Oculus VR he's using has a bug that shows the way through the labyrinth. One of the angels gets excited and wants to finish off the dark ends, but another scolds him, saying that's not the current objective. Bokassa tells them to be careful as they advance, as the labyrinth paths become more treacherous, and the structure changes, allowing enemies to appear out of nowhere. If they get lost and end up alone, they might never find each other again, so they must stay close. The protagonist notices something moving on a staircase ahead. He tells everyone to wait for a moment. He sees that it's a dark end. The creature tries to crawl up the stairs. Drake notices that it looks like a baby, and he's seen some like it when exploring the labyrinth. An angel says they haven't been noticed yet because the creature is feeding, and they could use that to their advantage, but Bokassa thinks it's better not to, as the creature is different. They want to pass unnoticed. The protagonist catches Sol's attention, telling her it's better if she doesn't see it. He holds her hand and asks the girl to close her eyes. She asks why, but Yojin says he'll explain after they pass, and he needs her to trust him, so Sol agrees. The angels begin to walk slowly down the stairs. They comment that the monster looks like a baby and, since it can't drink its mother's milk, it's sensitive to the sounds of something sucking. Even the sound of swallowing saliva could alert it. They remark that it's disgusting and try to guess what the creature is eating while climbing the stairs. Some time passes, and Sol smells something sweet, and she's sure she's smelled it before. She remembers the fruits she tasted in the labyrinth before. She recalls the honey fruits. This triggers something in her, so she looks back, noticing that the creature is moving. The monster woke up and is slowly devouring the fruits. Sol notices something strange. because even though it's monster food, for some reason it seems delicious to her. Mouth-watering, she stares at the creature's food, but the sound of her saliva gave away her position to the creature. She realizes what she's done and apologizes. The protagonist realizes they're now in trouble. Now the creature is agitated. The angels realize they'll have to kill the creature and comment that it doesn't even seem that strong, and they could work together to kill it quickly. The Dark End, also known as the baby, rises. The protagonist warns that if they kill it, things will get much more dangerous, so it's better to leave it alone. But the angels don't listen and fire at the monster. Soul is startled by the monster, and she remembers something from Nettie's past, when her sister held her hand, taking her somewhere. She wonders what this is. Without knowing why, she has a feeling that something seems very wrong now. The girl tells them to stop, and that they can't kill that child. It feels like they're doing something they shouldn't be doing. Bakasa uses his magic against the creature, hitting the monster from afar, while the others attack it in close combat, slashing the monster from the outside. Drake asks if Soul is okay, but she doesn't know. She comments that it's terrifying and feels guilty, along with a great sadness. Yojin says he warned them not to attack, but Bakasa says that when you gain the attention of a bad ending, you have to use it to kill it. The protagonist says that another way to kill it should have been used, because the smell of that creature's corpse attracts other bad endings, and they should know that. The creature is already emitting a foul odor. Creatures emerge from the depths of the labyrinth, ready to attack at any moment. The younger angels notice the danger. Quickly, they are all surrounded by monsters. Drake comments that each of these is much stronger than the other, with very high levels. Yojin says that's why the weak ones stay at the beginning of the labyrinth, and he doesn't know why they're so interested in the death of a baby. He blames himself for not planning properly, thinking he didn't expect so many strong enemies. Bakasa says that if they advance a little, there will be a fork in the path. He also says they should split up to throw off the enemies. He will use a secret barrier and is counting on them to cover the rear. The protagonist doesn't seem satisfied with this plan, but he prepares himself along with the others for the battle of their lives. The sound in the corridors reveals movement. The creatures run through them. Many of them are very strong. Surrounded, the characters get ready to react. Some angels try to hit the monsters with magic. The creatures are struck by them. Yojin realizes this gives him an opening to move, and from now on, they will split into two teams. Bakasa asks them to head north. There's only one exit in this labyrinth, and they will meet there. Determined, the protagonist heads for the objective. He catches Soul's attention, saying they will be faster if she holds on to him. The girl holds tightly to her friend, and they run. Bakasa says he entrusted the child to the outsiders, as he watches them running as fast as they can. Some monsters along the way are attacked, and end up dying at the hands of the duo. The protagonist comments that it seems like they've shaken off the bad endings that were following them. Drake asks if Bakasa and the others are okay. However, Soul stands in a corner, and Yojin asks if she's alright. She just rests with her eyes closed. In her mind, a memory appears, of someone telling Nettie to run faster to avoid being devoured by the monsters. The girl realizes that the one shouting was Bakasa, thinking these might be memories of when they escaped the royal palace. Once again, someone holds her hand, and she tries to figure out who it is. Maybe it's her older sister. When she remembers the baby monster, she lets out a scream, scaring her friend, who asks what's wrong with her. Soul says she was immersed in Nettie's memories and saw her escaping the underground prison with Bakasa helping. Yojin asks if anything strange happened. She says there was another angel holding her hand, but she has no idea who it was, and suddenly the baby bad ending appeared. Now she has a headache, wondering if it's because of the trauma. A headache. People might not understand why there's a pain system in the game, but when you're deeply immersed, a little pain only increases the immersion. Could this be called a bit of realism? Asks the protagonist. Drake notices something from afar, saying something is approaching, and they need to be careful. From deep within the labyrinth, a sound puts them on alert. A person completely covered in blood appears. It was Bakasa, who asks if they are okay. Upon hearing that they are, he feels relieved. Seeing him in that condition makes the protagonist worried. Bakasa falls to his knees on the ground. Drake tries to help him and asks where the other angels are. Bakasa comments that they're still fighting the bad endings. He says they don't seem as strong as them and apologizes, saying he can't walk anymore. Calling for Nettie, he asks for forgiveness. Bakasa has no strength left, saying he wanted to see with his own eyes the happy future of his clan. This makes the girl a little apprehensive. Quickly, she uses her healing ability. Yojin asks what she thinks she's doing. Soul responds that she wants to save Bakasa and is healing him because she learned the skill from the grandmother after gaining affinity with her. The protagonist says healing only works on players, but Soul insists on trying, saying she's afraid of him. But even so, Bakasa risked his life for the children, and she can't let him die like this. Yojin thinks that now that the story is changing so much, his knowledge of the past life is starting to become insufficient, with unexpected situations happening. It's just the death of an NPC, but Soul wants to save him. Perhaps a vain wish from a rookie who suddenly became immersed. But still, if it's possible, reviving Bokasa could result in something he never dreamed of. The protagonist thinks about it for a moment, but confused about his decisions, he scratches his head. He grabs an item and asks Soul to try using it. The item is called Premature Burial, a spell scroll to save someone who died before their time. Some alchemists even call it an elixir. Yojin says he earned the item due to his affinity for helping the builders. It allows players, NPCs, or monsters to come back to life once, and it's also very expensive. To be honest, he didn't think Soul would enjoy this adventure so much, and he should consider it as him taking responsibility for getting her addicted to it. The girl thanks him, and Yojin thinks that she's become more immersed in the story than anyone else. She's already become a key figure in their journey, and he believes she could change everything. The girl uses the scroll, and a magic is activated through it. Soon, the scroll completely disintegrates, and Bokasa opens his eyes again. Upon waking up, he asks what happened, and if Soul brought him back. Bokasa understands the situation because he returned from where he was and must continue, saying that this is a hard and difficult fight. For a brief moment, he thinks it might have been better to stay dead. Drake questions him, as he was brought back and already wants to die again. Bokasa says yes, it's true what he says, but when he looks at Nettie, he feels joy, and thanks them for the act, even saying he won't waste this second chance. From today on, he promises to restore the angelic clan. In another part of the labyrinth, we see a monster grabbing some fruits, and its silhouette eating them. Smile is back, even stronger. He reaches a hole that reveals the angel village. A system message alerts that they have entered the Emperor's ceremonial hall and records the names of the first visitors. They've discovered the main mission, the Emperor's banquet. Activation requirements: complete all hidden missions and kill the Emperor. The protagonist comments that it's been a while since the system alerted him. And lastly, the system says that whether the mission is completed or not, it will have an impact on the world. Finally, they've arrived at the castle. Now it's time to face the boss. They enter through the palace gate, finding themselves facing a moat of sulfuric acid. Yojin asks what happened to the castle. Bokasa says it may have been the Emperor's doing, and it seems the path to cross is still intact. There's a door on the other side, the same one they saw when they left the labyrinth. They must be in both paths, north and south, at the same time to reach the Emperor. Bokasa says he'll take the southern door and entrusts the northern door to them. The protagonist tells him he doesn't need to go alone, and immediately after, he's startled by something. A monster resembling a human centipede appears in front of them. Drake asks why a dark end is in the castle. Yojin realizes there was no chance the Emperor would leave his home unguarded, but something is still strange, as the monsters should only exist in the labyrinth. The monster charges at Drake. He comments that it's good one of them showed up, because he wanted to test his beauties before the main attraction. Then, Drake shoots over the creature, hitting it with his bolts, but the creature dodges one of the shots. However, the bolt curves, and hits the creature by surprise. Drake says that the penetrating feature of Shadrach's arrows always pursues the target. Bokasa doesn't stay out of the action, and uses his magic to attack the monster. The protagonist finds himself in front of the creature, about to be attacked, being thrown by one of the monster's horns. He feels some pain, but manages to retaliate, and the tenacity feature of his sandworm cape is activated along with the degenerative basilisk heart. Soul tries to help him as support. She uses an angelic prayer ability. Yojin notices that his health has risen quickly and says that healers are indeed the most convenient. His friend is happy to be able to help. Bokasa keeps fighting, using his magic book. He says this is the last obstacle before reaching the Emperor, and now that they've defeated the creature, there will be nothing left. But something interrupts him and hits him from behind. The protagonist tries to counterattack, but he realizes that it's Smile who has returned. The relentless creature has found him once again. Yojin gets irritated that Smile still hasn't died. Bokasa realizes they've been chased by the creature all the way here. The monster charges toward him, ready to attack, but it notices something ahead. Yojin strikes it with his blade, telling Bokasa to get out of there first, while he distracts the creature. With his angel wings, Bokasa flies away. The creature realizes he is escaping, but Yojin doesn't let it think, saying he has no idea how it survived, but this will be the last time. Soul is startled by something, and ends up not noticing another creature approaching her. Drake yells for her to be careful with what's behind her, until the girl looks back and realizes. Meanwhile, the protagonist fights against Soriso. Noticing that he's heading towards Soul, he tries to grab the girl, but Drake shoots a dart to stop him. A bloodstain spreads, splattering on Soul. She slowly opens her eyes, seeing that, in fact, Soriso attacked the monster behind her. He looks at the girl with his terrifying face, leaving her a little confused. Yojin yells for her to get out of there and run towards him. The girl uses the distraction to run, taking cover behind her friend. The protagonist thinks it's strange that the bad ending attacked the monster instead of Sol, as he believed she was Soriso's target. Even the girl didn't understand what happened. The monster looks at her from a distance. Sol, in turn, thinks that Soriso might actually be Betty. Elsewhere, a voice speaks to Bokasa, saying that he's finally gone mad. The man finally enters the palace, encountering someone who tells him to raise his head and open his miserable, failing eyes, so he can show him who the man is rebelling against. Seeing the creature from afar, Sol calls it Betty Uni. The protagonist is surprised to hear this, along with his friend Drake. The monster doesn't show any reaction at first, but soon it flees, leaving them confused. Yojin asks why Sol said that name out of nowhere. She replies that it was Netty's sister, and that she still doesn't quite understand. She just looked at Soriso and thought he reminded her of Betty. The protagonist tells them to take the opportunity to leave, as there might be a bad ending at the end of the path Bokasa took, and they need to hurry to help him. However, we see that the Emperor has finally revealed himself, telling Bokasa that he is very saddened and shaken by the morning. With his foot on the man's head, the Emperor says he allows him to use his eyes to see to whom he is inferior. He insists that Bokasa raise his head. Seeing this situation, Yojin screams desperately. Nicodemus looks at him with disdain, as he sees a human, and asks why he came there. The Emperor removes his foot from Bokasa's head, saying he's impressed by how deep the pit he's in is, for allying with such insignificant and pathetic vermin. He kicks Bokasa away, sending a powerful impact from the top of the palace. Nicodemus says he usually considers the circumstances of all the lives beneath him, but because they've fallen into Bokasa's temptations, he will have no mercy. Yojin didn't have any reason to hunt on the island, avoiding the bad endings, but Nicodemus is an exception, as he is a monster who dominates the island and someone who must be faced. The Emperor asked how they got there, and if they borrowed Solomon's wisdom. Hearing that name surprises the protagonist. Solomon is the true name of the King of Darkness, the one he used before he fell. Thinking about it, the protagonist concludes that their attack pattern is very similar. The protagonist asks if the Emperor knows Solomon. Nicodemus says he is the only human worthy of being his old friend. After hiding on the island, he hasn't heard from Solomon again, but he knows his strength. Even now, he must be alive, fighting against demons, for he would never lose. Realizing that the Emperor is out of touch, the protagonist feels pleased. He asks how long it's been since his friend became a slave to the demons, but the Emperor says that such lowly creatures must resort to lies as low as they are, asking how he dares to utter such words. Yojin presents the Blood Predator Ring, an A+ class item, then shows Solomon's necklace, class unknown. Seeing this leaves the Emperor very surprised. He wonders what happened to his old friend. In his mind, Yojin concludes that the Emperor's weakness is having a very fragile mind. The protagonist says that Solomon didn't remember anything, forgot his name, and where he was, whispering strange things, in addition to having a pale face and sunken eyes. Finally, he met his end, swallowed by a giant black pit. Seeing his friend lie so blatantly, Drake thinks he's terrible, but he says to keep up the act. Because dirty tricks are needed to face someone so strong, he notices that the Emperor's stats have dropped and decides to continue, making him even weaker. Then, Yojin charges at the Emperor. Noticing his weakness, he can't believe that someone as friendless as Nicodemus could act so superior. The Emperor becomes desperate, thinking that his friend might still be alive somewhere. But Yojin calls him a fool, as he just said that Solomon is dead. Desperate, the Emperor shouts that this is blasphemy. His desperation was his downfall, as the protagonist was able to defeat him easily. Yojin says the Emperor is nothing but a miserable antisocial and should be honored not to have the same fate as his friend, though Drake thinks he's already going overboard. Nicodemus didn't expect to fall this way and says that now the future of the angels will be nothing but darkness. Sol says it's not his place to say that, considering he kidnapped and devoured several children. Drake can't believe that someone who claims to care about the future of his people would commit such horrendous acts. The Emperor says he doesn't know anything about what they're talking about. Sol scolded him, telling him not to play dumb since they heard from the island that he stole children from their parents and imprisoned them, devouring them one by one. Nicodemus claims it's the first time he's heard something so horrendous, saying he did take the children to the prison, yes, but to protect them from an infectious disease. Now the protagonist is confused. The Emperor says he received a report that a disease was spreading, so he took the children to the prison to save them, as it was the only place that could accommodate them. The prison was renovated to be comfortable and pleasant for them. That's because he believes that children are the future of the angels, and everything he did was to protect them. His duty is to protect the future of the angels from this vile disease and the dark ends. Sol says she doesn't think he's lying. The protagonist thinks that Nettie is sensitive to evil, yet she couldn't detect any ill intent in the Emperor's words. If that's the case, then Bokasa took the children, instilled fear in them with horrible stories, and rescued them from the prison, taking them to the labyrinth, concluding that he must be the one with bad intentions. Then the protagonist realizes something. A strong magical energy fills the place. The Emperor is hit full force by it, screaming from the pain caused by the attack. Yojin is startled by this scene. Bakasa reappears and says that the outsiders have finally succeeded. Upon seeing him, the protagonist is surprised and asks what he's doing. Bakasa says he should be happy about it, as the Emperor successfully protected the future of his people. He continues, saying that the outsiders have succeeded. The protagonist asks what Bakasa is doing. First, he says that his constant efforts, sacrifices, and concern for the future of his people were genuine. Bakasa calls the outsiders his friends. He goes to the Emperor, and is surprised that he's still alive. Bakasa says that, as they've seen, Nicodemus wasn't insane, he may have been more sane than ever, and if it weren't for the help he received, it would never have been possible to rebel. So Bakasa thanks him. The protagonist asks why he did this. He says he'll answer their questions. Angels and demons are inexplicably linked, and he asks if Yojin knows what angels are. He doesn't know how to respond. Bakasa says they are beings without traces of a demonic heart, and demons are beings without traces of an angelic heart. The protagonist wonders what he's talking about, but when he sees that Bakasa is holding a seed, he is surprised. Bakasa grabs the Emperor and plants the seed in him. The heroes are shocked to see this. He says that even though angels and demons hate each other, either can completely eliminate the other from this world. Angels exist because demons exist, and vice versa. As everyone knows, after losing the war against the demons, the angels were forced to lead miserable lives in this castle. They lived in fear, not knowing when the demons would find them to eradicate what was left of the angels. However, while they were building the labyrinth and the palaces, the enemies never came back to attack. Why do you think that happened? He asks, as a large tree grows from the seed. Bakasa answers that it was because the demons were breeding them. Soul is shocked to hear all this. Drake doesn't quite understand what he means. As he said, demons need angels to exist. If the angels disappeared, they would lose all reason to exist, which is why they don't kill all the angels, they only corner them, as if they were livestock for their amusement. But the angels didn't know this. From the tree, fruits are born. The protagonist realizes that it's the same honey fruit from the labyrinth. Bakasa says that maybe because the Emperor's body served as fertilizer, but the fruit is quite heavy. The forbidden fruit that amplifies your magical power, the same one of knowledge. This is the only way to fight the demons. Yojin realizes that as Bakasa eats the fruit, his wounds heal, along with an increase in his magical power. Bakasa says that, indeed, the other fruits are much better, the ones that grow from the bodies of young children. He points at Nettie, and says that children her age are perfect to be used as fertilizer, and he should have protected her until the end. For the protagonist, now everything makes sense. The Emperor wasn't Nicodemus. In fact, it was Bakasa the whole time. Bakasa is truly grateful for all the help he's had so far, but he says that, unfortunately, he won't be the one to bring an end to their lives. Like all other magicians, he's a busy man. Introducing a creature, he tells the others to face it. The monster rises and roars at the friends. Drake realizes it's a bad ending that came out of Nicodemus's body. Yojin concludes that all the bad endings so far might be the same. Soul finally understands everything now, as she remembers Bakasa, the true cause of the fear she felt as soon as she saw him. Nettie understood his true nature. Even though she lost her memory, she always suspected him. At that time, when they were desperate to escape the labyrinth, Bakasa had already died. If she hadn't interfered, he wouldn't be here now because of her. But Yojin says it's alright and tries to comfort her. He says that dwelling on a mistake she made won't help at all. Now they need to do everything they can. Bakasa, the true emperor. The protagonist calls out to him, saying he has just one more question. Bakasa says he should satisfy his doubt. He asks what happened to the other angels when they split up back there. Bakasa says that the 4 were the strongest in the village and were reborn in stronger forms. And also, those who were the guardians of the last gate were killed by them. The protagonist says that Bakasa is completely insane. He always thought crying or laughing about NPCs' conditions was stupid, but now it feels very different. Yojin can't believe he danced in the hands of such a monster, and promises to kill him. He charges past the bad ending. Soul feels her body begin to tremble, as if struck by lightning. As soon as she closes her eyes, she sees something. The missing pieces, the last part of the puzzle, appear to her, and Nettie's memories fully return. In Nettie's memories, Soul recalls when the girl talked to Betty, her sister, saying she heard that the Emperor wanted to devour them. She wonders if that's why Mr. Bakasa has been so worried these days. Betty thinks her sister is also nervous about it, but Betty tells her sister that she can rest easy, as the older sister will protect her. Betty notices the baby is crying again. She asks if the story scared her and says that her sister will hug her. Nettie asks why everyone approaches the baby when she cries. Why does she need to answer Betty? Bakasa appears and says that the labyrinth, where the monsters are isolated, is safer and where their parents are waiting. He says he will help them escape without the Emperor knowing. However, a bad ending approaches the children. Nettie reaches out her hand to her sister, and Betty grabs it to run away. She tells Nettie to hide and not come out no matter what, as she will save her as long as she waits in that spot. But strange noises are heard in the labyrinth, and unfortunately, Betty is captured. Bokassa turned them all into bad endings, giving a wicked smile for succeeding. In the present, the protagonist fights against the bad ending, together with Drake, who helps him. He shoots several arrows at the creature, but the monster is agile and easily catches them all in its mouth. Yojin realizes that the Emperor was already hard to deal with, and now that he's turned into an A+ class monster, it's even worse. He tries to hit the creature but struggles. Bokassa mocks them, saying they look like a bunch of clowns. He says that as long as the creature is alive, they will never reach him, and his hunting dogs from the labyrinth must have already attacked the village. Indeed, that's what happens. The angels run in desperation, and Bokassa says that now that he no longer needs them, he will turn them into fruit trees of knowledge. Even though they're not children, they will help with stamina and mana. Furious, the protagonist insults him. Yojin tries to escape the monster, and goes straight for Bokassa. He notices Yojin's approach and finds it interesting. Right after, Yojin uses Madame Wang's gloves to attack, but Bokassa uses a magical barrier to protect himself. The force field he created is very strong. This makes the protagonist angry. Immediately after, Bokassa throws him far away with a magical attack. Yojin realizes that he's very powerful. He's not someone who can be defeated without some tricks. Bokassa stares at Nettie and says that he knew the moment she revived him with the scroll, that as painful as it may be, this is her destiny. Soul remains focused on Nettie's memories. The monster covers Bokassa, worrying his friends. Bokassa extends his hand and tells the girl to take it. He says that with her, the angels will return what the demons did, in kind. But before he can do anything, the creature attacks him, surprising even the protagonist, who doesn't understand what he's seeing. Drake is also quite shocked. The monster throws Bokassa far away. It rises, facing the others. Bokassa gets up, cursing the monster. He grabs the remains of his clothes and tears them off, saying that even dead, he can't control the Emperor. The creature prepares to attack, and from its mouth, it spews flames like a dragon. Once again, Bokassa uses a magical force field to protect himself. He says that Nicodemus was nothing more than a display toy pretending to be real, and asks if he really wants the sapphire in his current condition. Bokassa says that the one who ruined the angels wasn't him, so he's not the real enemy. Grabbing the creature by the neck with a magical hand, Bokassa says he's the only one who can avenge the angels. He possesses transcendental strength among angels and considers himself the only one capable. Soon, he returns the attack he suffered earlier, throwing the monster far away. The throw causes a great impact on the surroundings. He asks if the Emperor's desire to protect was that strong before he died, and if he really felt that way about his people. The creature rises, angrier than before. Ironically, Bokassa says he is moved, launching ranged attacks, but that doesn't stop the creature from advancing. Bokassa tells the Emperor not to fear, as the angel village has paid its debt, and now he can face the cursed demons. First, he needs to strengthen his body with the hearts of all the children, consuming them, and then turn the adults into fruits of knowledge. Bokassa charges a magical attack over everyone. He says that after all this preparation, he will invade the demon base and kill all 7 demon constellations. Yojin realizes that buying time won't tire this guy out, and the fight has no time limit either, wondering how he will attack him. Referring to them again as outsiders, Bokassa says they did very well and soon fulfilled their objective, becoming his nutrients. However, he doesn't realize that behind him, the creature is approaching, and furious, it tries to bite him with its giant jaws. Bokassa is caught off guard and has his arm bitten. He looks at the creature and asks how it dares. The protagonist realizes what just happened. Then Smile appears out of nowhere and attacks Bokassa too. Back in Nettie's memories, Bokassa tells her that it's very dangerous to walk in the labyrinth alone, and soon she'll be able to see her family again. He says they share common thoughts and hopes for revenge for everyone, as he finds the girl in her hiding spot. Outside, Betty's body was used to plant a tree, and soon it transforms into the Dark End, known to everyone as Smile. Nettie begs the man not to touch her, and Smile attacks him, protecting her. The girl is scared by what she sees, because Smile is staring at her with a frightening look. Bokassa says it's impossible for a child to escape from his hands. Back to the present, Smile impales Bokassa. Soul now understands why Smile has been so focused on her the whole time. She remembers when Betty told her sister to stay hidden, and wait for her help to escape. Bokassa asks how such failures as these creatures dare attack him. How much longer will his plans be interrupted by them? Angry, he uses a magical explosion to push the enemies away. Nicodemus is shattered and thrown far off, while Soul is rescued by Smile. With his arm injured, Bokassa feels pain. but quickly he grabs one of the fruits and eats it to recover. Bakasa says he now understands and will adjust his priorities, admitting that he underestimated his enemies. He says that if he doesn't completely eliminate them, they will keep tormenting him. The protagonist realizes that something different is happening. As the whole ground starts trembling, Smile protects Soul. The remaining dark ends appear and give Bakasa cover. Yojin and Drake are startled by the number of them. Bakasa summoned all those on the island to help him finish them off. The dark ends come from all sides and charge at our heroes. A huge number of them surround them. The protagonist realizes there are too many, and they're all high level. He has no choice. Even if it exceeds his limits, he needs to use Madongwang's powers. But then a voice emerges, asking if the human is there. He recognizes it and seems to know the voice. The voice says that if Yojin can hear it, he should come to him now, as it's the last chance. Yojin realizes that the Emperor's bad ending is the one speaking. He tells the protagonist that now is his chance. Things will get ugly if Bakasa finds out, and there's no time to explain, so now is the moment for Yojin to get closer. The protagonist wonders what is going on and why the Emperor needs him, but he thinks that when Nicodemus became a bad ending, he regained consciousness very quickly, and perhaps he has a trick up his sleeve to win. Thinking fast, Yojin asks his friend to cover him. Drake realizes he's planning something and helps him, facing the bad ending up close. He asks what Nicodemus wants from him. Nicodemus says he doesn't have much time, and now is his chance. He asks the protagonist to kill him with his blade. Yojin tries to question him, but the Emperor explains, whoever kills him will be able to use that. He insists that the protagonist be quick and kill him before Bakasa does. With no other choice, Yojin does what the Emperor said and attacks him with his blade. Soul continues to be protected by Soriso, and Drake gives the friend the cover he needs. Bakasa, in turn, says this is utopia and that he is creating a new world for the angels. The system alerts the protagonist that he has received a new item, an A+ class soul scale. The Emperor's Spectre says that a long time ago, Solomon gave this to him, and with the item, they were able to stop Bakasa. Yojin notices that Solomon's necklace is glowing, and it's reacting to the scale. Nicodemus begs them to kill Bakasa and protect the future of the angels. Soon, he dies for good. Now the protagonist realizes that he cannot lose this item unless killed by another player. This will give him the advantage he needs to face Bakasa. In the battle, monsters are defeated. They are killed by Soriso, who is helping. The relentless creature this time protects Soul from all possible attacks against her. Soul, realizing the creature is being hit, says it can stop now and release her, as she doesn't want Betty to be attacked by the bad endings. But Soriso continues to protect her. Soul warns that there are too many enemies, and if it continues like this, everyone will die. Soon, a large bad ending approaches while Soriso holds Soul, but Drake appears, shooting arrows at the monster. He apologizes for the delay, saying it was hard to get there because there was so much in his way. Drake thanks Betty in Soriso's form for protecting Soul. The girl smiles, also thanking her. He tells Soul that Yojin said he needed a favor from her, which is about the secret plan to defeat Bakasa. Soul is surprised to hear about the plan. Bakasa is distracted by his bad endings. Each of them has enormous attack power and deadly weapons, and he wants to use them all to attack the demons and become the strongest by stealing the hearts of all the angels. The source of the white flame surrounding his body is the souls of countless angels he absorbed. Seeing his level of power, his plan to subjugate the demons might not be so absurd. Yojin wonders what would happen if Bakasa got what he wanted. Bakasa says he forgot about the protagonist for a moment. Seeing that he's still alive, he shows the scale to Bakasa and asks if he recognizes it. But it doesn't seem to be the case. The protagonist raises the scale, ready to use it, and tells Soul to aim the angel's prayer at it. The girl does what her friend said. Soon, the item begins to react, and the system alerts them that the angel's prayer has detected a catalyst. The conditions to use the item have been met. The soul scale has been activated. Bakasa notices the item above him and is frightened. Above, the scale reacts to its activation, and a great field of energy emerges from it. Yojin's friends see what he has done. Even the bad endings sense the imminent danger. Desperate, Bakasa wonders what is happening, but when he looks at the protagonist, he is shocked. Yojin is completely naked on the battlefield. He praises the item's efficiency, saying that the complete removal of all equipment happened, and one can only be called a true addict when they are completely naked. The creatures are startled to see him like that, including his friends who are nearby. Bakasa asks why he's being so vulgar, as if he's gone mad because he's about to die. The protagonist says that whether he's sane or not is another matter, and he thinks Bakasa isn't in a position to worry about others. Hearing this leaves Bakasa confused. He still doesn't fully understand the situation, but the scale acts on him, making him realize that something different is happening. Bakasa can't move his body, and his breathing becomes strange, as if he's being sealed by something, and his magical power is being blocked. He insults the protagonist and asks what he has done. Yojin reveals that the scales of souls balanced his conditions with those of his opponent. Only when the scales are completely balanced again will Bakasa be able to escape. This leaves Bakasa completely desperate. He tells the monsters to come save him quickly, but he notices that the creatures don't obey him and doesn't understand why. Yojin says he's wasting his voice and cannot ignore the power of the A+ class artifact that burned away his expendable life. In this space, all abilities are stripped away. He's referring to that strange ability Bakasa has that allows him to control the Dark Ends, still having no idea where he got it from. Bakasa becomes enraged with the protagonist. He throws all his items aside, and says that now, both of them are on equal footing, promising that once he removes the strange magic the protagonist cast, he will kill him. But even so, he can't act. Bakasa looks at the scales and realizes they're still unbalanced, asking why the scales aren't equal yet. Yojin responds that there are still things that need to be balanced. Furious, Bakasa tells the protagonist to shut up, asking how he dares to show such disdain with that treacherous tongue. Hearing this only makes the protagonist laugh. Looking from the outside, Drake wonders what's going on. The Scales of Souls is an item that makes both sides equal. It's a single-use item that famous people talk about in games, and the wealthy use in PvP. It's usually used to disarm an assassin or for a perfectly fair fight. Both are stripped down, but there's still an essence in Bakasa that weighs more. Yojin says that if you think about the number of lives Bakasa consumed, that's also something to be weighed. Bakasa thinks that even that needing to be equal is idiocy. The protagonist says there's no convincing Bakasa, but after a while, the scales themselves will forcefully equalize both sides. And indeed, this happens as the scales begin to act. Bakasa feels his power diminishing. The strength inside him is fading. Drake notices a light coming from within Bakasa's body. Soon, several beams of light shoot off in various directions, and it seems they're heading somewhere else. Drake realizes that the lights are returning to the Dark Ends. Each of the monsters receives one of the beams of light, and reacts to it shortly after. The lights transform the creatures back into angels. They return to what they once were. The scales take all the lives Bakasa absorbed to achieve balance. The angels are ascending to the sky. Soul comments that they look like fireworks. Little by little, the monsters dissolve, revealing the true souls that were trapped inside. Bakasa feels like he's disappearing, as all the power he gained is gone, along with his strength and the long-desired power of the angels. Once the game is balanced, the scales stop, and are completely destroyed. The protagonist says that even in death, Bakasa talks nonsense, thinking he could subjugate the demons, completely clueless. First, the protagonist wants to know where he got the seed of the fruit from the Tree of Knowledge. Bakasa hesitates to answer the question. Soul and Drake notice that the Dark Ends are vanishing after recovering their souls. She looks to the side and notices something, because Betty is also about to disappear. But when she looks at Smile, she doesn't quite understand, because the creature is still there. She says it's not over yet. While watching the protagonist judge Bakasa, Drake says the mission completion message hasn't appeared yet. Bakasa tells Yojin that the seed is an oracle. As soon as he got it, he heard a voice in his ear, saying he was the savior of the angels. Bakasa says that God is always by his side, and there is only one small proof. He grabs the last seed he has and says he still has the strength to continue the mission. The protagonist says he doesn't think anything is left of Bakasa's heart, and tells him to give up already. Never, says Bakasa, claiming he still has a heart. He swallows the seed and begins to transform. Yojin can't believe he actually did it. Soul and Drake are also shocked. Completely insane, Bakasa reacts to the seed. Roots begin to sprout from inside him, and spread everywhere. Drake is astonished that he used his own body. But Bakasa really did it, and is growing out of control. From a distance, the protagonist notices that he's taking on a different form, almost entirely covered by the roots. Only Bakasa's head and one hand remain. He claims he knew that God wouldn't abandon him. With his remaining hand, he grabs a type of fruit that has grown, and eats it immediately. The scene of him chewing the fruit, Soul feels a bit scared. At this point, Bakasa is almost completely disfigured. Yojin looks at Bakasa's body. Thanks to the fruit he ate, he gains extra strength. Bakasa is completely insane now. His body is transforming into a bad ending. The protagonist stares at him from a distance, somewhat frightened. Bakasa tells everyone to look and see the power of an angel chosen by God, claiming he's the only one with this privilege because he is salvation. His face is more terrifying than ever. Drake comments that the enemy is very strong. They went through heaven and hell to get there, and this monster still manages to surpass their strength. Yojin says that first, he is now just a sprout of the fruit of knowledge, who ripped out and ate his own heart. With all this, Yojin doesn't think it was a normal enhancement. Bakasa's already strong arms become grotesquely larger and larger. He is even frightened by the form he's taken, wondering why he hasn't stopped growing yet. Desperate, Bakasa pleads for help. Soul is pulled away by Soriso. Bokassa transforms into a monster of uncontrollable size. His angelic parts no longer exist. All that remains are monstrous parts, turning him into a bad ending, known as Nightmare or Fall of Utopia. The entire surrounding area is consumed by the monster. Drake asks his friend if that's still Bokassa, and if what happened to him is like what happened to the Spider Queen. Yojin responds that it is, but this time, there's no time limit. Sol says he looks like a chubby baby. If we consider what the oracle said, a 3-year-old child will bring the destruction of the nation. Nicodemus's second oracle was somewhat correct. Yojin thinks that when he was a child, something happened between Bokassa and the demons, which must have caused an enormous grudge, and the bad ending really does look like a strong baby. Besides that, they can't keep running. Everything ends when they take down the monster. The explosion will easily burn everything, all the way to the angel village. The protagonist wonders what he should do. He's already used everything he had prepared. He still has an emergency plan, but he can't use it here, leaving him with few options. Then Soriso decides to speak and says there's a way, a last resort. Hearing the monster's voice leaves the protagonist a bit shocked. The creature asks Nettie for help, using sacred pacification, with all her power, in the best way she can. Drake asks if it will help against the explosion. Besides, the girl's level is still too low for a sacred barrier. Sol tells Betty that if she touches the barrier, she'll disappear. It's okay, she says, asking Nettie to trust her decision. The monster, which doesn't stop growing, continues inflating more and more, destroying the entire surrounding area. Sol, in turn, decides to do what was asked of her. She concentrates as much as she can, creating a barrier to protect them. The creature prepares to be hit, and the barrier starts touching it little by little. A memory from the past appears in her mind, of when Soriso carried Nettie away and wanted to jump from the island with her sister. Bokassa surrounded them and asked the creature if the sister was that important to her, which caused it to break free from his mental manipulation. He says that for the greater good, he has to get rid of flaws like her. Hearing this, Soriso gets very angry, leaving Nettie aside for a moment and preparing to attack. Ironically, Bokassa says the creature realized there's no way out and is about to attack. Without wanting to talk, Soriso goes on the attack. The creature uses a type of blast and distances itself. This action leaves Bokassa shocked. The piece of the island they were on detaches from the rest and drifts away, soon falling. Bokassa curses it and watches his precious resource drift away. He says Nettie won't survive and vows to kill Soriso. He orders bad endings to attack Soriso, but the relentless creature isn't frightened by this. It doesn't remember what happened after that. While it was just another unintelligent bad ending, it seemed to be wandering through the labyrinth until it found Nettie again. At first, it tried to reach her without realizing, but every time they met, she gradually regained her memories and consciousness. It couldn't reveal itself as a bad ending, so it desperately pursued them because it needed to protect her. Now, finally, Betty can see her sister's face again. She sees Nettie in her thoughts, and tells the girl she doesn't need to worry anymore. Nettie is surprised to hear this. Betty says she will help her, and with that, a system message says the fusion with the NPC has been cancelled. In the village, some angels notice that the explosion is heading toward the sky. Not understanding, they even think it's a sign of the end of the world. A young woman asks the elder what it is and if it has anything to do with the expedition. The elder cries in sorrow, believing it's the fault of Emperor Nicodemus. Soon after, bright lights are emitted from the sky. This makes the elder worried, and she orders everyone to evacuate the sky island. She also says they need to move quickly and activate the ship. She hopes that Nettie and the outsiders stay safe. The system alerts that the unification with the NPC has stopped, and Sol realizes she's back in her normal body. The message says the restriction on gaining experience points has been lifted, and Sol has leveled up. She notices that she's evolving all at once. Some of the bright lights from the area move toward her, combining all into one being. The angels say they will unite the remaining strength they have and give it to her. Soon, the girl evolves into Archangel Yun Sol. In her mind, she sees Betty, thanking her for providing a reunion between the sisters. Betty then says goodbye, asking Sol to take care of herself from now on. This makes the girl cry with emotion. Back in the fight, Sol finds herself face to face with the monster. Drake is amazed by the fact that she has become a myth, as he didn't even know that was possible. Yojin says that even with the blessing of the angels, it requires near impossible odds to achieve. Now, Sol possesses power similar to that of the 7 top streamers. Our video ends here. Please subscribe. See you next time. Bye bye.